The story begins with there was a lesson in the classroom. The blurry silhouettes of school children. Someone is persistently trying to wake up Boulayer. The boy is half asleep, still dozing. His eye is slightly open. The students are laughing uncontrollably. They think Boulayer is a stupid asshole, and enjoy the fact that the jerk will be scolded again. Boulayer suddenly left the realm of Morpheus, his eyes filled with wild fright. The boy could not understand whether he was in a dream or in the real world. Suddenly, someone tugged Boulayer's sleeve. "Who is it?" The boy heard the voice of his desk mate. She whispered fearfully to Boulayer that his teacher Boulani was calling him again. Suddenly, the boy saw a long-legged, majestic beauty. She stared menacingly at Boulayer. The boy broke into a sweat with fear. Belle squinted her eyes slyly. She said wryly that Boulayer had slept quite sweetly and had lost his sense of time and space. The boy is shocked. He's teary-eyed, breathing hard. He didn't even realize he was facing a teacher. "Iron grip on the ear. Oh, it hurts." The strict teacher shouted that no sleeping was allowed in her very important math class. She mercilessly dragged the frightened pupil by the ear to the blackboard to answer. The boy wriggled in pain. A young misfit with chalk in his hand froze in fear at the blackboard. Behind him, the teacher was burning with her own anger. She tried to scorch the student with her fiery gaze. The boy thought hard, putting his fingers to his forehead. Suddenly, a clever thought appeared in the mischievous boy's mind. He finally realized that he was faced with a very difficult task. There are a myriad of frightening numbers on the board. How do we solve this problem? The teacher decided to severely punish the prankster for sleeping in math class. She told him to solve a difficult task on his own and give the correct answer in the next lesson. Boulayer was burning with shame. The classmates laughed wildly and persisted in thinking that Boulayer was an idiot. They were sure that the boy could not even solve the problem in 3 days because he had absolutely no mathematical ability. Boulayer was serene, slightly thoughtful. The teacher noticed a certain self-confidence in the boy. She ironically called him a smart scientist. Boulayer began to write confidently on the blackboard. His hand did not tremble. The teacher froze with surprise. She could not believe her eyes. Bouliani was shocked that Boulayer had solved the difficult problem correctly. The boy quietly excused himself to the restroom. The bewildered teacher allowed him to leave the classroom. The classmates were confused. They thought that Boulayer had guessed the right answer. He was just lucky. The teacher was carefully considering the solution of the problem by the careless student. Her eyes mingled with horror and astonishment. Boulayer's answer is absolutely correct. He wrote everything clearly and correctly on the board. Boulayer was rushing down the hall. He resented the fact that even the teacher had spent hours solving a simple problem. A powerful discharge of electricity, a blinding bright glow. Our hero seems to have traveled to another reality. And this is Chen Luo, a very ordinary math teacher. He's devoted his whole life to science, completely devoted to math. Chen Luo had worked long and hard as a teacher. He was about to receive the highest academic rank very soon, but instead, he was suddenly transported to another world. Boulayer was puzzled. Why had he traveled to another world during his brief sleep during the exam? He even called the great scientist Newton for help. He asked him to explain what had happened. The proud scientist was silent and immovable. The apple must have hit him hard on the head. The cold-blooded Chen Luo almost immediately realized that he had been transformed into the body of a schoolboy loser Boulayer. And the future scientist also realized that he had fallen into a world where mathematics is highly respected. But they don't know it very well. Chen Luo could not understand why in a foreign world, the simplest task takes so long to solve and difficult to add digit to digit. In his world, even junior high school students could easily and quickly cope with such tasks. Meanwhile, Boulayer was wondering how to survive in his new world. He couldn't go back, so he decided to become a great mathematician in another reality. Chen Luo was not confused. He decided to become a consummate mathematician in the parallel world. He walked confidently down the corridor. Chen Luo became bewildered. A faceless silhouette of a girl appeared from around the corner. "What is that? Was that a ball lightning explosion?" The boy and the girl flew apart in a flash. Vaguely visible ceiling, dormer window, absurd. The world is turned upside down. Chen Luo barely woke up. He tried to slur his words. The words were stuck in his throat. Whose beautiful ant waist is that? It's all blurred in the bright light. Chen Luo's hand is on the stranger's knee. Their faces are almost side by side. Chen Luo apologizes wildly. Suddenly, the young boy recoiled from the girl. He was disconsolate and blubbered. An unexpected helping hand. To whom is it extended? It's so romantic. Chen Luo's cheeks were covered with a blush. He embarrassedly apologized to the girl. He held out his hand to help her up. But the sweet fury exploded with frenzy, with anger. She shouted and glared menacingly at the boy. Chen Luo was dumbfounded, surprised. He even felt like the girl had seen his real self. Therefore, he asked if she knew him. The exasperated girl remembered how a mischievous boy had pushed her at an important admission ceremony. Then she had found herself in a very indecent position and had been disgraced. This memory stirred her up even more. The girl thought that the boy had caught up with her again and pushed her on purpose. She called him a pervert in anger. A frightened Chen Luo realized that he was in terrible trouble. But why was it his fault? Wasn't it the girl who ran into him? Chen Luo tried to solve the problem peacefully. He began to explain to the girl that he was not chasing her at all. She was the one who came at him and knocked him down. The frightened Chen Luo clenched his fists hard. He froze in a fighting, intimidating posture. He was ready to defend his righteousness to the end. Meanwhile, the girl focused and looked like an enraged goddess of vengeance, Erinia. She summoned the fire element of her world. A sweat appeared on Chen Luo's face. He opened his mouth in surprise and tried to understand what was going on. Chen Luo was not at all frightened by his rival's magical abilities. He called the girl naive. The guy started joking around and making jokes. He decided to demonstrate his magical powers. He called on the ancient god of darkness for help. The devil's pentagram burst into flames of hell. Creepy and exciting at the same time. The girl's hand was filled with flames. Chen Luo was perplexed. Just in case, he assumed a formidable fighting stance. Instantly, the rival launched an attack. She called the guy a jerk and directed deadly streams of fire at him. Chen Luo was doused in cold sweat. His face was a burnt, gloomy face. In such a miserable state, the guy realized, magic is the main basis for moving to another world. Chen Luo was out of his mind. He had just moved to a parallel world, and they were already throwing fireballs at him. The completely defenseless Chen Luo is enveloped in the flames of hell. The ruthless girl throws fireballs at the poor man and calls him shameless. Chen Luo's common sense kicked in. He began to think about how to appease his fierce opponent. Guy decides to be a real man. Desperately tries to find ways to reconcile. Claims he was wrong and apologizes to the girls. The stranger stopped, but there was still a flame in her hand. She didn't look like she was going to compromise. The girl was not satisfied with mere apologies. She was determined to continue throwing thunder and lightning. The guy was gone in a flash. There was only his phantom. The stunned girl was alone with her uncontrollable rage. The hysteria never left the restless girl. She was annoyed that she had lost sight of her object of hatred. Chen Luo is running as fast as he can, out of harm's way. He would be the envy of any sprinter. The amazed boy could not fully understand and accept the new world. How magic and science could coexist peacefully in this world. This question did not leave him and troubled him. Chen Luo's wide-open eyes were a mixture of fear and surprise. He was an erudite guy, but he had a hard time understanding what was going on in the foreign world. Chen Luo's head was bursting with terrible pain and innumerable thoughts that tormented his mind and soul. It seemed that the guy began to lose his sanity and didn't even realize who he was, where his head and the rest of his body were. Chen Luo's consciousness was clouded. He was rapidly sinking into an eerie, pitch-black darkness. A handsome boy in an ancient nobleman's outfit hesitantly calls out to his father. "Who is this boy? Where is his daddy?" The boy calls louder and more desperately for his daddy, but there is silence in response. A girl with a little boy bowed her head dejectedly near a huge mansion. The boy with the tiny girl brought them the sad news. The general had given his life for the motherland. The man handed the girl and her son a commemorative box. He asked them not to be too sad and to move on with their lives. A girl and a little boy at the entrance to a huge house. It looks like they have started a new stage of life. They are learning to live in a new way. Near the girl and the boy, the servants gossip incessantly. They claim the new servant is from an aristocratic family. After the death of her husband, she has become very poor and has to work hard to earn a piece of bread. Joyful son meets his smiling mom on the front porch. He tells her the amazing news. He has been accepted into the Shandanasa Academy. A doting mother asks her son Boulayer to be diligent and do well in the academy. The boy begs her to calm down. He considers himself an adult and believes that he can always stand up for himself. Mom's eyes are full of tears of joy and sadness, strongly moved. Her dear son is grown up. A book is one of the important sources of our knowledge. Reach out to that source. Give food to your brain. Don't get too wrapped up in the book world, vain fantasies. Don't lose your footing. A tired Boulayer struggles to get a book from the top shelf in an ancient library. The bald ancient sage hurries the boy and asks him to work harder. Then he will let him spend the night in the library. The purposeful Boulayer stayed up all night. He read books diligently, enthusiastically, and devoured knowledge avidly. Restless Boulayer decided to radically change his life. He was sure that he would return his family to its former honor, respect, and glory. The diligent Boulayer tries desperately to create even a single fireball, all in vain. The disciples laughed gloatingly at the young mage. Bulier's mind was filled with the angry words of the disciples. He is a poor non-pure-blooded aristocrat, a mediocrity. He won't even be taken as a servant, and he's about to be expelled from the academy. In his mind, Bulier apologized to his parents for not having any talents and knowledge. Suddenly, a pretty classmate wearing Mo-Li glasses appeared in front of the boy. She was scared and was trying to understand what happened to her classmate. Bulier woke up on the street. He wondered how Mo-Li could have found him here. Mo-Li asked how Bulier was feeling and informed him that the mage theory lesson was already underway. The boy didn't even think that someone could be worried about him. The girl helped Bulier to his feet. He embarrassedly thanked her for it. An elderly teacher tells the children that there are 4 magical elements in the world, and all magic is based on these elements. Inquisitive Bulier realized that there are born magicians and ordinary people in the world. Magic and science are quite important, and the academy is the door to real magic. The teacher was yelling furiously, or rather, he diligently explained that the foundation of the world was earth, fire, wind, and water. These were the 4 magic elements. The restless teacher continued to enthusiastically tell me that mages use spells, hand gestures, and spiritual power. This is the real magic. However, to use magic, you need the right abilities. The main entrance to the academy. It is in this educational institution that one can obtain the innermost magical and mathematical knowledge. This is the realm of magic and science. The children are incredibly jubilant that the lesson is over. They are terribly annoyed by the old teachers who give boring lectures on textbooks. The elderly magic teacher had finished his lecture. He was about to leave the auditorium. Someone's hand touched the teacher's mysterious lecture notes. What happened? Couldn't the teacher rest even during the break? After the lecture, the annoying Bulier approached the magic teacher. The old man asked what question the boy had come to him with this time. There was burning interest in Bulier's eyes. The boy was burning with curiosity. He asked if it was possible to master magic even a little without natural ability. The gray-haired teacher looked sympathetically at Bulier. He was fed up with the boy who asked him the same question every time after a lecture. The tired teacher hurried to get out of the classroom. On the way, he once again repeated to the boy that it was impossible to control magical elements without natural abilities. In Bulier's classroom, he was in a dark state of mind. He heard the students mocking him again. They persisted in thinking of him as a talentless dreamer. Someone's hand on the boy's shoulder, and someone said it wouldn't hurt if Bulier didn't graduate from the academy. The gloating laughter of the classmates did not subside. One student wryly said that Bulier would work on his father's estate, and Tobai offered to share a piece of bread with the loser at any time. The boy was confused. Tobi seemed to be his only friend. But why the hypocrisy? There's a wide smile on Tobi's face. It's not clear what she's hiding. Is it a sly smile or a sincere smile? Mo-Li suddenly appeared in the classroom. Tobi said a friendly goodbye to Bulier and hurriedly retreated. The astonished boy thought that Mo-Li wanted to say something to him. But she must have held back. Bulier began to realize that the girl was too worried about him. Suddenly, Mo-Li started running out of the classroom, and on the way said that teacher Bulani was waiting for Bulier after class. The boy said he was already on his way to see the teacher. Bulier sat silently in the classroom and thought about the mysterious Mo-Li. This girl was acting suspiciously strange. She seemed to want to tell him something all the time. Bulier's sadness was boundless. He believed that he had excellent knowledge in math, but this knowledge was useless without magic ability. Hands are very necessary to control the magical elements. But will this particular hand ever be able to work magic? The stubborn boy decided not to give up. He concentrated, and once again called upon the element of peace fire. Will these hands be able to master the fireball technique? Will there ever be a flame in them? A radiant smile shone on Bulier's face. Perhaps he felt some metamorphosis in his body. Suddenly, Bulier felt an incredible surge of spiritual strength. All around him was a powerful, stunning energy. Everything is in your hands. The important thing is not to be discouraged. It is also important to believe in yourself. The astonished Bulier was enveloped in flames. Fire flickered in his eyes. Who had generated this fire? It seems that our long-suffering protagonist was able to light a fire, not only in his hands, but also in his heart. It looks like his future life will be very hot. A ball of fire in his hand. It has a lot of power and majesty in it. The stunned boy couldn't believe his eyes. Was his body really filled with magical powers? Our hero could not utter a word. When, where, and how did he become a magician? What fun balloon magic is! The boy looked happily at the fireball in his hand. You can play with the fireball all day long. No need for a ball or any other toy. Cool. A fireball can even replace the sun. It keeps you warm and lights up the room instead of a light bulb. A pensive Bulier sat all alone in the auditorium. He thought only of the fireball. While traveling from one world to another, Boulayer's magical channels opened up, and he's only now finding out about it. Suddenly, the student remembered that he had to run to the teacher's office immediately. How could he have forgotten about it? Boulayer knocked on the door. He heard that he was invited to enter the teacher's office. The boy entered the office and introduced himself as Chen Luo, but he suddenly remembered that in the new world he was Boulayer. The boy's face turned red. I guess he was too embarrassed. The air was saturated with love vibes. The teacher was in a half-bent state. The guy clearly saw all her charms below the waist. Boulayer blushed and was terribly embarrassed. Why did the teacher make such a mockery of his fragile psyche? The teacher finally noticed the student's presence. She turned to face him and squinted her eyes flirtatiously. Is that what these picturesque hills are? How to respond to this landscape? The boy couldn't get over it. The teacher's charms knocked him for a loop. The nonchalant teacher asked me to ignore her. She always does math calculations standing in strange poses. The boy found the strength to ask why he had been called to the teacher's office. The animated teacher asked the boy to sit down, but Boulayer was still terrified and embarrassed. For a certain time, he could not even move from his seat. Boulayer sat silently at the teacher's desk, with his eyes wide open. The teacher gave him a pen and paper for some reason. A math problem is written on a sheet of paper. The teacher asked the boy to solve it. Boulani was about to leave the study for a while. She asked the boy to take his time solving the problem. Suddenly, the teacher froze with her mouth wide open. She had gotten the right answer. Boulayer had solved the problem in a matter of seconds. The surprised Boulani still couldn't believe her own ears. The nonchalant guy once again repeated the answer, which was absolutely correct. The teacher snapped out of her seat, or rather, she couldn't find her place from the intense excitement. The puzzled girl clung to the boy with a dead grip. She was eager to know how Boulayer was able to complete the task so quickly. After all, even she took too long and struggled to solve the task. The heated teacher brought her face close to the boy's face. She asked if Boulayer had solved this problem before. Boulani's face was covered with a blush. She affectionately asked the young genius to tell how he had managed to solve the problem so quickly. The confused boy could not resist the woman's charm. He agreed to tell the truth. The teacher rejoiced like a child. Her eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. And at this moment, Boulayer saw the teacher as a silly girl. The young scientist promptly bombed the teacher's calculation process. He argued that numbers don't have to be added one at a time. There are more efficient ways of solving problems. The teacher did get the math right, but she spent too much time calculating. The teacher's mind was full of questions. She was sure that there was only one way to solve the problem. The guy was no longer embarrassed. He smugly declared that Boulani was deeply mistaken. Suddenly, the student turned into a clever teacher. He began to explain that there is a second method of solving the problem. But first we have to find a pattern. Boulayer was excitedly talking about a new way of solving the problem. He carefully wrote it all down on a piece of paper. Boulayer became an obedient student, and Boulayer lectured tirelessly, inspiringly, and poured questions into the girl. The teacher turned out to be a very diligent and active student. She raised her hand and answered enthusiastically. The young genius praised his new student and asked her to sit back down. This made Boulani a little embarrassed. The boy couldn't stop. He seemed to be enjoying his role as a teacher. He kept telling me that there was multiplication in addition to addition. Boulayer continued to convince his student that his method of solution was more effective. The girl was silent and listened with great interest. The explanation shook Boulani greatly. She slowly began to realize that a problem could have several solutions. The inquisitive Boulani looked at the young teacher's notes. She concluded that the second solution method could be improved. The lively Boulayer praised his apprentice tirelessly, and he told her another secret. It turned out that calculations could be performed with the help of certain formulas. Formulas? What the hell is that? The teacher's brain was boiling, her mind was a mess. All the teacher's thoughts were confused. There was a complete program failure. The boy was once again convinced that elementary school math was very difficult for the world of magic. Strange, but true. The teacher didn't see the world around her. She was completely absorbed in herself. Suddenly, Boulani asked the boy if he had thought of a new method of solving the problem himself. The mischievous Boulayer laughed. He claimed that he had found a new way of calculation himself, although in fact, in his world, a famous scientist had made this discovery. The teacher was in awe and clung to the boy's hand. She called him a genius. Boulani leaned over the astonished Boulayer and asked him to continue to persevere in math. She was sure that the boy could become a brilliant scientist. The teacher was too close beside her student. The boy could even hear the girl's breathing. Boulayer almost died of creepy embarrassment. The unpredictable Boulani was too excited, and she didn't even try to hide her turbulent emotions. A secret plan seemed to be brewing in the teacher's mind, and she was silently, carefully thinking about it. Suddenly, the teacher stopped playing the silent game. Boulani cheerfully asked the boy if he wanted to become an outstanding mathematician. Capricious Boulayer began to protest. He didn't want to be a famous mathematician. The boy was passionate about being an outstanding magician. The stunned teacher couldn't understand why Boulayer flatly refuses to be a mathematician and suddenly wanted to be a magician. The teacher sweetly said that Boulayer had phenomenal math skills. It's a gift from the goddess Minerva. Yet the boy has absolutely no magical gift. The persistent Boulani claimed that math would help the boy get a very high position in society. And she was sure that was exactly what would happen. The energetic teacher wanted to encourage the boy. She was ready to do a lot to make math an integral part of her pupil's life. Boulayer was as unbreakable as a rock. He apologized to his mentor for his determination to be a mage. Our hero was sure that he could easily become a great mathematician in the world of magic. All he has to do is voice a couple of theories. The good guy had a guilty conscience. He could not afford to pass off other people's scientific discoveries as his own. He didn't want to transfer the knowledge of the great geniuses of his world to the world of magic. In the current situation, math was dust to Boulayer. In the new world, he wanted to be an all-powerful magician. The creative teacher did not let her student go for a long time. She offered to make a bet with him. The teacher reminded him that soon there would be a magic exam, and that was when it would be clear whether Boulayer would stay at the academy or not. The sullen boy became quite despondent. He was worried that he might fail the exam and be kicked out of the academy. The annoying teacher kept pestering him. She reminded him again and again that he had to pass the magic exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't become a magician. The boy looked at the teacher with interest. He tried to understand what she wanted from him. The teacher was in no hurry to say goodbye to the young genius. She went back to making a bet. The pesky Bouliani promised that she wouldn't persuade Boulayer to become a mathematician, but he must pass the magic exam. Then she would finally leave him in peace. But if Boulayer fails the exam, he will be a teaching assistant at the academy. At the same time, he would have to give up magic and help Bouliani study math for the rest of his life. The wily teacher was convinced that Boulayer would surely lose the bet. No one believed in the boy's magical abilities. But Boulayer bravely accepted the challenge. Where did he get such boldness, such self-confidence? Boulayer walked down the hallway in a reverie. He resented the teacher for being too stubborn and clingy. The image of the seductive teacher never left the boy. It stirred his imagination. The reminder of the bet was constantly playing in his head. The guy wanted to get all the dirty thoughts out of his head, so he decided to take up magic. A dazed Boulayer suddenly noticed the girl in the corridor. But it was too late, I guess. She was very close to him. The violent collision of two souls, bodies, fate intertwining. A girl and a boy flying in different directions. Why is the ground falling out from under my feet? And the laws of gravity don't apply. It's like deja vu all over again. Boulayer must have been in a lot of pain. The pain clouded his mind. The frightened boy was trembling with fear, shame, and screaming wildly. A strange girl crashed into him, and instantly his hands felt the touch of this stranger's body. The enraged little fury instantly went on the attack. She pounded Boulayer mercilessly and called him a shameless man. But suddenly the young beastess stopped. She began to summon the fire element of her world. Creepy yet fun fireball magic. The stranger must have been pretty good at it. The frightened Boulayer didn't wait for the strong fireball magic to be tested on him. Therefore, he quickly ran away and hid. The girl was annoyed that she didn't fully vent her anger on the shameless man. The boy's strong, quick feet are his guardian angels. This time they saved their master again and prevented him from turning into ashes, the lair of the dangerous and unpredictable servant of the goddess Minerva. It is not advisable for outsiders to enter. A broken Isabella is in Boulani's office. The teacher cannot understand the reason for the girl's deep sadness. The fragile Isabella reported that she had met a pervert at the academy twice that day. The teacher must have sympathized deeply with the pervert. The wretched man must have been born under a bad star if he was so often subjected to Isabella's wrath. The formidable girl boiled up. She promised to punish the pervert next time and throw a fireball at him. The girl's courage and determination pleased her mentor. But the fidgety Isabella could not dwell on her rage all the time. She moved on to the main issue. The temperamental girl was filled with pride. She had managed to solve the problem in only half an evening. She thought she could solve such problems faster than her teacher. The calm teacher did not deny that Isabella was faster at solving problems, but she pointed out that Boulayer did it in a minute. The sour-faced girl didn't believe the teacher's words. It's impossible to solve the problem so quickly. Where is this genius who can do such incredible miracles? The serene Bouliani reiterated that Boulayer only needed a minute to solve the problem. She confessed that she had never seen the boy's unique and efficient way of solving before. The teacher told her how to find the pattern of numbers, what, and how to multiply, and how to use the formula. Obviously, the huge portion of such intimate knowledge put Isabella in a stupor. Wild amazement, admiration, and burning envy swept over the arrogant girl. Could such a discovery have been made by a mere boy? The restless Isabella vigorously grasped the teacher's hand. She was eager to see the young genius. Apparently, Boulayer had become a real idol and object of envy for Isabella. She was no longer interested in anyone. She had only the great young mathematician in her thoughts. The tired teacher realized that Isabella was unstoppable, so she told her where to find the little genius. I see the goal. I see no obstacles. Undaunted Isabella never gives up. The impudent girl unceremoniously flew into the classroom. She wanted to see Boulayer immediately, right away. A furious Isabella resolutely declared that she wished to see Boulayer at once, without delay. The startled to-be instantly sweated with fear. It smelled like gunpowder. It hurts! Why pinch like that? What's my fault? Boulayer sat quietly under the desk like a mouse. He asked with a pleading look not to reveal his current whereabouts. A friend in need. To-be lied that his classmate had left class to mind his own business. The rude young brigandess was indignant. She was angry that she couldn't find the young genius. Why had he gone somewhere else again? A disgruntled Isabella asked the students to tell Boulayer that she wished to see him immediately, although her request was more like an order. The sly Tobai smiled playfully. He vowed that he would definitely convey Isabella's request. Our hero is on a powder keg, one spark and it's not far from disaster. A bewildered To-be seemed to have lost all his words and thoughts. The look on his friend's face made it clear that Boulayer was in terrible trouble. The classroom is dead silent. It smells like kerosene. Everyone knows there's no escaping Isabella. Boulayer's eyes are full of terror. His spirit is confused. He inquired in a friend why his classmates were looking at him like he was dead. The saddened To-be could not find the words for a long time. He seemed even afraid to speak of what he had recently seen and heard. The overanxious friend begged for the whole truth. He wanted to know why Isabella was searching so fiercely for Boulayer. Boulayer finally learns that his stalker's name is Isabella. Now at least he knows the name of the person who gives him eternal life, death. Sad Tobai looked sadly at his friend. Boulayer is so naive and has no interest in anything but books and part-time jobs. He doesn't even know who Isabella is. Who is this Isabella? Boulayer had never encountered such exalted and fanatical stalkers before. To-be told his friend that Isabella has tons of admirers, and they're ready to kill anyone who hurts their goddess. Boulayer reminded his friend that they were at Shandanasa Academy. He reminded his friend that they were at the Shandanasa Academy. Fatty To-be was surprised that his friend knew what their academy was called, so he decided to give him a surprise exam. To-be asked where their campus was located. Boulayer replied without hesitation that the said campus was located on Baker Avenue in Yabo City. The fat man's jaw dropped open. He was too surprised at his friend's deep knowledge. A revitalized Tobai realized that his crony wasn't so stupid. Then he said that the mayor of the said city of Yabo was Isabella's father. A shiver ran through Boulayer's body. He finally realized that he would not be punished. Boulayer began to cry out of hopelessness. He asked his friend if Isabella would forgive him if he asked for forgiveness. The fat man sullenly said that he shouldn't have conflicted with Isabella. Boulayer might be expelled from the academy because of this conflict. The arrogant schoolboy declared cheerfully that Boulayer was a typical loser, a mediocrity. The right thing to do is to get him kicked out of the academy. Bader was constantly hurting Boulayer. He was a handsome, narcissistic, cocky guy, and his friends were bastards. Fatty To-be was angered that Bader was hurting his friend, but Boulayer was in partial agreement with his offender. In all likelihood, he doubted that he would be able to pass the magic exam and stay in the academy. Certainly in this world, mages and scientists occupy an honorable place in society. And in the academy they study many different subjects, in particular, mathematics, history, philosophy. However, graduates of this prestigious institution must have at least some magical abilities. All second-year students must take a magic exam. Anyone who fails this exam will be expelled. The students thought that the magic exam was very easy to pass. However, the students were firmly convinced that even this easy exam Boulayer would not pass successfully, and this made them insanely happy. A pensive Boulayer began to realize why the teacher had made a bet with him. Absolutely no one believed in his magical abilities. Someone slammed his fist on the desk and shouted wildly, but the stiffened Boulayer continued to sit silent. He was wrapped up in sad, troubled thoughts. The angry Bader was furious that the talentless loser wasn't listening to him at all. Boulayer's calmness irritated him too much. The fierce assailant glared at the unlucky man, and he called the boy an impure orphan with pleasure. A furious Bader took Boulayer by the breast, and fat To-be could no longer watch in silence as his faithful friend was insulted. The furious To-be seemed to be ready to use his fists. He couldn't let anyone hurt his completely defenseless, peace-loving friend. The fat man's reaction really surprised Bader. He froze for a few seconds, and asked why To-be was interfering in this matter. The heavy To-be shouted wildly that Boulayer was his friend and his friend's business was his business. The fat man was ready to throw himself into the fight. Bader's eyes glittered with anger and frustration. He said he would remember To Be's words and take revenge. An annoyed Bader decided to leave the class, but he promised that his revenge would be immediate and terrible. The inevitable fight never started. Bader and his friends left the auditorium. Boulayer did not receive another round of slaps. To Be is a real mystery to Boulayer, but at the critical moment, this fat man didn't hesitate to defend him. He is undoubtedly a great friend. A joyful Boulayer was proud of his friend. The boy asked To Be if he would protect him if Isabella threw fireballs. A smile finally appeared on To Be's face. He said that he was ready to protect his friend from Isabella's anger. After all, his friend could only be beaten by his own hand. Our hero has realized that he has a real friend, and with such a friend is not afraid to go into the fire and water. Although it's better not to go there. And here comes the long-awaited magic exam. The students will demonstrate their fireball control technique. Those who fail the exam will not be able to continue at the academy. During the exam, the teacher stated that fireballs were basic, elementary magic. He assumed that every student could handle this easy task. The task is quite simple. You have to get behind the line and hit the target. It's a cakewalk. The arrogant Bader was the first to pass the exam. The guy was overconfident and focused on the task at hand. Bader was unfazed. He ordered the fire element of the world to hear his command and come to him. A blinding flash. Bader's hand burst into a torrent of flame. Right in the bullseye. Bader smiled smugly. He passed the exam perfectly. The throwing of fireballs at the target continued. Linda also passed the exam successfully. The smug Bader looked contemptuously at his classmates. He must have been sure that he was no match for the fireball thrower. Bader was very happy. He was sure that Boulayer would leave the academy very soon. To Be was furious. At this moment, the fat man was like a ball of fire. He asked Bader to shut up. To Be will take the exam now. He looks like a balloon himself. Boulayer must be worried about his faithful friend. To Be raised his hand. Then he ordered the fire element of the world to come to him. The industrious fat man tried too hard. He was straining his spiritual powers. Suddenly, a tiny fireball like a firefly appeared. The fat man's balloon flew a snake. Will it reach its destination? To Be's tiny ball barely reached the target, and that was enough to pass the exam. The teacher looked sympathetically at To Be, but the fatty was overjoyed. After all, he had passed the exam. The teacher was diligently reviewing the file of some student. He was thinking about something for a long time. The kind-hearted teacher was thinking about Boulayer. The teacher was sure that the boy had no magical gift. The poor guy wouldn't even be able to create a microscopic fireball. The pitiful teacher decided to take pity on Boulayer. He didn't want his classmates to laugh at him once again. The elderly teacher joyfully announced that all the second-year students had passed the exam. The test was over. Suddenly, someone interrupted the good-natured teacher's speech. It was the annoying Bader. There was resentment and anger on Bader's face. He noted that the teacher, Antony, had missed one student. Bader began to resent him greatly, and demanded that Boulayer should also take the exam. Bader was pointing directly at Boulayer, bluntly stating that he had failed the exam, and without him, the results could not be said. The examiner ran his hand over his mustache and asked if the kid was going to take the test. The guys from Bard's company started laughing along with him, belittling Boulayer and saying that he wouldn't be able to turn anything in anyway. Meanwhile, Boulagne's teacher was passing by, while two girls ran towards the crowd to watch the disgrace of the fifth-grade cretin that is Boulayer. To Be put his palm on his friend's shoulder, trying to bring him back to reality and cheer him up. The guy said to ignore him, because those only need to find an object for bullying. Boulayer pressed his lips into a thin line and began to think, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of silence, he rolled up his sleeves and shrieked that he was ready to give it a try. Bader was shocked. He froze for a few moments, trying to comprehend what he had just heard. Immediately afterward, he and his company burst out laughing again, falling to the ground. Did he really think a miracle would happen? The crowd that was actually expecting the results began to whisper, saying that Boulayer was just embarrassing herself for nothing. Boulagne approached the crowd of students. The examiner shouted for everyone to calm down and be quiet. Immediately there was a sepulchral silence. Afterward, teacher Antony asked if Boulayer was sure he wanted to take the exam. The kid turned to him and said in a confident tone that he was willing to give it a try. The man dipped his head into the papers and praised him, saying that whatever the result, he did well. As soon as the young man was told he could start, he went straight to the target. He exhaled nervously. Gathering his moral and magical strength, everyone fell silent. Squinting his eyes, he decided he would do some hand gestures and spellcasting for appearance's sake. Staring at the yellow center, he concentrated and began to recite the spell. Thoth was still going on, calling for the fire to come to him and hoping to pass the test. At the last words, the man cried out and made a gesture ostensibly releasing his power. The guy made a lot of dust, and so the guys closest to him closed their eyes trying to wipe them. However, even after the spell, nothing happened, only the wind blew slightly. The bard and his boys were already preparing for the shock, for they heard someone stricken shriek. But then they laughed again. I guess Boulayer had decided to give them a comedy today. Despite all the taunts, the kid continued, repeating and repeating the spell. Finally, a huge stream of fire was released from his hands like a dragon's head. It was aimed at the target, and so the target exploded in a huge cloud of fire. The bard opened his mouth, looking at Boulayer with wide eyes. Tabi's friend was also looking at him with his mouth open. Teachers Antony and Boulanye were also shocked, for he was the one not endowed. The crowd consisting of students also fell silent. They couldn't find the words to react. The target was completely disintegrated, with thin black smoke coming out of it. With surprised eyes and bewilderment in his voice, the examiner said that Boulayer had passed the exam. Even the main bully was shocked. This underdog with no strength was actually able to. Tabi grabbed his friend and started shagging his head, saying that the little sodden was hiding his talent. Suddenly, Teacher Anthony called Boulayer over to him. He was a little frightened, but he still went. Teacher Boulaner was still in shock and didn't move from her seat. How did he do it? The man called the apprentice indoors, probably to talk more privately. Boulayer had already told me how he had managed to do it. The teacher hummed thoughtfully and asked again. The kid confirmed what he said again, squinting his eyes awkwardly and not realizing what was going on. The man said that those who were deprived of the ability were called abandoned gods, and the young man was one of the few who really was. But it seems now the gods had rewarded him with his gift, and this sort of thing happened very rarely. Teacher Antony also praised Layer for he showed excellent speed and strength. He has great potential as a wizard. In his thoughts, the man was confused. Last time he had been begged to do math, and now magic. The young man thanked the teacher, and later casually rambled on, saying he wanted to return to his world. The man was surprised. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? Could something be wrong? He immediately brushed it off, saying he'd just overread sci-fi. He's a complete fool. Afterward, Teacher Anthony ran his hand over his mustache and said that now he must be talking about the legend of the Holy Master. Boulayer hummed interestedly. This must be the highest rank of mages. The teacher said that by it, this master could control space and travel to other worlds. But this is just a legend. The young man's eyes glistened, and he asked to repeat again, asking about space control. After which he took Antony by the shoulders. The latter bewilderedly called out to him, trying to bring him back to reality. But he wasn't leaving. He was just gathering his strength. He cried out that he wanted to become a holy master. In front of Boulayer lay a huge pile of books he had borrowed from the library. After the magic exam, the academy declared a weekend for a few days. And of course, during this time, he had looked at and read almost every book on magic in the library. From this, he learned that magic was divided into 7 levels: low, medium, high, great magician, magister, master, grand master, and holy master. A holy master is the highest level. There are descriptions of magical abilities in ancient books, but now there are simply no such people left. Also, many books say that sacred magisters possess the magic of space, could move between worlds. Although now almost everyone thinks it's a legend, because their world is supposedly only one in the universe. But Layer was able to travel, which means it's real. Teacher Anthony doesn't believe in space magic, so he's no help in this case. Suddenly, someone drew attention to themselves by tapping on the table. The old man asked why Boulayer was taking so long to read. Isn't it time to get away from books? That someone turned out to be the library administrator. He said that there was nothing for idlers to do in his library, so it was time to work. The guy smiled awkwardly and scratching the back of his head said he was on his way. Some time had passed. The young man had already left the library and was in the corridor. He scrubbed everything to a shine. Layer hadn't realized the library was so hard to work in. His lower back ached terribly, and his legs were no longer holding him up. Boulayer barely, but finally made it to the office and entered the auditorium. It became very quiet inside at once, and everyone stared at him. Then he began to hear whispers. And it turned out that his fireball was even bigger than Teacher Antony's. Also, some girls were evaluating the appearance of the young man in their company. They didn't even notice his beauty. Layer reached his seat and didn't understand why some girl was sitting on the chair. He wanted to yell, but he recognized her. Then his eyes widened in surprise. What the hell is she doing here? Isabella was sitting on a chair with her feet up on the table. The hem of her skirt was raised. The guy immediately turned away and started to walk away, hoping the girl hadn't noticed him. But that one jumped up from her seat and said she was surprised that he was the same Boulayer. He turned around and holding his hand out in front of him began to explain that it was all a big misunderstanding. But in front of everyone, Isabella shrieked, trying to shut him up and calling him a pervert. The audience fell silent. Seeing the fire in her hands, Layer was puzzled and confused. She's not going to do it right here, is she? Isabella didn't react, raised her hands and began to recite the spell very loudly. Boulayer has already covered himself, getting into a defensive position, but nothing has happened. The boy opened one eye, not at all understanding what was stopping the girl from attacking now. It was Boulanye, the math teacher. Isabella looked at the woman helplessly, as if she didn't understand why she had stopped her. But the teacher only looked at her sadly and asked her why she was using magic in the classroom. She didn't listen to her excuses, sadly telling Isabella to be quiet for a while. Afterward, the woman turned to Layer, saying she had been looking for him for a long time and asked to come into the office. And then, looking at Isabella, she added that she should go too. The girl made a grimace of displeasure. The young man screwed up his face to make it clear that he was very upset and didn't know what to do, but a calm smile shone on his lips. With a loud slamming of the doors, the trio left, leaving the audience and the boys still not understanding what was happening. The disciples were tensely silent for a couple more minutes, and then went back to their conversations before Boulayer appeared. Only Badr was puzzled even afterward. That boy had been a common fool, so what had become of him now? Meanwhile, the teacher and the students were already inside the classroom. At first, those students did not understand why they were called, but later, everything fell into place. Layer would have to explain why Isabella hated him so much. He just bumped into her, and now he had to apologize. Teacher Boulanger smiled affectionately, saying that the young man could be trusted, and the girl had better not argue. She folded her arms and blushed slightly and said loudly that since the teacher said so, so be it. Afterward, the woman approached the guy, saying she had seen his exam, and it completely exceeded her expectations. The guy won their argument. She would not insist, however. She wanted to know how Boulayer had done it. It was the first time a woman had seen a forgotten god suddenly gain magic, but the boy only brushed it off, saying he was very lucky. He had a question for the teacher. She said that if he didn't want to tell her, he could. Now she was interested in the question. She would help in any way she could. Layer's question was about magic. He asked if gestures and spells were needed to release the element, and then Isabella couldn't stand it and laughed, saying that even a child knows that. Of course they do, how could they not? He felt awkward, as if he were an adult standing on a stool next to Santa. He asked about exceptions, if there were any. Lanya said that even strong mages need spells, but the higher the rank, the less time it takes. After all, magic is a gift from the gods, who taught humans to use gestures and spells to summon the element. It requires divine enlightenment. Isabella smiled haughtily, not understanding why the teacher answered a silly question so seriously. Meanwhile, Layer looked at his hands. Had the gods ignored him just because he was from another world? Boulanger reminded us that becoming a magician requires not only the ability to practice, but also knowledge of theory. She didn't call him to teach him the theory of magic, but for a slightly different reason. The woman held out a folded sheet to Boulanger somehow. He didn't fully understand what it was or how it worked yet. However, Isabella explained that it is a scientific newsletter. Important scientific papers are published in it. After reading a couple lines, the girl was puzzled, causing her eyes to widen slightly. She shrieked, "For this messenger has the teacher's name and Boulayer's name in it. How is this possible?" The math teacher smiled awkwardly, saying she had written a short paper on the summation method. The kid showed it to her, so he's there too. Boulayer thought disappointedly that he'd better be paid money for this. After all, he was working at the library for a mere penny. Later, Lagny caught up, saying she had forgotten something and asked the young man to wait. The woman placed a bag of coins on the table. She said it was a 50-coin reward for the publication. It would be right for him to have it. The boy was on fire at the same second. Working in the library for 2 pieces of silver, he couldn't always get enough. But here he had 50. But suddenly, he extended his palm in a sign of protest, to be at least a little polite. But the other hand pinched itself very hard on her right side, as if trying to stop herself. It didn't work out, however. Layer still said he couldn't accept everything and was willing to split the income 50-50, though the greedy party begged to say nothing. Guy said that it was her merit too. Lagny did not argue, but rather agreed and set aside 25 silvers for herself. After which she held out the other half to Boulayer, glowing with a light so strong that it could illuminate an entire audience. The guy was very upset because he said it only out of politeness, and the teacher took it as the truth, and even glared. He lost 25 pieces of silver in one sentence. It's definitely time for him to go to his own world. Suddenly it snapped, or maybe even hit him. The main thing was to get the details right. Layer asked if the newspaper paid 50 pieces of silver for each article. The woman has yet to understand his train of thought, saying that she hadn't even thought about it. However, if you think about it that way, he has the truth. After confirming his guess, the young man smiled caustically, saying that he had a suggestion for Boulanger. Recently, he was thinking about the number of a set, starting with the second summoned, and the ratio of each previous term equals a constant value. Maybe there is also a formula for summing them up. The woman seemed to see something of herself in this and asked if he was referring to the Rouse mystery. Layer interjected uncomprehendingly, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He still wasn't aware of everything in this world. Lagny said it's a math problem put forward by wise men of long ago. Rouse has 7 days, each child has 7 sacks, each sack has 7 cats, each cat has 7 kittens. The guy said she got it right though. There aren't that many numbers, so adding them up would give you the answer. But if there are more numbers, then another method will help. Lanyi smiled wryly, asking if he could really solve the riddle with another method. All he said was that he had some ideas. Let the teacher wait a little longer. However, the woman didn't let him do it all by himself, but grabbed his hand and with eyes burning with interest told him she wanted to work on the method. At that point, it was 5 minutes to 2 on the clock. They immediately got to work. After only 30 minutes of explanations and about 5 minutes of solutions, those finished. Lanyi woke Isabella, dozing in her chair with her delighted cry. She immediately opened her eyes slightly, looking at the teacher and listening to her speech. There were sparkles in her eyes. It was astonishing since Liar had solved the riddle with just one method. Surely he doesn't want to do research with her. Isabella grabbed Lair by the shoulder and said she was amazed at his knowledge of math. Did he really figure it out all by himself? There was a shadow on the boy's face, making him look slightly creepy. The young man asked if she really wanted to know. The girl blushed slightly, more from anger than embarrassment. She demanded that he not lie to her and tell her everything. Liar said with a wry smile that he didn't have any talents. He was just learning math while his friends slept. The maiden was a little dumbfounded by such a statement, but he really does say a thing. And thus Chen Lo's article has struck absolutely everyone, and the plan is going as planned. As she walked down the corridor from one classroom to another, Isabella thought about Boulayer's words. His words did make sense after all. The girl had some kind of strange premonition. Suddenly, someone familiar appeared in the corridor. And it's Lair, of course. But isn't he a sophomore? Why would he show up at the third-year building? If he decided to molest other girls, it was her responsibility to stop it. However, when he turned the same corner, he was nowhere to be found. It was as if the guy had vanished, invisible. Meanwhile, the young man was already in the schoolyard. The sky was clear of clouds and the sun was shining brightly. Lair was standing in front of a tall fence. There was a low stone fence behind the third-year students' building that could be climbed over. Toby had talked about this place, but asked not to scorch if the guy did get caught. He quickly climbed the fence as if he had done it many times before. Master Anthony had spoken correctly. Toth said that if he wanted to know more about magic, the best thing to do would be to go to the academy in Yabo City. After all, there are more experienced teachers there, and there will be something to learn from them. Already outside their academy, the guy was looking at the cityscape. It was interesting. The city was really striking, not only for its architecture, which was so different from the 21st century, but also the style of dress, which was completely different. It was obvious, but also so unfamiliar. Looking around, the man thought it was all rather luxurious. Later, he looked ahead. In front of him was a huge castle that looked more like a home for royalty. Is this luxurious building really that magic academy? Liar is very amazed. From his pocket, the kid pulled out a black mask, something that could safely cover some facial features. Putting it on, he thought it was still worth being careful not to give away his identity. Liar made his way to the lobby. In front of him was the reception desk. There were beautiful staircases with mages and apprentices climbing them. After explaining everything to the girl behind the counter, she asked, "So the one would like to be consulted on magic?" The boy nodded. "Isn't that Molly from his group? Does she work here part-time?" The girl started listing how much the consultations would cost, and these were not even in silver, but in zlotys. He was almost falling from despair, for 1 gold coin is equal to 100 pieces of silver. The young man was about to leave and was already apologizing for disturbing her, but Molly stopped him. Ta said that if he had money problems, he could do a loan to their library. He felt slightly uncomfortable, a trickle of barely visible sweat running down his face. Library, huh? Molly said he could find a huge number of books on magic in the library. It doesn't compare to counseling, but it's free. Lair, as a lover of free stuff, still asked for a season ticket and was asked for some sort of mage ID. When the guy heard that, he snickered. It turned out that the girl thought he had this ID, since he wanted counseling. A season ticket requires at least some proof that he's studying magic. But it's pretty easy to prove. You have to make a fireball in front of the examiner, and that's it. Here, Boulayer lit up and asked if it could be done right away here at the academy. The girl squinted her eyes, and her eyebrows crept up the bridge of her nose, making a regretful grimace. She said she didn't recommend doing it today. The examiner is very strict. Somewhere around 10% of all students pass his test. However, the kid still said he'd like to do it today. The fence will be very hard to climb next time. Some time passed. Molly led him to the examiner, who was sitting with someone in the next hallway. The man's name was Andai. The girl approached him and told him that a certain gentleman wished to confirm his abilities. Meanwhile, Liar studied the teacher. He was wearing a red robe with 2 silver stripes. All that means is that he's an intermediate level fire element mage. That's not so bad. The man sat down on a chair and began to sip his tea. Later, he asked the guy's name and the reason why he was wearing a mask. Layer introduced himself, but now with his real name, Chen Luo. The mask was justified by the fact that he had been burned during training. The second mage repeated the guy's last words cryptically. His orbs weren't so simple after all. Andre said that at that age the boy would only be a low-level wizard. And he has a weird name too. Molly asked the examiner that they should all go to the examination hall together, but the examiner replied with an emphatic no. The girl was shocked at the harshness of it. And how would they pass the test? The teacher looked down at Liar, saying that he would spend everything on the spot. Later, the latter turned to Chen Luo and asked him to attack. Looking around the room, interjecting, did Andrew really want him to attack right here? He felt like there was a rather small space, and once again felt like he was being made a fool of. The mage on the other chair said that Chen Luo was unlikely to harm the teacher with a small ball, and therefore let him attack and didn't waste time. Smiling evilly, the young man said that in that case, don't let them blame it on him after the exam. Closing his eyes, the guy concentrated, and small sparks appeared around him. He began to slowly recite the spell and raised his hand. Magic gradually formed around it. Andrew was no longer delighted, for the one had 2 abrupt movements, so also read slowly. However, Liar was not distracted, but was building up magic as he continued to slowly recite the spell. At the same moment, Molly and the old man beside the examiner were slightly surprised, as the ball started to come out quite large. Andrew's teacher was also shocked and asked him to stop, but he said it too quietly. Liar's head was burning with red flames and his hair was thrown back slightly. The ball came out really huge, and the young man was about to attack the man. The fire sphere went straight for the examiner who was standing against the wall. Andrew pressed himself into her, trying not to give away his fear, but it showed in his gaze. Upon reaching the man, the balloon exploded, unbeknownst to him, crippling the teacher or leaving him untouched. There was a lot of smoke and dust and very small bits of ash around. Molly coughed, fiery sparks hovering in the air that also appeared when the spell was read. The girl was still coughing, but later she saw an old man standing in the room with them. The mage reacted quickly, already reading the spell and preparing to clean it all up. He was coughing too, however, also trying to do some sort of cleanup. And the old man placed a shield in front of Andre that seemed to suck up all the dust. Meanwhile, the man lay on the floor, utterly bewildered. How did that boy just do that? The shield sucked in the smoke nearby, but not by itself, but thanks to the mage who waved his hands to do so. Thoth was puzzled too, but also focused on work, so there was no time to think about it. Meanwhile, the fire mage on the floor crawled to the wall, leaning back against it. He was holding onto his injured shoulder. Molly, on the other hand, covered her mouth with her hands in mute shock, looking straight at Chen Luo. The young man apologized, a shadow falling fearfully over his face, making his words seem like a threat. Scratching the back of his head, he said that he thought Andre was ready, so he used maximum force. Mr. Chen Luo was handed a magician's ID card and a library card. The man looked at the ID card as if he'd never had anything more valuable in his hands. The girl behind the counter said that she had never seen such a powerful orb. The guy must be a mighty mage. The boy thanked Molly and said they would see each other again. The girl said goodbye too, slightly uncomprehending. She didn't tell him her name, did she? So how did this young man recognize it? When he entered the reading room, he saw a huge number of books, but also a lot of people. All the books were not quite straight, but they were exactly where they should be. However, something in the book did not calm the boy. Molly told him correctly. There are more books on magic here, and the content is more in-depth. And in particular, it talks more about magical spiritual power. Spiritual power is the main criterion for determining the level of a magician. The more closely the spirit is connected to the element, the stronger the magic. High-level mages can even control an element of a lower-level mage. This produces the fact that a higher mage cannot be defeated in battle. However, about the 4 magical elements, everything is written rather ramblingly. Although the level of education in this world is very low. Magicians in this world believe that the 4 elements are not only the base of magic, but also the base of the whole world. And the other elements are united in these main 4 elements only in certain proportions. If you look at it from the point of view of modern science, it is all very primitive. After all, even in middle school everyone knows that matter is made up of different elements, but the 4 basic ones just don't exist. However, there are these elements in this world, and therefore Layer cannot find a scientific explanation for it. That's when an idea popped into his head. What if it was possible to interact with these 4 basic elements in this world? He suddenly stood up loudly, causing those sitting in the reading room to pay attention to him. If so, he could create a whole new magic that no one had ever seen before. The guy grabbed his ID and quickly put the books back on the shelves he'd taken them from. Then he simply flew outside the Magic Academy, a plan already forming in his head. Layer ran as fast as he could. He was chased by an intense puff of breath. As he was leaving, the old man and Andre were drinking tea in another hall. Molly brought them both tea. The men's clothes were completely stained in soot. Teacher Andrew said that Chen Luo's spiritual power was very low, yet he had made such a powerful orb. The old man continued, saying that what was even stranger was that he couldn't control the element he was summoning. He closed his eyes and voiced his thoughts. Maybe there was something in him that they weren't meant to understand. Meanwhile, night had already fallen, but Lair was already grasping the stone fence. The one skillfully skipped over him as if he'd done it so many times before, even though it was only the second. And he didn't even fall, but landed neatly on one knee, like a knight awaiting orders. When he looked around and found no one, he decided he would try everything right here. Lair concentrated and began to gradually inhale the air, concentrating on it. He took a deeper breath and felt something, some kind of incomprehensible haze, then repeated it a few more times and felt it, but stronger. His eyes widened in realization of all that was happening. It seems to be coming out. He can feel and control airflow, which is very good news. Running his hand through the air, he felt the flow and tried to control it again. After that, one squinted his eyes slightly, trying to direct the flow of ki into the second element. At first, nothing happened. Only trickles of air came out of my hands. Immediately afterward, however, a small white ball formed in his hand, oxygeno. But is it really an element composed of completely pure oxygen? He looked more closely and saw some elements in the core of the sphere. It was what he needed. If it's really oxygen, it should work. Lair began to combine the two elements, fire and air. On the first try, a small trickle came out of the whole thing. Apparently the elements are messing with him. Thoth didn't believe that only a haze could come out of it and tried again. He directed the fire into the air again, trying to combine the two elements normally. Suddenly, a huge explosion came out of it all. Blue lightning appeared in the air. The panes in the windows of his academy cracked and fell out. An earthquake hit the entire building. Even the column holding up the stairs was cracked, but no longer collapsed. Even Teacher Bulanyi's mug cracked and her evening coffee spilled out of it. After the violent shaking, the one looked out the window, not realizing what was even going on. Outside the window, the woman saw something burning. There was also smoke in the yard. Meanwhile, Bulayer wasn't doing too badly. Only the smoke was obstructing the view. It made the guy cough a lot. The whole place was covered with black clouds. Lair used the element of wind to dispel it all. It seems to have worked after all. Lucky the young man reacted quickly, because who knows what would have happened then. Looking forward, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. They widened with surprise. There was a huge crater in the ground, the appearance of which was caused by that explosion of his. Apparently, the oxygen was much cleaner than he expected since it brought such devastation. Suddenly, someone ran out of the academy and shouted to Lair, asking what had even happened. It was a man unknown to him. Frightened and not knowing what to do, he found only one way out, and it's a retreat. He didn't think there would be so much fuss that the teachers would come running to practice. And Lair ran with all his legs somewhere in the obscure and dark forest, almost stumbling. This time, I managed to control my breathing, so I wasn't out of breath. It didn't hurt that he made a little noise, because even still, he did something truly worthwhile and incredible. Lair was lying on the desk. Everyone around him was talking animatedly, making the usual small talk. But the boy was tired. He wanted to sleep. He decided that now he would never study all night. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It startled him, but he didn't move. This someone turned out to be Toby. He started asking Lair if he knew about the night's incident. The guy only lied, saying he slept like a dead man in general, so let the guy tell it. The boy whispered in his ear that last night someone had set off an explosion near the third-year building. They're investigating, because all the windows were blown out. After that, one stepped back, saying that unfortunately, Lair didn't see what was going on there. It was definitely a top-level mage. The guy said he didn't know, since he hadn't even seen any higher-level mages. Toby glanced at his friend incredulously, asking how he couldn't see high-level mages at all. It seems like Bulanyi's teacher is that high mage, isn't he? And then Lair came to a kind of shock. What is it, a math teacher who's a high magician? After a while, he was already knocking at her office, about to lightly interrogate her. The woman opened the door for him and smiled. She certainly hadn't expected to see him. The one was just in time, however, for she was about to call for him. She needed him now. Lanyi took the kid into her office and showed him a math association paper that had published an article about Rouse's riddle. And of course, since he was the one who proposed this method of solution, obviously his name stands first in the authorship. The woman congratulated Lair, for he had solved the most difficult problem of the mathematical world. But the guy hardly reacted in any way, saying that he had come on important business in general. He asked her loudly if she would let him study math with her. Lanyi looked at the young man perplexed. He liked magic, so what happened? Toth said he liked math as well. He really didn't want to lose the opportunity. Also, Lair said he feels as if he was a prominent mathematician in a past life. The woman took the boy's hand, speaking her student's name affectionately. Afterward, she pressed his hand to her breast and said with sparks in her eyes how happy she was with his decision. Then Lanyi put her arms around Lair, pulling him close to her. From now on, they would have a math class after every class. A huge volcano exploded in the guy's head at that moment, bouncing lava left and right. The woman said that with his knowledge he would become a great scientist, but Lair bounced away from her and asked if she could help him with magic as well. She agreed without hesitation, and the boy thanked her and was about to leave. Lair touched the doorknob with just his fingertips, about to open it. The boy was told not to forget about tomorrow's lesson, and he promised not to forget. At the last moment, the kid was pulled back. He looked at the woman, asking with a look, saying, "What else does she want?" A shadow fell on Lanya's face, making her face look very creepy. The tense silence made the atmosphere even more horrible. Layer felt like a fool. It felt as if he had even listened to the teacher's line and was waiting for an answer. But nothing followed even after a direct question. She just sat there with her arms folded. She then asked if it was because of magic that Layer had decided to do math with her. She looked at him as if she were challenging him, and this time she was actually waiting for a response. A droplet of sweat ran down Layer's face. How did she realize that? What should he do now? The kid gulped air and took a deep breath, coming up with a little plan on the fly. Afterward, he made the most innocent expression possible and said he really wanted to study with her. And if they do study, he'll also be more comfortable asking about magic. The woman walked over to Layer and took him by the shoulder. He really thought this was the end. However, Lanya only said that the young man has a talent for math. He can use it as a tool. After that, the teacher herself would push him out of the room so that he could rest and come back after the lectures. As soon as the doors closed behind him, the guy was relieved and exhaled deeply. Surprisingly, this woman is both stupid and smart at the same time. People like that are easy to take advantage of. It was already the evening of the next day when Boulayer was going to his math teacher's office. As soon as he approached, he entered without even knocking, announcing his presence with a shout. Isabella had been sitting in the study for quite some time at that point, along with Lanyi. The girl turned toward the door, and a disgruntled grimace appeared on her face. She asked without too much fiddling, what was the guy's reason for coming here? Lanya's teacher apologized and said that she forgot to mention that Layer was now studying with her as well. Isabella folded her arms at her chest, and the woman said, letting the woman take care of him. Then the mathematician turned her attention to Layer. She had already prepared a problem for him, so let him sit next to Isabella. The task was as follows. One stone was thrown into the well, and then another one, only twice as big in mass as the first one. How long before the second stone can catch up with the first small stone? Isabella brought his eyebrows together at the bridge of his nose. To solve this problem, you need to know the interval. Layer interrupted the girl, and said that the stone would never catch up with the first. So if you ignore air resistance, a big rock will never catch up to a small rock. Isabella tisked haughtily, as if feeling superior to everyone else in the world. The girl said that actually almost everyone knows such elementary things. Teacher Lanyi was upset. Everyone knows that the speed of a body is directly proportional to its mass. Isabella added that the greater the mass, the faster the body will fall. This was established by the ancient sages. The kid squinted his eyes, already realizing that things here were much worse than he thought. Layer asked if what the sages said was necessarily true. Had they even seen it with their own eyes? The girl was angry. Did he dare to challenge ancient wisdom? Who the hell is he? Teacher Bulanyi was confused. She had no words for it. Meanwhile, the two teenagers were shooting lightning bolts at each other with their gaze. Layer said that science must be accurate, and if the truth cannot be proven, it is not the truth. Isabella accepted the incomprehensible challenge and said that since he wanted proof, why don't they make a bet? But the kid immediately refused. Teacher Lanyi, on the other hand, said, why don't they bet 10 gold coins? Layer accepted the bet at once, already energized by the idea of money. He even jumped up from his seat with joy. Bulanyi smiled at the sight. It was the first time he seemed to be so hot in her presence. At last the three came to a small chapel to test the validity of the law after all. Miss Lanyi held up 2 stones and asked Layer to think again, for 10 gold pieces was a large sum. But the guy wasn't worried and didn't give up on his decision. He had already thought hard. Isabella asked with a haughty look, did the man really think he would win? He didn't answer. He was interrupted by Boulayer's teacher saying that self-confidence is a very good thing. However, you shouldn't be too smug. And that sounded like a warning. Finally, a swirling torrent of wind formed over the math teacher. The woman's feet lifted off the ground. Thanks to the wind, the woman was still upward. This takeoff looked very mesmerizing, just unrealistically beautiful and interesting. The woman climbed higher and higher. It seemed that she wanted to climb to the level of the clock. Layer couldn't contain his admiration, saying a short wow. His eyes ran back and forth between the wind currents and Lanyi. Covering his eyes from the sun, he commented that it was a great takeoff. Isabella said it was a wind element flying technique, but the boy, of course, didn't know that. Finally, the teacher did decide to fly straight to the clock level, and when she did, she stopped. Isabella said with a cheerfully haughty face that the one must be losing. Extending her 2 arms forward, the woman prepared to begin the test of the law of the sages. A small rock and a large rock flew down to the ground, the 2 teenagers watching the fall. In the middle of the road, the rocks flew equally, with the same rate of fall, and they landed at the same time, completely challenging the long-standing law that some wise men put in place. Isabella was at a loss to understand and tried to process what she had just seen. Bu Laer, on the other hand, smiled smugly and hummed, already imagining how he would receive the 10 gold coins. Even math teacher Bulanyi was puzzled looking at the falling rocks. She landed next to the students and 2 rocks that had fallen next to each other. Those lay neatly down, and the teenagers and the teacher were silent. There was a sepulchral silence in the street, despite all the noise from the city. But she was interrupted by Isabella's indignant cry. Her face, too, showed all her despair. She covered her mouth with her hands and screamed again, not realizing how this was even possible. So they fell at the same time after all. Laer was completely right in his assertions. Bulanyi thought the same thing, also staring indignantly at the 2 stones on the ground. But the mathematician immediately turned to the young man, asking how he even knew about the incorrectness of the law of falling bodies. Laer replied that he had read about it in a textbook and had thrown 2 stones himself. After that, it came to him that all this was wrong. The teacher was shocked. They had been passing on this truth for thousands of years, and it was disproved by a boy just throwing 2 stones. How many scientists are aware of the wrong truths they know? Why was one simple guy able to discover this? The woman grabbed him by the shoulders and said that this discovery meant a lot to them. She thought that in the future, textbooks would have a law named after him. All the kid said was that there were still a lot of things in this law that should have been finalized. Once again, he got empty glory. He should play on his emotions a bit. Laer said that it wasn't only to his credit, but the teacher brushed it off. She had only thrown 2 stones, after all. Lanyi suggested that he, along with Isabella, could finalize this legislation. The girl was astonished, but the young man didn't argue. He said that she would be a great help to him. He asked if Isabella wanted to help him, and she didn't know what to say. The girl hesitated for a while, but after much deliberation she agreed. Thus there were 2 geniuses at the Shandanasa Academy who were working on a new law right now. At that moment, Isabella was simply amazed at what she had just been offered. Bu Laer, top student in math and in magic, needs her help. It was astounding. However, the one still left her haughty look. She turned away and wouldn't take his hands, but said she would help him. Isabella's mind was still reeling. He wants to work on the law together! The formulas, and even the name of the law that would have their names on it, were already forming in her head. It's so strange that they would stand together in the same sentence under the same law. The thought made the girl blush and swallow loudly. She still couldn't believe it. The lady wanted to repay him in some way. And so the lady said that if he was unexpectedly offended, he should let her know. Laer, on the other hand, thanked her and held out her palm as if asking for her hand. This action made Isabella flustered for some reason. What is that pervert up to? Determined not to give in to her panic, she asked what he was doing. The boy replied that he was waiting for 10 gold pieces. His eyes lit up at the thought of having money. He was really rich. The girl almost shrieked in bewilderment. This guy's head was full of shit. The girl gave him his own money, which he deservedly won in a bet. She had never been humiliated like that before. Laer stepped back and started counting. Isabella growled grudgingly that he didn't have to do that. There were exactly 10 coins. Meanwhile, the young man was on fire. He became rich in just one bet and won a whole 1,000 pieces of silver. After a couple seconds, the 3rd-year student called out his name, drawing his attention. She had noticed that he was more interested in money than fame, but it seemed to her that he had more than money in his interest. Laer was tensely silent, waiting to see what would happen next. The silence didn't last long, though. Isabella asked demandingly, what is his goal? What does he want to accomplish? The kid couldn't answer. He just couldn't find the right words, so as not to give himself away yet. And now the silence was interrupted only by the wind. No one dared to speak again, and the maiden waited for an answer. Laer thought tensely, staring off into the distance. Maybe I should tell him. An image of my old self appeared before my eyes. The math teacher who worked peacefully at school. He was loved by many students, and he loved them. The memories hit right to the heart. He also had friends, co-workers as well. To be more precise, teacher Chen Luo had all of these. Laer's gaze grew tired, and he closed his eyes slightly. Telling wasn't an option after all. He asked what the 3rd-year student was even talking about. After saying that, the boy stood up. The wind blew lightly again, developing the hem of the woman's skirt. She looked at Bu Laer with pity. The young man went on to say that he just wished he could make money and live a much better life. Then he turned around and told Lana's math teacher that it was getting late and he was going to leave. After saying goodbye to everyone, he packed up and left, putting the gold coins in his pocket. Isabella and teacher Bulanyi escorted him with a glance, answering absolutely nothing. The next day that one was lying on a desk in the auditorium. The feeling appeared that it was many times more comfortable to sleep on it than in a cubicle. But after winning the argument, he now had 1,000 pieces of silver, and that was a plus. Meanwhile, while Laer was thinking about the money, someone approached him from the side. It was Badr, who seemed to have changed his hair. He called to him roughly, not even using his name. The one called the guy a piece of dermis and said Feisty was looking for him. From the shadow lying on his face, it sounded scarier. Except there was one problem. Boulayer had no idea who the phases were. When asked about it, Badr grabbed the young man by the scruff of his sweater and aggressively asked if he really thought that because of the biggest fireball, he now had the right to do whatever he wanted. And the bully was about to snap his neck if someone hadn't told him to stop. This someone was dressed rather neatly with slicked back hair. He looked like a member of the faculty council. Badr recognized the guy. He was the one who turned out to be Faizi's headman. The presence of such a fellow made the bully step back a little, but he didn't let go of his sweater. The headman was accompanied by two boys that were slightly larger than him. He looked haughtily at Layer and Badr as if he considered them unnecessary trash. Boulayer, on the other hand, didn't quite get it. Was this the same Faizi? Somehow too strange. Badr looked at the interrupter of the conversation with his usual aggressive gaze, but still took his time shouting. The headman moved closer, leaving his boys in the aisle. He was interested in Layer. The blond man hummed and, ignoring the bully, asked if that was really his name. And Layer, on the other hand, was tensely silent. What was this headman demanding of him that was causing even the bard to back down? Before answering the headman, Layer looked at the bard and noticed that he had been told to let him go. The bully tisked unhappily, but ripped off his tisking hands, of course, without the help of the victim himself. Shaking himself off, the young man answered Faiza's question in the affirmative and asked what business he had with him. The blond man, on the other hand, told him to stay away from Isabella as much as possible. After all, someone like him shouldn't be hanging out with her. I guess that was all he wanted to say. Calling his boys, Faizi said they were leaving. One of them grudgingly asked why they wouldn't do anything to him. The headman was already at the door when he ran into Toby, Layer's friend. Apparently he hadn't noticed. However, the blond man remained standing after the collision, but the other fell slightly. Toby was already freaking out, thinking he was going to get beaten up, but they just walked away. After which he immediately ran up to Boulayer, perplexed, asking what had happened here in the first place. But the man, without losing his composure, replied that they just wanted to talk to him. Toby was horrified and cried out, asking what he had already done to this Faizi guy. Layer still didn't understand who this guy was. A dear friend explained that he was to be feared because he was the head of the academy. Apparently only a bookworm like him could not be afraid of him. The headman comes from the famous Howard family of Yabo. He is the son of a viscount. The viscount is an important man in the number society. If Layer has wronged him, he'll have a hard time at the academy. Toby puts his palm on his friend's shoulder. He realizes that he is very fascinated by Isabella's beauty. However, the latter does not advise him to disregard the warnings of the viscount's son. It had been a while. It was already evening. Small clouds flew across the sky, but the sun was still in no hurry to set. Rays of sunlight streamed into the windows of the academy, illuminating the offices and classrooms. Lair and Isabella were sitting in their math teacher's office, studying. The first was pondering the combination of the two elements. His main advantage will be that he won't need gestures and spells. As he thought about summoning two elements at once, Isabella yanked him back. The girl said that he had better solve the problem, because tomorrow it would be explained to them. Liar yawned loudly, holding out the problem-solving sheet from Bologna to her. Isabella was amazed that he had written it all so quickly, for she had only done half of it. Ta stared at the sheet in shock, trying to study every last detail. The guy rocking in his chair said that you can't do everything with the same old method. Shifting his gaze to the girl, he added that it was better to look for original solutions. Isabella didn't answer, parsing the formulas. She realized that it was possible to do things differently. Lier almost forgot to ask the girl if she could summon multiple orbs at a time. She said that of course she could, and then asked why she was asking. Meanwhile, the young man was amazed. A few? No way, is she serious? Now the girl smiled, mockingly asking, saying, "Can't our genius Boulayer do that?" The one scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and said that he had read many books on magic, but never found this one. Isabella said he'd never find such techniques. She'd been shown them by her superior magician. However, if someone can call her a sissy, maybe she can teach. Without hesitation, Lier called Isabella's sister, already waiting for her lessons. The girl hadn't even expected such a quick agreement, which made her stiffen for a while, after which she shrieked, calling him a pervert. She was not satisfied with the expression on the guy's face, and yet she stood up, telling the young man to follow her. She would teach him everything. Those went out into the academy courtyard, and Isabella prepared to demonstrate her power. The girl began to recite the spell. A gentle stream of wind formed around her. Ta opened her eyes afterward, shifting her spiritual power into orbs and gesturing. Raising her arms, she managed to make as many as 9 fireballs. She smiled at the demonstration. Lier stared amazed. It really was a mesmerizing sight. There were so many balloons. There were 9 of them, and they were also very stable. Unbelievable. The maiden said that the main key is the distribution of spiritual power. One only has to master the technique, and anyone can distribute the energy to different places. And naturally, each part of this power is capable of summoning some element of its own. Several orbs can be summoned in this way. Layer asked about summoning different elements, and Isabella said that was a good question. In theory, this is indeed possible, but in practice, it is quite difficult. Meanwhile, the bully bard was peeking at them from around the corner. Are those two really dating? Someone nearby made a dent in the stone wall with just one hand out of anger. A small pebble was taken out of her. The bard went into shock and was a little frightened. It was Faisy who was in a full-blown rage. That damn boulayer. After pouring the pebbles out of his hand, he decided that this kid would definitely pay for it. Boulayer concentrated, needing to divide the spiritual part into 9 parts. The guy started gesturing with his hands, transferring the energy into one ball first. He did it. Isabella told him to do everything she told him to do next. However, if he failed, there was no need to be upset. She herself had practiced for half a year before reaching perfection. Layer tried to distribute the power into 9 parts. In one hand, he held an orb. Looking at the young man, Isabella's eyes widened with bewilderment. What had he just done? The kid's eyes were closed, yet there were 9 balloons flying around him. Is that even possible? A ball of fire reflected in the girl's eyes, and her eyes widened with surprise even more. Isabella shrieked, asking how he even managed to do that now. Liar looked at the maiden indignantly and said that he had done exactly as she had told him to do. But that wasn't what she was talking about, and asked again. How did he manage to do it right here and now? Now the young man's eyes widened. He said he just understood the technique and did it. Wasn't that how it was with Isabella? She gave me a weird look on her face. So he's a genius at math as well as magic? Who said he was abandoned by the gods? He's clearly their favorite. The maiden stomped loudly in anger and inhaled deeply, launching air into her lungs. The one shouted that of course she had. She understood the technique even faster. From the surprise, Liar even lost control of the orbs. Then Isabella turned and ran away, shouting at him not to come up and ask for advice again. The guy didn't even realize what had just happened. Had he offended her again? Women. Suddenly, in his pants pocket, he fumbled for something incomprehensible on a string. As he lowered his gaze and examined the object, he realized that he seemed to have an idea. Isabella, meanwhile, tried to run as far away as she could. She would soon run out of anger at this cretin. Suddenly, someone did catch up with the maiden and stopped her, taking her hand gently. The girl was very frightened at first, about to scream or worse attack. But when she saw the face of that stuck-up pervert, she just asked him what he wanted from her. He held something out to her from his pocket. Isabella didn't even quite understand at first, but it was a small bracelet with a golden kitty on a red string. Layer began very politely, as if addressing a teacher or a princess. He said it was only through her lessons that he was able to learn something, and therefore, he feels like handing the girl this bracelet as a thank you for his time. The girl was a little embarrassed at first, thinking about the suggestion for quite a while. Her gaze ran back and forth to the bracelet and the cute kitty on it, then to the face of the guy in front of her. Her lips tightened into a thin line and her cheeks turned pink. I wanted that cat so badly. Isabella hummed, saying that he had some conscience after all. Maybe he wasn't even that dumb. She snatched the bracelet from the young man's hands with a jerk. It was amazing that it hadn't torn. Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and sped off in the opposite direction from Layer, screaming that the bracelet was ugly anyway. And in the same second, she took and fell to the green grass, clinging to her feet. Isabella immediately tried to rise and crouched slightly. Lair tried to tell her to be more careful. The girl, however, turned her head and looked at the guy strangely, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. The young man, on the other hand, was puzzled. Why was she looking at him like that? Should he go over to take pity on her so she wouldn't yell at him or what? However, the woman only stood up and shouted that it was all Layer's fault. She also told him to wait because she wouldn't leave it like that. The boy just sighed. After a while, Boulayer was lying in some clearing, thinking about everything in the world. Afterward, his thoughts turned to the bracelet. If Isabella didn't like it, she wouldn't take it. He'd spent 50 pieces of silver on it after all. At first, he wanted to give it to Boulanyi's teacher, but that would do in principle. At some point, several shadows appeared over the kid, blocking the sun. It was 3 figures that loomed over him, with the bully bard among them. He said that it seemed Faisy had warned him to stay away from Isabella. Boulayer was silent, still lying there, not moving in any way. How annoying these children were. After a while, he did get fed up and had to get up, because these guys wouldn't leave it like that. The trio was silent, waiting for Liar to get to his feet and wanted to beat him up already. However, then, the kid just took off and suddenly started running far away from the trio. Bard and his boys began trying to catch up with him, yelling for him to stop. Layer decided to himself that he didn't need them right now. There was no need to fight anyone. But then the Bard said something that made the young man's eyes widen greatly. He broached the subject of his father, saying that he would apparently run away until he was killed the same way Daddy was. These words caused Lear to abruptly and stop. The guys were even in a bit of shock. Why wasn't he running now? The Bard asked with a sneer, really pushing his sore spot. What a poor boy. After saying that, the bully swung around, saying that the man had asked for that attitude himself. In the next second, the guy's hand was already near the back of Layer's head. He wanted to knock him out. But then the bard paid for it, falling to the ground. Smoke billowed from his hand. Layer used his power, a new skill to create 9 orbs due to the distribution of spiritual power. The bully's fingers were pretty badly injured. He was screaming in great pain. His boys immediately ran up to their comrade, trying to assess the injury and help somehow. Layer, on the other hand, shouted that even if he wasn't his father, he was a brave warrior. First of all, he was a wonderful and loving father for always doing his best. He died for their homeland, so in no way dare Bard insult him. However, no one paid any attention to the warning. Their eyes were on the balloons. The guys accompanying Bard shrieked. They just didn't have any words. It was 9 flying spheres. Realizing the danger of Layer, they just took off in the opposite direction from him. Layer's eyes widened. It seemed he had a great opportunity to intimidate them. He hovered over the bully with 5 fireballs in the air, drops of sweat running down his face. The bard started yelling and asking to stay back because fighting was strictly forbidden in the academy. Layer was amazed that the blonde boy knew about this rule. After all, they were the ones who were going to attack him. The bard sat with his back pressed against some of the walls of the academy, looking up at the figure above him in horror. He pleaded with Layer not to attack him with balls, but the latter said he should have thought of that earlier. Layer was about to throw one of the fire spheres at him. The bully covered his head. But figures that looked like the silhouettes of the academy's teachers appeared from behind. The bard began to scream, begging for help and fearing he was about to be swatted down like a bug. Tears had already gathered in the corners of his eyes, and his eyebrows crept up the bridge of his nose. However, the moment the bully opened his eyes, Layer was already lying on his stomach in front of him, as if he had just passed out. The bard was puzzled and remained incomprehensibly silent for a while, staring at the top of his classmate's head. Then he crawled up to him and started poking him in the head. What the hell happened to that guy? As soon as the teachers came running up, Bard realized it didn't matter at all. The best thing to do now was to get away. However, he was prevented from running away by teacher Bulanyi, asking him to stop. The bully immediately started making excuses, saying he really didn't do anything. While Layer lay face down in the grass and listened, the bard tried to explain that he had fallen himself. Lanyi lifted the young man off the ground and laid his head on her chest, looking at him pityingly. To Layer's great surprise, the woman stood up for him, for she knows how the group feels about him. The bard cried out that this was a mistake. It had been before, but he wasn't doing anything about it now. She must believe him. But then suddenly his line was interrupted by a man standing next to the math teacher. He said Layer is lying at his feet, so there's no reason for the bully to play dumb. The bard is badly damaging the academy's image, so let him go to his office and deal with him afterward. The man then sent the man to his office and turned to Calvin, the vice chairman of the society, and apologized for the spectacle. He told Arkell that it was normal for young people to fight. They should be careful, though. Afterward, those turned to Bulanyi, inquiring about the sophomore's condition. The math teacher immediately shrieked, trying to wake the young man up. He stood up after a while. His nose was bleeding and there were bruises under his eyes. The woman shook him violently, frightened and asking the young man's condition. He replied that everything would have been fine if she had not strangled him. Lanyi sighed in relief, hugging her student happily. If only he knew how worried she was. Deputy Arkell coughed and assured Layer that they would handle the matter. However, they came for another reason, not to deal with the mischievous children. The teacher even forgot about it. The woman introduced him to Arkell and Calvin's deputies from the Math Society. The lad bowed politely, showing respect and greeting the deputies. Arkell animatedly said that he helped Bulanyi's teacher solve Rufus's riddle. That's pretty promising. But the woman corrected him, saying that Layer had solved the mystery on his own, and that she had only written an article about it. Arkell continued, saying that because of this, they were nominated for the Edwin Award. This news is a great source of pride for their town, and if they are willing, he and Calvin will help those with all their might to obtain the prize. The deputies said to let the teacher think about it. This award would be a huge achievement for them and for the academy. The woman's gaze immediately hardened, and she drew her eyebrows down to the bridge of her nose. And then that one asked the question, could they give the award specifically to Layer? Arkell exhaled, trying to somehow gather his thoughts and explain everything to the math teacher. The deputy said the kid was too young. No one in the math community has the kind of accomplishments she has. A young person just won't be believed. Bulanyi was about to argue, but the young man called her by name, drawing her attention to himself. He grabbed his mentor's hand and looked her in the eye with a firm gaze. She looked hesitantly at her student. What should she do? She couldn't steal someone else's glory, could she? Deputy Arkell said the woman can discuss all of this again with Layer and notify them when they agree. Bulanyi gave them a brief nod as she looked at them. Now they were alone in the clearing. The wind was already deep. The sun was setting over the horizon and making the sky a rosy yellow. She and her best genius student were walking down the hallway toward the math teacher's office. The woman started first, saying that although the solution of the problem is not something extraordinary, but this option is a great breakthrough in the history of mathematics. And it doesn't belong to Bulanga, it belongs to him. A stranger cannot receive this reward. Liar drew his eyebrows together, his face taking on a grimace of pity. He turned to the teacher and said that this award shouldn't be his at all, especially since she's no stranger to him for brazenly stealing that glory. The woman blushed and became embarrassed. This sentence hit her so hard that she went into shock. Bulanyi interrogated what he said, and then without even listening said that it was already time for her to run away. Let him go home. Bulaya rubbed his nose, not at all realizing what he had done wrong this time. There were a lot of people gathered around the bulletin board. Everyone was interested in the article released by teacher Bulanyi and Bulayer. He and the math teacher published an article about some mystery. The girls in the front rows were trying to read it. Meanwhile, Layer was passing by. The girls were discussing Rufus's riddle. Many scientists have been unable to find a solution for centuries. Is this kid really that smart? 100% he got help from Bulanyi's teacher. This kid probably just found a way to suck up to the teacher. The young man, however, finally left the noisy corridor, moving to a wing a little farther away. And suddenly he heard some insults in someone's direction. It made him turn around at the voice. He saw Deputy Arkell. There were several other figures in the hallway with him. It was Badr and his father yelling at his son. Did they send him to the academy to fight? His father's eyebrows escaped to the bridge of his nose. He was mad as hell at this bum. The man said that since he liked to fight, he would kill him right now and punch the kid on the shoulder. Bulayer looked at all of this, at first hesitant to approach the deputy. Badr's father, on the other hand, after abusing his son, started begging Arkell not to expel him. The old man apologized and said that unfortunately this boy's behavior is unacceptable. This is serious and they will have to. But the man didn't give up. He fell to his knees right in front of the deputy, humiliating himself as much as possible. He placed his two palms against each other, cold sweat running down the bully's father's face. Badr wanted to lift him off his feet. He didn't want his father to be so humiliated. Suddenly, Bulayer approached the three of them, calling the principal by name. They said hello to each other, the old man not quite sure why the young man had jumped into the conversation. But the latter paid no attention to the director's gaze and asked, "What is it with Badr?" He, on the other hand, looked at him with an aggressive expression on his face, showing all the disrespect in one look. Arkell explained to Layer that he had violated the school's rules, and the pedagogical board had decided to expel him. The old man said not to worry because they had made arrangements. Suddenly, someone tugged on his sweatshirt. It was the bully's father, trying to get the boy to pardon his son. Tears had already appeared in his eyes. He continued to kneel and begged his son to forgive him, for he would teach him a lesson. The man explained that they had a hard time enrolling their son in the academy, and if he was expelled, his whole life would go down the drain. Bulayer exhaled deeply, shifting his gaze back and forth between the man on his knees and Badr. And turning to the principal, he began his speech. He and the boy had really had a rough go of it. However, he asks not to punish him so severely. After these words, Badr became perplexed. All three were silent while Arkell made his decision, weighing the pros and cons. He lowered his head, looking at the young man from under his forehead. Since he was asking for Badr, then the academy may temporarily change its mind. At that moment, my father had hope. The director turned to Badr, saying that if something like this happens again, they won't give him a second chance. The lad's father grabbed his son's head and pulled it down for him to bow. He cried out for the boy to quickly thank Layer and the headmaster for their mercy. The look on the boy's face was grateful and sad at the same time, for he knew what was waiting for him at home. After bowing, he could barely utter words of thanks to the headmaster because of his hoarse voice. And afterward, of course, the latter thanked the young man as well, which to his surprise did very well to him. From far away at the end of the corridor, they looked like mere black silhouettes. One of them lowered his head in shame. The principal coughed and ran his hand over his mustache, saying that it was time for the students to go to class. Layer and Bard had left and were already at the door of the auditorium. The other man looked downcast. A shadow rested on his face and he turned to his classmate asking why he did it. He was silent for a while, trying to find words. He didn't seem to know why. But afterward, the man replied that he just didn't want him to let his father down. The Bard answered nothing, silently accepting this information and nodding slightly, after the former bully opened and closed his mouth, not knowing now what to answer. In the end, he just said that he was grateful to him. Layer opened the doors of the auditorium, already about to enter, leaving the Bard to himself. However, he called out to the guy again, thus drawing attention to himself and causing him to stop. The blonde continued, telling the man to stay away from Faiza. He wouldn't let him go that easily. After all, his uncle is the deputy director of this academy and can do a lot of things. Finally, when all classes were over, Layer was walking up the stairs going to his part-time job and sighing heavily. But in front of the entrance to the library, an older man was already waiting for him. The young man was amazed that the receptionist had decided to meet him before the robot started. The old man ignored the obvious question in his eyes and asked if Liar had offended anyone by any chance. Meanwhile, the kid asked a counter-question, not realizing what had even happened. The administrator reported that he could no longer work in the library and live in the room. It was an order from the deputy director. Those words were enough to realize that there was no way around it. And of course, Lair turned to his teacher Bulanyi for this. She began the dialogue by saying that she wanted to take him and Isabella to a math seminar. Lair didn't say he was evicted at first, so the woman asked if he had anything to do tomorrow. The young man scratched the back of his head awkwardly, saying that he had been kicked out of the library and needed to find a place to live. The woman said he had nothing to worry about because she had a spare room and he could live in it. Liar immediately blushed. Various obscenities appeared in his thoughts. Are they really going to live together? The young man wasn't sure what teacher Bulanyi was suggesting to him, and so he asked again. She didn't understand what could be inconvenient for him, because this way they could do math. Bulayer even blushed. He liked the idea. He wondered what it would be like to live next to her. The woman said that's fine then. The young man can move in after the ball. Lair was even a little disappointed, because there had been hopes of moving in now. Suddenly, Isabella burst into the office, not understanding the reason why this guy was also sitting here. The teacher said that one was traveling with him, and of course, that one even mentioned the young man's misfortune. When Isabella heard that Liar was going to live with the teacher, she was furious. How could she live with that pervert? Bulanyi was slightly upset. She had said many times that he wasn't like that after all. But the third-year student didn't stop, and that made Lair sad that he was being called a pervert for the umpteenth time. The math teacher calmed the girl down and told her to go get changed. They would be leaving for the seminar soon and might be late. The woman then turned to the student, asking if he had any outlet clothing. Ta said something formal was needed, and Liar asked if it would be okay to wear a magical robe. The teacher said that if he does have one, this would definitely fit. Toward evening, a large number of people were walking to the Math Society seminar. Liar found some sort of magical robe, and the ladies on the sides were in dresses. The boy glanced at Isabella, who was staring off into the distance, interested in something. Then those came closer to the cabin, and the girl said they were on the spot. Bulanyi explained that it is the Howard family's estate, but also the place where the workshops are held. Every Math Society seminar is always held here. Lair glanced at the fountain that was right in front of the manor. He had a bad feeling about it. He scratched his chin and everything seemed to fall into place. Howard Manor was Faze's home, wasn't it? Closer to the entrance stood Deputy Calvin, who was engaged in conversation with two young men. The math teacher said hello to him, thus drawing attention to herself. He greeted them cheerfully, pleased that they had arrived after all. Boulayer also said hello to the man. Isabella looked at him skeptically. When did this guy even meet the deputy? Deputy Calvin then told the woman that he would like to introduce her to his friends. The teacher told the students to go inside, and she would run right over when she was done. They, of course, did not interfere and entered the manor. Liar was most immediately interested in the food. The boy came to the table and tasted some meat. It was immediately clear that rich people lived very differently. And after that, he had a whole plate of food and even a glass of wine. It was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. But the meal was interrupted by Isabella shouting that actually Bulanyi had not taken us to fill our bellies. He's a great disgrace to them. The girl took Lair to some strange poster. Still holding the piece of meat with his teeth, he asked what it was. A huge and old painting, however, in a fairly new frame. It depicted some kind of paths. Isabella explained that it was the pride of the Howard family, the 7 bridges of the royal capital. The young man raised his eyebrows in incomprehension and asked again. The woman looked at him in astonishment. He doesn't even know that. Here, Faizi suddenly appeared, asking why Liar had started stuffing his belly like a starving man. Probably need to tell the servants about hygiene. Isabella was a little angry because he had actually come with them. How could the headman say that? Faizi, however, asked with a sneer in his head, what was the cause of his discontent. He doesn't know about the 7 bridges, but he eats the most. The third-year student got so angry that she grabbed Liar's arm and told him to ignore it. The headman's gaze stopped being so cold for a moment. On the contrary, he was desperate. Watching the couple's hands, or rather the way Isabella was holding Liar's hand, made him angry and frustrated at the same time. And so, hardening his gaze, he turned to the young man, asking how long would he hide behind the girl's skirt. The one finally broke free and walked over, saying that the 7 bridges of the royal capital were very interesting. Why don't Faizi tell about it? Isabella tried to stop Boulayer by holding her hand. What the hell is he talking about? He said with a disgruntled face that he'd like to hear it. It could be that he would find a new method. Faizi mockingly asked if he really thought he was a great mathematician. The teacher just felt sorry for him. Isabella got angry and said that he had actually solved the riddle himself. Then the headman said they would see if he had any new ideas. He then shrieked, asking everyone to look at Boulayer. He claims he can solve the riddle of the 7 bridges. Isabella was ready to ram it down his throat. What the hell was Faizi even doing? Everyone turned around, and the headman was sure in his mind that it was all a lie. He was simply pitied. There was nothing to make up. Bu Lanyi stood off to the side along with Deputy Archil and squinted in his direction. Fizi said not to let their math genius disappoint them, but the man replied that he had not said he would try to solve it. And then suddenly someone in the crowd grabbed his arm. It was obviously not Isabella's hand. It turned out to be the math teacher. She called the boy sternly, and he asked her the reason for such anger. She only asked why he decided to pick a fight with this guy. Their family is too powerful in this town, and if he pisses him off, there will be problems not only in the math society but also in the academy. And what's more, the solution to the riddle of the 7 bridges of the royal capital has been thought about for years. The Phasians want to embarrass him. Just then their conversation was interrupted by the headman sipping his red wine. Not only Bu Lanyi but also Lyre turned around. The guy asked why she didn't believe in him since she herself said Bu Lair was a math genius. The woman got angry, telling the woman not to compare riddles. However, the guy next to her cringed. He said he might try it as a thank you for helping him leave his position at the library. Isabella and Bu Lanyi aghast, unable to find the right words to reply. The teacher didn't believe it and asked if he was sure he was ready to try it. The young man ignored this and told the headman that he was ready. He said with a sneer that he was ready to see what he could do. Fizi began his speech by saying that the riddle of the 7 bridges was invented by the first generation of his family. Several hundred years had passed, and since then, no one had ever come up with a solution. A couple hundred years ago, the headmen of their clan noticed that the area had a peculiar terrain. At that time, it was located on 2 islands in the middle of the river and was not that big. In order to move between them, 7 bridges were built. They helped set up mutually beneficial relations between the inhabitants of the capital. The elder often looked at these bridges, and one day an interesting thought struck him. Is it possible to use these bridges to get to any place and then return to the starting point by going around each bridge only once? As soon as this idea was put forward, all mathematicians immediately began to think. Many even came to the capital to find a solution. A lot of time has passed, and scientists have come up with many theories, but none of them have solved the problem. Until one day an elder found the solution himself. He announced it to every mathematician in the kingdom, and the next day he summoned them to see for themselves. And almost all the mathematicians of the kingdom had gathered on these bridges, but the elder was nowhere to be found. A couple days later, the corpse of an elder is discovered, and most think he got overexcited and accidentally fell into the river. His death was a great loss to the math society, and the 7 bridges remain unsolved. Even the Howard family doesn't know the solution. And even though the solution is lost, they decided to keep the map in memory of the elder that found the clue. And of course it is a source of pride not only for them, but for the entire math community. At the time, Lair pondered. Still, it was the same as the 7 bridges of Konisberg. Fizi turned to the kid, mockingly asking if he had found the solution to the riddle. He replied thoughtfully that neither he nor anyone else could ever find him. The headman chuckled derisively, looking down at the young man with a haughty look from above, after which he laughed out loud for he was so sure, and yet he calls himself a genius. The ladies in the crowd were not happy, and one of them asked her friend why they were there in the first place. The blonde went on to say that that kid was just too cocky. Her friend with the gorgeous curls was not sure she was. The young man looked too confident. Ta said she thought the one definitely wasn't as simple as it looked at first glance. Fizi choked on a laugh as Lair began to explain the situation. He said he couldn't solve the riddle simply because it couldn't be solved. There was silence in the hall and some obscure man strode in, leaning on a stick. Isabella and Bu Lanyi glanced over, simultaneously questioning how was this even possible. Fizi said that one was talking complete nonsense. Because then, how could an elder of their first generation solve the riddle? Bu Lair stacked his hands to his sides and asked if there was any evidence at all about the one who had really solved her. The headman began to shout. What did that mean? How dare he question their family? He continued, saying that the elder held a good position with the king. The argument was interrupted by a man banging a stick on the floor. It was Viscount Howard. He reminded his son not to boast of the glory of their ancestors. Fizi calmed down in a flash and started shaking, nodding and saying he remembered everything. The Viscount approached the young man in the robe and asked if he was Boulayer. Calvin had told much about him. Lyre bowed, saying he was honored to meet him here. The man in turn apologized for his son's behavior, for he saw them arguing with him. However, he said that the 7 bridges of the royal capital have no solution, and it defames the honor of their ancestor. Lyre said he didn't mean to offend him, but this riddle really doesn't have a solution. Looking at him, Isabella blushed slightly. It was the first time she'd ever seen him so confident. The Viscount's eyebrows rose to the bridge of his nose and his eyes squinted. He growled, asking if he really wanted to check. But the man calmly said he could easily prove it, and was about to explain why the riddle had no solution. He started writing something in his notebook, saying that the answer would indeed be hard to find, because there were thousands of options. Later, he pulled his sketchbook to the top, showing everyone what he had drawn and encouraging them to look at it. In fact, they can represent everything on the sheet. Each section is a dot and the bridge is a line. In this case, the 7 bridges of the royal capital can be simplified, and if we can exit from each point in such a way that we don't lose the drawing, it means that without going around all 7 bridges, we can return. Several people in the crowd shrieked in amazement, admiring the young man. Blondie, one of those girls, said it really is easy. Just simplify a practical problem to a drawing. The girl commented that it looked like her friend was right. And the guy went on, saying that in addition to the start and end points, someone goes over a bridge to a piece of land and leaves another bridge. And now, the points connected by segments of unpaired numbers are called singularity points, and those connected by segments of paired numbers are called paired points. Boulanyi next to me understood and continued, saying that in order to do that, we need to go through and leave all the points, and that we can only solve this if they are paired. Boulayer praised the teacher, saying she has the right mindset and is key in all of this. One man shrieked before he could finish his sentence. He could not believe his ears. Layer agreed for him, saying that the points of the bridges are singular, so it won't work anyway. And so there is no single solution to the riddle of the 7 bridges of the Tsarist capital. Several of the mathematicians stared at him dumbly, all puzzled and trying to digest the information. The same man raised his voice again, saying that the riddle had no flaws, and therefore had no solution. Feezy was astonished and shrieked, saying it was all slander and the guy was talking nonsense. Even the Viscount was shocked at this moment, for it appeared that the Howard family had been deceiving them all these years. But Feezy was still hysterical, pointing his finger at Layer and saying it was all complete nonsense. Watching this, all the math majors were just shocked. And this is a member of the Howard family? The girl with gorgeous curls said that it was only their elder who was delusional, and also deceived the kingdom for so many years. The head man was simply horrified and shouted for his father to say something against it, but the man was silent and Feezy turned to him, completely uncomprehending. At the same second, his father's furious fist flew into his cheek and he shrieked, whereupon the blonde fell to the ground, and the Viscount, from rage, was unable to say anything to his guests. He just started yelling at his son, showering him with profanity and ordering him to shut his mouth. His face expressing disappointment, he shouted that his lousy language had dishonored him and the Howard family. The man then turned to Layer and bared his teeth. He would see their power. Boulayer was thinking about something, staring at one point. He was silent because he had long since finished his speech. The Viscount meanwhile growled in anger, turning his back on him and about to leave. Suddenly, however, Layer asked the man to wait and he turned around abruptly. Parnisha said that by rule of the Math Society, now Feezy must answer his question. The Viscount snorted at such insolence. What was that boy even up to? With a sullen face, the man said they would do as per the rules, and asked the young man to ask his question. Layer asked Feezy, what is the diagonal of a square if its sides are equal to 1? The man raised his eyebrows perplexed, not realizing if he was mocking or serious. Boulanyi quietly whispered to the guy that actually the Howard family had put forward this theorem. Leaning on a stick, Mr. Howard replied that by the theorem, if the sides of a square are equal to 1, then the square of the length of the diagonal is equal to 2. Boulayer shook his head, saying that the Viscount never answered his question. After all, he is not asking at all about the square of the diagonal, but about the diagonal itself. Now that took Viscount Howard by surprise, and by all appearances the man is hiding something. The crowd was interested, because they hadn't even thought about the diagonal itself. Meanwhile, Feezy's father turned black with anger. It was as if he didn't know how to proceed. Layer guessed that he knew the right answer, for the aura around him had indeed turned black. In his world, although science is respected, the scientists themselves are unknown. People are more interested in pop stars. In this world, despite the advancement of science, scientists themselves are very revered people. There is even more respect for science than for magic. Scientists that have made their mark enjoy not only fame but also the respect of royal families and aristocrats. And so scientists across the country are taking the economy and politics under their power, becoming a huge force. Howard's family, on the other hand, holds a place of honor in the Society of Mathematicians, and even the measures of the city of Yabo must pay their respects to them. However, the Mathematical Society also includes the activities of science, politics, and religion. They believe that everything that exists on the planet can be represented in the form of regular numbers, and their ideas are very similar to those of the long-standing school of Pythagoras. This school had many followers, but there was one major flaw in it. It consisted of the school presenting everything in rounded numbers rather than real numbers. Pythagoras' student Hippaspes was the very first to discover it. He realized that it was impossible to express the diagonal of a square using the ratio of integers. This discovery significantly shook the foundation on which the whole school of Pythagoras was built. When none of the students could solve the problem, they decided to deal with the person who put it forward. And finally, they threw Hippaspes into the water by tying a huge rock to him. But the truth could not be hidden for long. More and more people began to pay attention to the problem of hip-ass, and the school was destroyed. Numbers that could not be expressed using the ratio of integers began to be called irrational. Since then, people have been expanding their knowledge of numbers, and it has become a separate field. And from the look on Viscount Howard's face, he's known of their existence for a very long time. Looking at the man's face, a small shiver ran through his body. I wonder how Hypax is treated in this world. Meanwhile, the crowd was trying to find a number. It is unreal that there is a quantity that cannot be expressed by a number. Bulangai turned to Layer, asking what kind of trick he had set them up. He, however, replied that this number is very new, and there are a very large number of them. They had found such a thing before in this world, but it was hidden. But if Feisty would kindly help them, it would make sense. Mr. Howard gripped his cane tightly, glaring menacingly at his son as he shook himself. The headman looked at his father in silence, unable to say anything. He's the father. What could he say? But he understood the Viscount's silent gaze and cursed under his breath. This should not fall into the wrong hands. The young man became hysterical and started screaming that it was all because of Boulayer. Whereupon the man pounced on him, telling him to let the guy finally die. Faizy pounced on Boulayer, quickly trying to finish him off. This guy needs to die. The young man was preparing to repel the attack, even getting into a defensive posture already, to prevent himself from stumbling. However, suddenly someone in front of him prevented the headman from hitting him and intercepted his arm. It turned out to be the same girl in the crowd that found him interesting. Faizy screamed in hysterical, not understanding why anyone else dared to block his path. The girl apologized with a smile, saying she just had to stop him. The kid's hand shook as he tried to break free of the girl's steely grip. Faizy was angry. How could a woman like her have such a strong arm? Suddenly, the father's fierce voice called his son by name, causing him to back away. He stood with his head down, trying to keep his cold-bloodedness as long as possible. The man asked if Faizy really thought he hadn't done enough this evening. The young man was very frightened and wanted to try to justify himself somehow, but he was interrupted. Viscount Howard cried out, urging everyone to turn their attention to him. He apologized to everyone for the spectacle, saying he was apologizing to everyone for his son. And as for the number Boulayer mentioned, they are working hard to find explanations for it. He also bowed before the young man himself, thanking him for his explanation. He had to go now. At the moment of wishing for a pleasant evening at his estate, the man's eyes burned with rage. He thanked him and wished him the same in return, seeing the Viscount off with a glance. Viscount Howard was insulted, for how could this boy take and dishonor their family? He thanked the mistress for stopping the Feizes from attacking and intercepted his arm. She asked, somehow with surprise in her voice, what was the meaning of his being addressed as mistress? Did Boulayer forget about her already? He's such a bore, how dare he? Suddenly, Isabella appeared and aggressively kicked the guy in the head. He yelped. After that, the girl started scolding him, asking him why the hell he was messing around with other girls. Lier was puzzled. What does that mean? He hadn't done anything to her either. The stranger chuckled, after which the latter apologized for disturbing their flirtations. Their fight looked ridiculous. The girl said she was joking, however. He and Isabella have such a sweet relationship that she is even jealous. Isabella blushed sharply, telling her that she had been thinking completely the wrong thing. Afterwards, she suddenly asked what Alice was doing here. She wondered how Bulanyi hadn't told her yet. She always participates in math workshops, but this is the first time she's seen her. Bulanyi continued for her, saying that Alice's family is well known in math society circles. As the teacher explained that the maiden had been participating in seminars on behalf of the family for years, the maiden extended her hand to Layer. She introduced herself and said she was at the same academy as him but in her 3rd year. She and Isabella are classmates. She was very pleased to meet him, and the girl really hoped her joke hadn't offended the guy. Boulayer extended his hand in return, saying that he was also very pleased to know Alice. The girl leaned forward slightly so that their eyes were on the same level and smiled. At that moment, her cleavage was more visible than ever to Layer, and his nose was almost bleeding. Meanwhile, Isabella looked at them and then at her breasts and felt sad, for they were not so large. Meanwhile, Alice spoke the young man's name affectionately, addressing him. She said she really enjoyed the performance, and the girl's cheeks flushed. The girl said it was the first time she had seen the Howards so pathetic. Could they do more advanced math together? Alyssa involuntarily touched his chest with her hand and immediately apologized for it, pulling it away. Boulayer crossed 2 fingers and said he had to refuse the lady. Isabella and Bulanyi aghast, for such behavior and rejection was quite rude. Boulayer said for Alice to seek counseling from Bulangwan, for it was from her that he learned more. The girl, on the other hand, waved her head, saying that apparently he couldn't be figured out that easily. Alice said goodbye to the young man, saying they would chat some more when no one else was around. Isabella was angry. What does that even mean? Why was she going to talk to him? Looking at Lier, she hummed, saying that it looked like he wouldn't mind going along with her. He looked skeptically at the 3rd-year student, however, asking why he would go anywhere with her. Isabella burst out screaming that they were all the same and ready to go after any pretty girl. The young man scrunched up his nose, wondering if Alice was comparable to her. The girl blushed from ear to ear. Maybe it could be compared, but did he think she was prettier? With a nonchalant face, Liar answered in the affirmative, and it was Isabella's turn to be embarrassed again. He's so silly, but maybe he meant his face, not his figure. Then she's flattered. Suddenly, someone approached them from the side and said hello. The trio immediately turned around. It turned out to be Deputy Calvin, but what's the old man doing here? He said they were the main characters of the evening, so he couldn't help but come over to say hello. Boulayer, on the other hand, said that the latter was exaggerating, for he had just helped solve a riddle and mentioned a number. However, Calvin said that all of the above is not as simple as he thinks it is. After all, the Howard family was proud of the riddle of the 7 bridges, and the young man solved it in a matter of minutes. Now their position in the mathematical community is in serious doubt, and the Mathematical Society cannot find that number, although it solves all kinds of problems with numbers. If he is not found, the whole world will be shaken, and so the man has a question. Calvin held it out for a couple seconds and then asked, "Who was Boulayer anyway? Why is it that such a talent suddenly appeared now? Where was he before?" After the last question about the target, Layer was silent, searching for words. "It's dangerous." After 5 seconds of silence, the man innocently asked what the deputy was talking about. Faizi simply asked to solve the problem, and he voiced the idea. As for the number, it's just pure curiosity, and moreover, Howard promised to solve it. Deputy Calvin said it looks like he's really got something on his mind. Layer doesn't need to worry. Society is always on the side of truth. The young man scratched his head awkwardly while the old man continued speaking. He told Layer not to mess with the Howard family because they're pretty dangerous. Meanwhile, Mr. Howard sat in his office, Faizi shivering in pain on the floor. He was breathing raggedly. His face was covered in scratches and wounds, sweat dripping down his face. The servant from the shadows said everything was ready and they could get down to business. The man was furious about the situation in the hall and told the servants that they would wait until he left the estate and make it look like an accident. They had done this before, so no one should see. The servant bowed and said a short yes. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind. It said that my father was killing again. It turned out to be a guy in a white suit and white hair. He had a scar over his left eye. The man turned around and called out to the boy, calling his name Abel. His eyebrows were at the bridge of his nose. He asked if it was him again, and the guy's face darkened, hiding in the shadows. The servant shrieked, not understanding how this was possible. He had done everything with his own hands. Abel said that their surprise was normal, for their father had ordered it himself, just like this time. The Viscount began to shout, asking why the hell had that one reappeared. Boulayer is his man! However, the latter approached his brother, and said that he was setting too bad an example for his son. Mr. Gorvad drew his revolver. He pointed the muzzle at his son and shouted demandingly for him to answer the question. That one started to rise, while Faizi was startled. Abel didn't even know how to start. However, when he straightened up, he said that he would tell everything that way. And that young mathematician has nothing to do with him. He doesn't know him at all. But he had a great excuse to come back, because what was he going to do? Oh, he'd love to tell you. The young man has come to completely change and reshape this Howard family. Viscount Howard stood with a gun in his hand. He asked Abel if he really wanted to change the family. He said yes. After all, what does he think is the basis for their whole family? Holding the revolver, muzzle pointed forward, he cried out, saying that obviously this is glory. However, the eldest son replied that it was not. The young man responded as if he were talking to a child, saying that the basis is lies, deceit, and all the other synonyms to that. The Viscount blackened with anger, not realizing what he was being told, and shrieked, interjecting. Abel spread his hands apart. Isn't that so? Mr. Howard himself knew about the bridge and the number. The youngest from the floor said that for the sake of the family and the math society, his father wants to hide the truth. The eldest son continued, saying that all the people who wanted to reveal the truth were dead, and even Abel was no exception. Even his own son was tried to be spared from life. The man shrieked angrily, reloading his gun and glaring angrily at his elder. Howard cried out, saying that for the sake of the family, he would do it again and kill him. But the young man wouldn't stop saying that his father had crossed the line. Sooner or later, someone would come along who would uncover the truth and destroy their family. It was today that Boulayer had already done that, and brought their family out in front of the city's mathematicians. And the Viscount could straighten him out, Layer. But would he really do it forever? The guy abruptly grabbed the gun and put it to his chest as if making a challenge. If Mr. Howard fails, the truth will come before the whole state tomorrow. Their family's name will be destroyed, and everything in the mathematical society will be turned upside down. The man's hand trembled, but the son continued, asking if the father would then be able to sustain their family's existence. Then, when the hand had already fully softened and the lad snatched the revolver from the old man's hand, the Viscount was angry, but still asked what Abel would order him to do then. The young man said he could become head instead and change the family. Only then will the Howard family exist. He leaned over to his father and put his hand on his shoulder, his eyes sparkling. He said he was the only one who could save the family. The Viscount looked perplexed at the hand on his shoulder. It was very tense. But after the words that were whispered in his ear, he was scared out of his wits. His eyes widened with fear. A few days passed. Boulayer stopped by Boulanya's house with her own permission. Turning off the alarm clock, the guy remarked that this bed was much nicer than the commode. He walked out of the room into the kitchen, greeting good morning, rubbing his eyes and also yawning. However, once inside he saw something strange, and it began to worry him. But looking closer, it turned out to be a large stack of paper that was lying on the table. Layer was puzzled, and this was what the woman had scribbled all night? How had she done it? Yeah, and apparently Boulanger been trying to find that number all along. After the seminar, news of the unsolvable task spread, and everyone began to doubt the Howard family. Compared to the problem of 7 bridges, the unknown number could not be found. Afterwards, in narrow circles, it began to be called the number of the devil. Boulanger even liked the name, since no one had ever found a number. But it is understandable because in this world math is not yet at the level to express physical values. Physics, on the other hand, is a completely new field for all mathematicians. But even so, in this world, scientists are very respectable people for continuing the search even at night. And the young man believes that one day they will find the answer. They may make many mistakes, but in the end they will reach the truth. Boulanger sat at math, solving a large number of problems in a matter of minutes. Suddenly something made him break away from his work and turn to the newspaper. It said there was a new head in the Howard family. Everyone wondered if he was going to dissolve the math society. Layer thought leaving him would be the best thing for this family, but here's why go to drastic measures. While the young man was musing in his thoughts, quiet and sleepy footsteps sounded from behind. The woman greeted Layer, rubbing her eyes and yawning. There was a faint blush on her cheeks. Layer's face flushed at the sight of the teacher, but he said hello anyway. He called her name, and she mussed her hair somehow, moving it away from her face. She said she actually asked him to wake her up as soon as he got up. The guy guiltily said he'd forgotten. Boulanger poked him in the face with her finger afterward, saying that he was naughty. He says that every time, and he knows something about the number too, he just doesn't say anything. The guy's nose was bleeding, asking the woman to stop her morning ramblings. Lanyi didn't realize what was even wrong at first. Why was the guy bleeding? But after looking down and realizing what the girl was wearing, she was silent for a while. In the end, Layer of course got the flattery and the title of pervert, just as he did from Isabella. There was still a mark on the young man's face. He stood behind the stove while the teacher coughed embarrassedly into her fist. She apologized, asking if her cheek hurt yet. She just did it subconsciously. Layer told Boulanger that as soon as she woke up she was a different person. The woman didn't quite know if this was bad or good, and so she asked her new neighbor. However, the man said that it wasn't at all about whether he liked her like that or not. He liked the woman in both that state and the other, and therefore it was neither bad nor good. Boulanger blushed slightly, squinting at the guy preparing breakfast. She thanked him, and Layer praised herself and thought. The man had said all the right things now. Boulanger asked what the young man was cooking now. Why is he cooking red fruits with egg? He explained that he was making an omelet with tomatoes, and the woman wondered even more. The omelet was ready and already beautifully laid out on a plate, just like in a cookbook. Layer said that red fruits are called tomatoes in his region, and they know how to make an omelet there. It was all he'd been eating in his world lately, which is why he'd memorized the recipe. Finally, Boulanger got dressed and took his bag, telling Lanyi to try the omelet while he went to his lessons. When he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped, forcing him to stand. The math teacher then ran up to him with a handkerchief and wiped his sweatshirt. Layer was puzzled by such a gesture. The teacher's concern was reminiscent of his mother. Looking at the top of the woman's head, his face flooded with color. Their height difference was too noticeable. And so, as she straightened up, Layer's sweater became clean and even shiny. Boulanger said goodbye to her student, telling her to be careful at school. And after he was out of her sight, she finally decided to try the omelet. It looked weird. The teacher wasn't even sure it was safe to eat. But after tasting one spoonful, a swarm of goosebumps crawled over the woman's body. She opened her mouth slightly, inhaling the air deeply and realizing that she had never tasted anything like Boulanger in her life. The flavor of the tomatoes was so sweet it was like heaven. The whole body of the mathematician trembled with pleasure because the omelet with tomatoes came out just unrealistically delicious. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the academy, Layer's stomach began to rumble loudly. He was so engrossed that he forgot about himself and didn't eat anything at all. It was awful. At the academy, meanwhile, the girls were discussing the school paper, in which Howard, the new head of the family, had shut down the math society. However, the one who is mysterious is the person who said that the riddle of the 7 bridges has no solution, and mentioned the devil's number. An uncle from the math society of one of them said this kid was about the same age as them. But how is that possible? He shook the world with one number, And he's the same age as them? However, could he just be a very strange old man? He probably is. Meanwhile, Isabella was hanging around Boulayer and pestering him about that unknown number. But he did not answer in any way, saying only that he knew nothing about him at all. That one piled on his desk and shrieked, saying that he was definitely holding back about something. Suddenly, Alice entered the audience, asking why she was bothering her Boulayer. She gave the young man an air kiss, which made him feel a kind of disgust. Isabella asked with a disgruntled face, since when did she hang around sophomores? The young man's classmates noticed that the two prettiest girls came specifically to Boulayer. And he's so popular with the girls that even these two are attracted to him? And even Molly noticed the two of them, watching in amazement as they squabbled at the young man near the desk. Alice asked with a playfully sweet expression what it was that he was talking to Isabella about. Was it the same one? Suddenly, Boulayer's stomach started rumbling loudly right during the dialogue. Both girls glanced at him, one in disgust and the other perplexed. The young man apologized for it, blushing slightly in embarrassment. It had all happened at the most unnecessary moment. Alice grinned affectionately, as if the man had complimented her and embarrassed her. Isabella called Layer a pig because it wasn't even lunchtime yet. The second girl held out a bun to him, saying it was meant for him. Because Alice accidentally took a second serving today, she could use some help. The starry-eyed mathematician stared at his lunch as if it was the most delicious thing he would be given to eat today. In fact, the bun did look appetizing, and there was a huge heart on the middle of it. Leisher gratefully took it, saying that Alice was a very nice person. But Isabella interrupted him by pulling his cheek and shrieking at him not to take anything. How can he even accept food from strangers? They've only known the girl for a couple days. The guy tried to justify himself by saying he wanted to say no, but the bun smelled too sweet. The girl got even angrier. He could ask her for food if he was so hungry. Liar said she had called him a pig herself, so what was the problem? But Isabella was even angrier. Alice interjected, saying that the young man was a genius, and therefore it was normal for her to want to help. The girl grinned at the curl-haired maiden's gaze and tisked unhappily. Later she gave Layer her portion, saying that she had taken an extra one. But he could give her the bun. Holding the bun from Alice, he stared perplexedly at the second one, not realizing what he should do. But here was a damsel with curls who didn't understand why Isabella was prying, since she and he weren't in an official relationship yet. And then the blonde became more angry than ever. Why the hell was she minding her own business? She got angry and told Layer to choose for himself what he wanted to eat. He can only choose one thing from Alice's bun and her sandwich. The girl with the curls innocently said that it wouldn't matter what he chose, because what mattered was that he liked what he chose. He hadn't answered yet, watching as Isabella and Alice threw lightning bolts at each other. Isabella and Alice were throwing lightning bolts at each other while Boulayer didn't even know what to do. He thanked the first one and took her sandwich, still holding the bun in his other hand. Isabella was jumping with happiness, for it seemed that her sandwich was more appetizing to him. But the young man answered nothing and just stuffed the bun and sandwich into his mouth. It was difficult to chew both products as the blending was more than disgusting. With great effort, Layer still managed to swallow all those lunches. He still had crumbs on his cheek, but he replied that everything was delicious. Alice looked happy while everyone else looked at Layer in utter shock. Isabella was pleased too. Toth ate everything so quickly. Her sandwich must have been delicious. Alice, on the other hand, unexpectedly touched the young man's dirty cheek, surprising him slightly. Thaw said he had leftover cream from his bun, and Thaw decided to lick it off the guy. She called him sloppy. Layer was very embarrassed by the gesture and words. Isabella went into a frenzy, screaming and asking what does all this even mean. Alice, on the other hand, licked her fingers, saying how sweet her bun was after all. Suddenly, the class bell rang. Ta said they had to run to lectures. Boulayer said goodbye to the maiden, and she smiled charmingly, telling him to study hard. As Alice walked away, someone's angry voice and heavy fiddling was heard from the side. It was Isabella that glared angrily at Layer, telling him to wait for her in the auditorium after class. Immediately afterward, the lady left by banging the classroom door loudly, which attracted the attention of the students. Layer exhaled in relief. He had thought they would never leave again. Suddenly, someone pinched his cheek again. Someone had done this before, but the hand was bigger. It turned out to be Toby, he asked. When did he get to meet Alice herself? Boulayer replied that evening a couple days ago. The boy immediately cried out in surprise. The young man hastened to explain that he was at a math society seminar that day, and that's where they met. Toby accepted the information, and afterward asked if that was where they started talking about the devil's number. But he quickly brushed it off, for Boulanyi had come. He was immediately called to the blackboard. While the boy was writing the problem, the woman dictated the task. Everyone has to get into pairs and solve the problem on the board later. And as Layer was finishing up, Boulanyi called out to her apprentice, passing something from behind her back. It was a loaf of bread. The young man didn't even realize what he should do with it at first. But the teacher whispered that the boy had forgotten to eat, and so she brought him some. Layer, looking at the loaf, was already starting to feel nauseous, especially after that bun and sandwich. After receiving the food, he went back to his desk, and then he was assigned to a group. Toby, noticing the bread, asked where he got it from, but Layer did not answer in any way. After a while, he only replied that it would take a long time to explain, so they'd better get to the task at hand. The newspapers say he solved the riddle of the 7 bridges and mentioned the number of the devil. The girl was interested to hear about the mysterious man. Layer made a frightened face at his friend and replied that he could even say he had seen him. The damsel stared at her neighbor in bewilderment, not sure what he meant by that. Molly, meanwhile, sat quietly watching the chaos at her desk. No one still sat down to the task at hand. Layer said he went out on business the moment he appeared, and came back when he announced the number. You couldn't see him! The girl was perplexed. How could there be any business there at such a moment? The young man, however, awkwardly said that he had overeaten then, and that he had a stomach ache. Toby was picking his nose, saying that Layer didn't take the opportunity at all. But the neighbor said it's pretty cool anyway because of the opportunity. And afterwards the girl asked if they could even do math. She has so many questions. Toby shrieked, saying that he had unmasked her intentions. That's how she was going to do math. Molly, meanwhile, gloomed not a little, looking down at her notebook. She wasn't solving, but she was listening. Finally, the first lesson was over and the bell rang for recess, which didn't last very long. Layer stretched, glad that he was so fast and that Isabella hadn't caught him. Those girls were bothering him too. He would be better off practicing his magic. It needs to be kept up to a good level. Suddenly someone from the shadows asked since when was he so interested in magic. Ahead of him was someone's silhouette. Layer was silent, the appearance of the stranger causing him to hesitate. After which the man walked over and swung the dagger at his neck, intending to hurt the guy. Layer, with a blade at his throat, still decided to ask who dared to try to harm him. The stranger appeared to be a girl in all black clothing, her eyes covered by bangs. She told him not to move because the dagger was really sharp. It was dangerous. Layer raised his hands, realizing who it was in front of him. Molly seemed to have some suspicions. He was the one who talked about the 7 bridges and the devil's number at the seminar. His math and magic skills have also increased dramatically. The girl shrieked, saying that he wasn't. Layer, that one didn't possess such talents. She demanded him to answer where the real guy was and who he was. The guy, even with a dagger at his throat, was calm and didn't even know where to start. He's actually Layer. However, Molly didn't believe it and said he was lying. Now she would just take off his mask and find out for herself. Even if he's well disguised, in any case, any mask can be removed. But when the damsel began, touching and stretching Layer's face, nothing came out. The kid was just saying he was in pain and water was just gathering on the corners of his eyes. And of course he eventually got sick of it and pushed a classmate's leg. She of course began to fall, taking the sharper blade of the dagger away from the young man's neck. Molly was frightened, for who knows what this unknown barbarian would do. Closing her eyes, the girl prepared for a fall. However, nothing of the sort followed. She realized that someone was holding her and opened her eyes. The picture was rather strange. Layer was holding Molly as if they were tangoing right now. Not if you lost sight of the dagger, of course. Because of the strangeness of the pose, a clearly visible blush formed on the girl's face. Layer, on the other hand, was serious, because he was actually being threatened now. Then, suddenly, Molly cried out, begging for the young man to let her go immediately. He said he'd let her go, but she'd better not attack him from now on. The blade was sharp, and one careless move would have made her bleed to death. She just made sure he's not wearing a mask and is really Layer, so it's okay. A classmate said to let it go immediately, and afterwards said it didn't cancel out his weirdness. How did he become so good at math and magic? And his manner of speech has also changed. The kid said it's complicated. He's both a Layer and not. He's just been asleep for a long time, and suddenly he's like this. Layer is from a world where there is no magic and never has been. Yet science is well developed there. People from there don't know how to use magic, because to them it's all fiction. In that world, science surpasses magic. With technology in that world, you can do things that magic can't do. With it there, they can even explore the darkest corners of their universe. And he was a very ordinary mathematician in that world, so he can use such knowledge, which in this world is not even guessed. A picture of Molly asking something in his class came into the young man's mind. She wondered if mankind could really cross the sky. Is there something up there? The guy replied that of course they could, because space is filled with different planets. Molly said she understood and asked why he was looking so serious. Layer was slightly perplexed by such a question, and therefore didn't answer it. Immediately, he traveled back to Earth, back to the Academy of Yabo City, where Layer was studying. The black-clad Molly stood before him, and he told and told. Toward the end, the girl learned that this was how he woke up and became a genius in math and magic. Unfortunately or fortunately, however, he had lost some of his memories. After the young man's story, her classmate was shocked. She took her chin, thinking about the information she had received. Toward the end, she simply replied with a short nod, ostensibly saying she understood. She was embarrassed, because it looked like he was the real Boulayer. And as usual, he was telling tall tales. Liar asked, was he really telling nonsense? Molly answered in the affirmative, saying that he also liked science more than magic. And he also said he wanted to live in a world without magic. I guess it's the lack of powers. Afterward, she remembered that it seemed the guy had cried in his sleep then. Was it because of memory loss? And, if anything, he didn't have to worry, she'd give it back to him. Lair touched her hand gratefully, saying that she cared for him deeply. He thanked her once more, and Molly blushed again, looking at the young man's hand. She shrieked she had just agreed to help. Let her not make up her mind there. After a while, the classmate who wanted to stab him had long since split up. Liar walked down the people-filled hallway looking for the door he wanted. He paused for a second, just to look at his palms for no reason. Suddenly, someone behind him put his hands around his throat and shoulders, startling him. It was Toby, of course, who picked up his friend, lifting him into his arms. Lair even froze in bewilderment. The friend then dragged his genius buddy down the hallway while the kid shouted unhappily, asking what the guy was doing. At last, Liar was halfway out of his grip, asking why Toby had grabbed him in the first place. To free himself completely, the mathematician inserted his fingers into his friend's nose and pulled to loosen his grip. His friend's nose was bleeding, but that wasn't as important as the Feisy standing in front of them. Toby immediately covered his buddy with himself, asking what he even wanted with them. He didn't answer, only tilted his head. The boys watched his every move, so as not to miss the sudden attack. The headman, on the other hand, tilted his head even lower and asked Boo Liar to apologize, saying that he had done wrong. He, Fazy Howard, formally offers him his deepest apologies. The young man looked at the blonde man in bewilderment, not realizing if this was a joke or not. Toby was silent too, but the guys in the hallway couldn't figure out what was going on. Boo Liar didn't understand what kind of forgiveness he was asking for. It was as if he had forgotten what had happened between them. The crowd in the hallway whispered, staring in amazement at the apologetic Faiza. He held out some black paper with gold inscriptions to Boo Liar. He didn't understand and asked what it was. The younger Howard replied that it was an invitation from his older brother, the new head of the family. Tonight he is gathering all the mathematicians of the kingdom for a conference where he is going to cover the topic of their family. Fazy begged that he would not be angry with him and would accept Abel Howard's invitation. Toby looked at the invitation with his friend and whispered for him to refuse. There was definitely a catch. Lair looked at the invitation and wondered. When had he ever spoken to him in that tone of voice? The one did show up late at night for a Bell's conference after all. This time, even the teachers were invited, which couldn't help but make me happy. There were a lot of people there. Lair wondered how the new head would get out of this rather nasty situation. Suddenly someone tugged hard on his ear. It felt so damn familiar. It was an angry Isabella, for the young man had just washed out after lunch, and she had told him to wait for her in the auditorium. From behind him, a familiar voice once again sounded that greeted Liar cheerfully. It was Boulanyi's teacher, and she was actually looking for the guy all over the academy. Liar was amazed. Had she been sent the same invitation? The woman folded her arms across her chest and said that the news of the conference was already known to all the mathematicians in the kingdom. All the mathematicians of this city, and even from other places, had taken to the estate, but no one had received an invitation. The young man thought about the situation with the younger Howard. So he was the only one with an invitation? Suddenly someone touched Liar's ear again, only now quite gently. It was Alice who asked about the cause of the redness in his ear. But she didn't wait for an answer, saying it was probably Isabella's and volunteering to massage it. The blonde was disappointed, but said she actually touched it lightly. Liar has to confirm it. Alice thought he was in pain anyway. The boy, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable. They were interrupted by Boulangwan the moment the girls were already shooting lightning bolts at each other. Tapping the heels of their shoes, they walked into the manor, looking around the hall. They had been here recently, but something had changed. And Boulayer noticed exactly what it was. Lifting his head up, he smiled at that. They took down the picture of the 7 bridges of the royal capital, and in its place was a void. Boulanyi's teacher spoke Liar's thoughts into her voice. She too was curious about how Abel would explain it. Her student asked with interest in her eyes if she knew the guy, and the woman answered in the affirmative. His math teacher said he wanted to be a math teacher, but suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. And she was very surprised to see his name in the paper, and he had even become the head of the family. Liar inquired as to what kind of person Abel was, and the woman faltered slightly. Abel only had math on his mind. Apparently he was so enthusiastic about it. Meanwhile, the real head of the family, Howard, was sitting in the study reading some papers. Feezy walked into the office and told the older man that everyone had already gathered and was only waiting for him. Suddenly his brother asked if Junior had ever fallen in love, and the question confused the boy a little. He explained that waiting only intensifies the passion on a date. He also asked if the guy had come, or the guy. Feisy said that there were a lot of people downstairs, and so he wasn't sure if the man had come, but he did his best. Elder brother Abel placed his palm on his shoulder. He squeezed it lightly and leaned in close to his ear. The brother should relax, as he is not their father and need not be afraid of him at all. Afterward, Mr. Howard stepped back, saying that this time they should definitely get going, for it is time for a new era for the Howard family. Things will be much better than under the reign of their father, the Viscount. A crowd of mathematicians that came from different parts of the kingdom patiently waited for the new head. Suddenly, one of them turned around at the commotion at the side and saw the very same Mr. Howard. The one was coming down the steps below, and everyone shrieked, ahing, and hailing the man. Abel walked forward confidently as Faizi was slightly tense, more out of fear of his brother. A couple of the girls blushed as they looked at the man. He was so young. Walking to the wall, he greeted everyone present. He was honored to have them in his manor. He introduced himself to the guests, saying he was now a representative of the Howard family. Boulanyi noticed that he was not the same as he was 3 years ago. In fact, he was dressed differently. Abel continued, pulling something from behind his sinus. The man was sure the guests would be patient to get to the questions. But first, with their permission, he would like to talk about their family's past. Mr. Howard had some kind of diary in his hands, and he ostentatiously showed it, ostensibly saying that all the answers were in it. Even Lyre, looking at him and the thing in the man's hand, wondered what it even was. But before everyone asked questions, Mr. Abel replied that it was the diary of a first-generation elder of their family. And this book holds all the truth their family has been hiding or not telling. And like many scientists, their ancestor went to the 7 Bridges to find the solution to the riddle. He spent a lot of time there, but never found the answer. Only he didn't give up after that. One fine day, he finally found the right path, and so he hastened to tell other scientists about it. On the morning of the 2nd day, that one would show others the way, so that all would be amazed at his discovery. The elder was too happy, and so he didn't even think to test the correctness of his theory. However, in the deep, deep night, his hands did reach for it. Only then did the realization of his own mistake come to him. He didn't find the road at all. He just took a wrong turn during his exploration. The elder realized how much his reputation would take a hit after such a failure. In the end, unable to endure such shame, the man decided to throw himself into the river in order to atone for his guilt by death. He left his diary, where he described in detail all the events of those days. In it, he urged his descendants to reveal the truth to the people. Only the elder did not expect that the descendants would not want to reveal the truth to the public. They hid the book and lied, saying that there was a solution, but the evidence was drowned. All this was done to preserve the honor of the family to this day. There was a sepulchral silence in the hall. Everyone listened attentively and at the same time amazed to the new head. Abel paused, gathering more air into his lungs and searching for words. He said the truth can never be hidden forever, and his family will have to face it sooner or later. Mr. Howard bowed to everyone present. Everyone gasped in surprise. Faizi approached his brother, intending to tell him that he'd better get up. But the man did not listen and continued his speech, saying that he deeply apologized from his entire family, because they had hidden the truth for so many years. The young men and ladies in the front rows were angry, so they had been hiding it for so long and only dared to say it now. Boulayer, on the other hand, thought he was pretty determined. Not many people would do that. After discovering that there was no solution to the problem, it became obvious that the Howard family had lied. But now that the truth has been revealed, future generations will bear a greater responsibility. A lady in the crowd asked if this was the reason why Mr. Abel disbanded the Mathematical Society. The man said that was correct, however it was not one of the main reasons. The most important reason for the dissolution of the society was the all-too-familiar devil's number. The same lady asked if that meant they never found the devil's number. Mr. Howard said that is true. They still haven't found a number, but not because of capacity constraints. The thing is, the devil's number just doesn't exist. Everyone stared at the man in astonishment, not understanding at all what it meant that the devil's numbers didn't exist. But Mr. Abel explained that it does not exist in the system of knowledge that they have. Mathematicians wondered if this meant they couldn't solve the devil's number. Mr. Howard responded that actually someday they might be able to figure it out, but right now it's totally new. And there is one man who can help them unravel the devil's number. Abel cried out, referring to Mr. Boulayer of Shandanasa Academy, who had put forward that number. The crowd of people immediately began to whisper, not realizing who it was in the first place. Howard, the head of the family, said it was most likely they did not know his name, for he had asked that it be kept secret. But now, in order to get over this obstacle and enter a new field, he asks Mr. Boulayer to come out and help them. Boulanyi turned around, about to ask the young man what they should even do. However, the kid disappeared as if he had never been with the 3 girls before. Faizi sadly whispered to his brother that unfortunately Boulayer was not in the audience. Abel exhaled noisily. He had thought the man wouldn't be able to bear the curiosity and come, but it seemed he was wrong. However, sooner or later he would show up and explain everything to everyone. It was his duty. Faizi opened his mouth in astonishment. He was still shaking with fear of his brother, and for some reason he saw him as his father. The girls in the audience were talking about the news that Abel Howard had announced. I mean, everyone's just going crazy after hearing that the devil's number was put forward by Boulayer. The man blamed everything on him, and the guy was very unhappy about it. Suddenly, he was touched, calling his name. Surprisingly, it wasn't the same sudden greeting. Layer said he'd told Toby 100 times that he'd bailed as soon as the situation started to escalate. He shouldn't ask him. But that wasn't what Toby meant and simply pointed a finger at the door to the auditorium. Then Layer turned around in the same direction, looking interestedly at something. It turned out to be history teacher Hank walking straight toward the young man. He started the dialogue strangely, saying that he understood everything because he was now very good at math. But what about history? He hadn't handed him any assignments. Layer said he'd explain everything. It's just that all this knowledge of history is so messed up in his head. Here the man's nerves failed, and he slapped the table, asking the guy to listen to him. Even if he is very famous now, he is still a student and should pay special attention to his studies. Then Toby raised his hand and said that someone was now coming for Boulayer. Teacher Hank immediately started yelling, saying he wasn't talking to him. The boy wanted to say something, but the man said he didn't care. The guy wanted to say something, but the man said he didn't care. And then, unexpectedly, just as the Deputy Calvin touched the historian's shoulder and said that he had come for Boulayer, Hank immediately told the student to get up. "Can't he see? The deputy's here for him!" After a couple minutes, the man and the young man went out into the hallway to talk for a bit. A second man came out to them with an affectionate smile greeting the kid. They were glad that they were able to talk and meet Boulayer again. The boy looked at the shaking hand and asked if they had come to learn about the devil's number. Deputy Calvin said that now the whole world is asking him to solve the puzzle and the Math Society is being pressured too. They really hoped that Layer would help them, but he fell silent, thinking. Deputy Arkell spoke up as well, saying that they could really use his help. Except they were immediately met with a barbed reply, because Layer just didn't want to help. Someone thundered open the office doors with a thud, hitting them hard with a hand. Boulanyi was a little shocked by this. No one had ever barged in like this before. But seeing a tired Toby, she asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Just then the kid shrieked that the woman had to go quickly, for Boulayer had been taken away. Meanwhile, a group of people were in the meeting room where Layer was sitting as well. There were a couple of people standing in front of the doors of this room, which was actually guarding the office. Inside, of course, there was also a group of people standing around, encompassing the young mathematician in a ring. They hovered over the young man, creating a very pressurized atmosphere. How could teachers do such a thing? In front of Layer stood 4 deputy directors that glared menacingly at him. They said he was a real talent and so on, but now they were trying to find out the truth from him. There are still more than 10 controls in the door, so it's going to be very difficult to get out. He asked Calvin's representative what he wanted. To force his consent? The man said it was the kid who put forward the devil's number, so he can't let the whole Math Society down. The young man asked if they called everything unexplainable but true something diabolical. A few of the women grinned, saying that one was too brazen. Does Ontario know who they are? But the deputy put out his hand, calling for silence, and began to question further, asking if it was really impossible to express that number as a whole. Rising from his chair, he said that they would not square the number 2, nor the number 3, nor even the number 5. There are a lot of such numbers. Besides, it can be proved with math. That's all he can say. A faint trickle of sweat ran down Calvin's face. So now he wants to make them look like fools? Is he saying they have been wrong for more than a few hundred years? The young man said that this is common because if you find a proof, establish a new kind of numbers, expand the number field. He was interrupted with a shout, for he knows the method of proving and formulating that diabolical number. And when the man asked the guy to tell them, the guy said he couldn't help with that. He can realize what they are all afraid of, that the truth they have believed for so many years is not right. They are afraid that those are not on the right path, but here fear is what is normal. In Layer's homeland, wars were fought to get to the truth. It is only if they do not know the fear that they can go forward and find the truth. If they don't, and he tells, it will harm the whole mathematical world. But he believes that they can cope and have the courage to face the fear. Only then will they overcome the difficulty. And yet, after all, people have always celebrated courage. Representative Calvin stared at Layer in amazement, repeating the phrase in his head. Suddenly, all the people around him worshipped the guy, including Calvin. He said the young man was saying all the right things, and they were too hasty in their decision to question him. The deputy thanks him for his guidance. The Math Society is unlikely to ever forget his contributions. That's when the kid said the man shouldn't, but someone banged deafeningly on the intercom doors. The door was then completely taken out along with the man who banged on it. Chairs and the door flew off, window frames nearly flew out, and everyone followed the trajectory of the man's fall. Then, as he finally fell, the gentleman stared in amazement at the dislodged doorway. Boulanyi flew into the office in a fury, the air currents around her full of her controlling her. It was as if huge hurricanes were flying out of her hands, ready to immediately tear apart anyone who came close. She looked disdainfully at Deputy Calvin and the others, asking why the hell did they take Boulayer. But then the boy's innocent voice sounded and he raised his hand. announcing his presence. As the teachers were already flying around the office, Liar said that he was actually here. The young man felt bad about the scene and explained that they just wanted to talk to him for a while. Immediately, the woman also felt very awkward, and her face displayed bewilderment along with embarrassment. She stopped attacking and bowed, apologizing for her rudeness. She had a lot on her mind already. The deputy said it's okay because Boulayer is a real talent, and he's also her mentor. They'd gone too far without warning her, and they'd come at him in a bunch. The rest of the dialogue went normally, and so, after a while, those finally left the office. Teacher Bulangai and her student were walking down the corridor. Liar lagged a few paces behind the woman, as if letting her think about something. Eventually, that one spoke up, saying that when Toby told her he was gone, she was very scared. They could have done something to him, but here the young man said there was nothing to worry about. Then the woman suddenly said that she had an important question for him. Boulayer, who slightly didn't expect such a thing, was taken aback, but immediately said to ask him. Boulanger was silent for a moment, choosing the right words or enduring an intriguing pause. It was impossible to understand. But in the end, she asked, why did he make that fuss with the devil's number? What was it all for? Boulayer said he was just asking a counter-question, as the public is supposed to do. He just didn't expect the issue to be so complex that it would be labeled diabolical. The woman flashed her eyes and then, smacking her lips as if hesitant to ask a question, began. After a couple seconds, she asked embarrassedly if the guy liked Isabella. Such a question caused wrinkles to form under Layer's eyes, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a tarantula on Boulangi's head. In the teacher's mind, it all comes together in a very strange way. She thinks that Feisty and Isabella are dating, and the latter is left with a broken heart. However, in order to become supposedly cool in front of the girl, he decided to put the younger Howard in his place. The woman placed her hands on Liar's shoulders, bouncing happily. She realized that he had made a roundabout maneuver. That's very cool, but he shouldn't worry. She's not going to tell anyone. Boulanger continued her tirade while he tried to explain and get her to listen to what he had to say. But here the woman happily skipped away, telling him to come straight home after school. She has more lessons to do, so she's leaving. The young man, however, stretched out his hand, trying to stop her and explain everything. But she walked away. When Boulangai disappeared around the corner, he stood like a statue and stared ahead. At last the lessons were over and Liar was leaving the academy. It was already evening, and it was slowly starting to get darker outside. The guy was standing over the stove cooking dinner, frying pieces of meat in tomato sauce. He had no idea the teacher had such an imagination. He'd have to find a moment to explain. Suddenly Isabella came running up behind him, asking what he was cooking. It smelled quite good. Teacher Boulanger came up from the other side, saying that she was the one who had called the girl to explore the devil numbers together. Here the young man asked an unexpected question about the element of woman. Isabella answered for her, saying that it was correct. Layer continued by saying that when he was buying groceries, he thought of a refrigerator. It would be nice to make one. However, it requires a high-level water element. Boulanger asked, what is this refrigerator even? The guy explained that it was an icebox for food storage and handed her a sheet. Isabella even approached the teacher to see what he looked like as well. The math girl ahed, but the third-year student chuckled after seeing the blueprint. After which the girl burst out laughing. She couldn't stop and called him a very talented artist. Sarcasm, of course. He snatched the sheet out of the maiden's hands, saying that it's actually called a blueprint. Then an incomprehensible movement began to occur near the teacher. The air seemed to catch fire. She asked, pointing to a huge block of ice and asking, is this exactly the kind of refrigerator he needs? After which the woman squinted her eyes, trying to strengthen it more. Liar ran his hand over the cold ice, saying that was exactly what it was. Only that's how the teacher did it. She said that as he sees it, she also possesses the element of water. That's pretty easy for her. Here Isabella cried out, saying that people like her could be counted on her fingers. Liar decided to ask why such a woman so talented in magic stayed at the academy. Boulanger immediately fell silent, looking away as if remembering something unpleasant. She looked at the meat simmering in the skillet, which was already slowly burning. Liar followed her gaze and remembered that he actually didn't have the meat off. At last the table was set. They were going to eat a full meal like this. Isabella, sitting down at the table, said it smells pretty good. It looked strange, though. She had never seen it before. Boulanger said that they cooked different dishes in his homeland. That's why they didn't try it. And he hadn't actually invited Isabella. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said that she would rather starve then than eat the food of a pervert. The meal was finally over. The plates were empty, and all that was left was to wash them. The girl licked her lips. There was a slight blush on her cheeks. Isabella was delighted with the dinner that the perverted Boulanger had prepared. He meanwhile watched the girl enjoy herself after the food she ate. And she said she'd rather starve to death than eat this. Immediately, he was grabbed by the ear, just as he had been grabbed a few times before at Howard Manor. The girl pulled at it and shrieked that it was Layer's fault. Nothing to cook so deliciously. Watching this, Boulangji only chuckled at her students. The guys stopped the conflict, looking at the woman and puzzled as to what had happened. All she said was that she thought those would be a great match. The cheeks of the students flushed red with embarrassment in the same second. Isabella recoiled, saying, "Who would ever want to go out with that pervert?" And the guy turned away and said that no one would want to date an uptight guy. Here, Boulangji said that Isabella would soon be moving up to entry-level mage. Except what element does she want to practice? She said she was thinking about the wind element. Just like Boulangji's teacher. The wind element is powerful, but it is only useful at the highest level. It will not help in battle. And for a girl, self-defense is the most important thing. Isabella still has time to think. She might even choose the earth element. The girl said she didn't want to. Earth mages have two ugly outfits. Layer jumped into his fist and thought sarcastically about how good a reason that was. Isabella, of course, realized what the guy meant and pinched his ear again. The guy immediately turned on, saying he didn't say anything. But the girl said he definitely thought something bad about her. When the two teens had calmed down, however, Boulangji asked Layer which element he would choose. He thought for a while, and no one dared interrupt him with talk, waiting patiently for an answer. After a moment, with a smug smile, Boulayer replied that he had liked all the elements since he was a kid. It was Isabella's turn to laugh. She said he could only dream of owning all four elements. Here the woman opened her eyes a little wider, as if something had occurred to her. Propping her chin up with her hand, she said that maybe Layer could do it. Isabella was puzzled how a teacher could agree with such nonsense. But Boulangji replied that when Boulayer conjured, a dense and chaotic atmosphere formed around him. So maybe one day the young man will be able to control all four elements at the same time. Already getting up, the woman said that eventually those would choose a direction. And if anything, she could help them with magic in the future. Isabella and Layer smiled at the same time and said how cool this was going to be. The teacher didn't finish her monologue and said that if those wanted to become great, they couldn't rely on magic alone. Though the gods have granted them the ability to magic, the existence of spells and gestures results in a slow activation of the power. Therefore, to compensate for this disadvantage, it is mandatory for mages to train in martial arts. Watching Boulangji wash the plates using magic, Layer realized how convenient it was to be a water mage. The teacher continued, saying that martial arts were often more useful than magic. That's why before teaching them magic, she would first show them a couple techniques. Isabella asked to be the first to show, since she had studied martial arts at home. Boulangji said she wouldn't mind and told Layer to be a little more careful. Stretching and kneading her muscles, the girl said she wouldn't be at full strength. Isabella thought that even though the boy was stronger than she was in math or magic, she could beat him in martial arts. Layer, meanwhile, was a little worried. The girl got into a fighting pose, and the math teacher slightly to the side so as not to interfere. Isabella said he'd be sobbing soon, so let him prepare for that. The third-year student began to gain acceleration, heading straight for the young man. Layer remained silent, slowly taking in more air into his lungs and preparing to attack. Isabella galloped left and right, moving with quick, sharp jumps toward her so-called goal. Suddenly, the one cried out to attack and in the same second hit the guy. However, he dodged. It had already darkened outside to the point where the sky had turned a deep blue color. Isabella attacked Layer, except here he dodged sharply, stepping back. He spread his two legs to his sides and abruptly grabbed the maiden's arm, which she attacked with. She shrieked, slightly startled and greatly taken aback by such an action. Boulayer twisted her own arm behind her back in a second, acting simply lightning fast. He then pinned her to the floor, and Isabella was already beginning to resent him, asking him to let her go. He, with the smug face of a winner, said he would let her go on one condition. However, before he could speak, Layer saw his rival's foot flying at him. It was a sneaky maneuver that the young man was also able to dodge, just like the last attack. He threw her back, and Isabella slid her shoes across the floor, spinning slightly. She hadn't expected this, and so she was afraid she was about to fall painfully to the floor. Closing her eyes, she prepared herself for an apparently not at all soft fall onto the bed. But when the unpleasant thump on the floor didn't follow, she was taken aback and tried to figure out what was wrong. It turned out to be Boulayer, lightly holding her by the waist so she wouldn't get hurt. He called her by name and apologized for his rudeness, causing the girl to have a faint blush. Boulangji asked and asked, did he even study martial arts? It was astonishing. Layer explained that he was just interested in them, and therefore learned something. In his homeland, the art of Sananda was practiced. The woman said that his homeland was very mysterious, as she had never heard of anything like it. Boulayer smiled awkwardly, and meanwhile, someone was brazenly reaching for his ear. Isabella pinched the young man and cried out for him to let her go immediately. Once free, she was still disgruntled and muttered something about the floor being too slippery. Suddenly, Boulangji lit up, saying that his technique was very interesting. Let him attack her. The young man said it was difficult to control force in Sanda, but the teacher said to hit with all your might. At the same second, Layer prepared himself and got into a stance to attack the woman. He began to approach very quickly, but here was the math teacher not moving. Afterward, at some point, she too moved abruptly, her eyebrows creeping up the bridge of her nose. Ta confused the student with her large breasts. He involuntarily remembered the words of his trainer. The quote was that when he met a true master, he wouldn't realize what had become of his body. Until now, he didn't believe it, but now that Bulanyi just took it and defeated him. Boulayer turned off, and the woman picked it up easily, as if she does this kind of thing every day. Gently placing the unconscious body on the floor, the mathematician smiled affectionately. Isabella looked fearfully at the two men, asking if Boulayer was going to be okay. The teacher noticed that the one was very worried, and therefore assured that he would not be out for long. The third-year student blushed heavily and yelled that she didn't care if he woke up or not. However, she did not stop and continued, saying that Isabella actually liked this young genius. The girl was blushing even more now, and Bulanyi smiled wryly, realizing that her hunch was confirmed. The blonde fell to her knees, protesting and denying everything the teacher had made up earlier. But here the Supreme Mage replied that she didn't think so, but knew it even better than Isabella. The woman would already have something to say about how she, too, felt something similar to the student's feelings. Except she was interrupted by Boulayer, grabbing her buttocks with his previously floppy and flaccid hands. That one was taken aback as the boy woke up and called the teacher by name. Isabella stared at this picture with her hands covering her open mouth. She was in utter amazement, eyes open almost as much as her mouth. Boulayer, on the other hand, looked like he hadn't regained consciousness yet. The young man was mooing strangely. Boulayer came into the academy the next day with a huge injury history. Toby, raising one eyebrow, asked what was wrong with him. He'd slept at the math girl's house, so he'd also come in with injuries. Was it a hot night? Layar rolled his eyes and said he had just fallen, and in his mind he remembered that cruel girl. Isabella jumped on him as soon as he woke up, because he was still daring to paw the teacher in front of her. Layar lay with his left cheek pressed against the floor. One of his hands was behind his back. Bulanyi asked her student to let the guy go. After all, he didn't do it on purpose at all. Isabella's technique was poor, but she could break his arm, a very strong woman. However, he didn't expect the math teacher to be so good at not only magic, but also martial arts. Not everyone has the opportunity to do math and martial arts, unless you're from a noble family. Layar wondered if his teacher really wasn't that ordinary. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Toby, saying that he had finally mastered the two-element summoning technique he had taught him. The young man shouted in amazement, asking if the man was serious, and asked to be shown. Buddy smiled smugly and said that he would naturally show it all right now. After which the classmate closed his eyes, beginning to slowly recite the spell. A fiery atmosphere began to appear around the kid. He folded his two hands into a ball. Layar watched this with a pleased smile on his face as he watched Toby's hands. His friend spoke the last words, summoning the fireball technique. Boulayer stared at his classmate, slightly stunned, almost not understanding anything. He turned awkwardly to Toby and asked why nothing had happened at all. But here the buddy leaned closer and told Layar to look closer. Between the guy's two palms were small balls of fire, one larger and one smaller. The math genius put a hand on Toby's shoulder, telling him that he definitely wouldn't surpass him in magic. In his mind, he didn't understand how it could be called fireballs. It was a fireball. Suddenly, someone shoved an entire berry cake under his nose in a sharp motion. It was Alice, saying that she had recently learned of his broken arm and had prepared a consolation. She knew Boulayer wouldn't bring her lunch again, and so why not? Although maybe his classmate had eaten his entire lunch. Just then, Toby said he had an emergency and left. Looking at the appetizing cake, the young man said that he was somehow embarrassed to eat her, but so only leaned in asking, did he not taste her cake? Boulayer said that her food is honestly the most delicious. Also, why is the girl standing with him? Doesn't she need to eat too? Alice ignored the boy's words, saying she had a question. The young man said he would help in any way he could. The sudden question about whether he felt something for Isabella threw him slightly off balance. The girl realized that she wasn't the first to ask him that. Layar didn't understand what the question was about. Alice, with an acidic smile, re-interrogated again. What was the young man's response to that? The young mathematician wiped his face with a napkin, saying that he was only interested in magic right now. The maiden reached up, stretching her shoulders, and said that the answer, though boring, was still accepted. Suddenly, Alice leaned over and kissed Boulayer on the temple as he slowed down slightly. And before he started pestering her with questions, the girl left, saying she would come by more often from now on. Layar was amazed, while his classmates whispered, their genius was a real ladies' man. Sitting in the huge library, Boulayer wondered exactly what Alice had meant, but after an hour of thinking about it, he decided to back off. Now he was thinking about the fact that he had read almost all the books on magic on the first floor. He stretched lazily, slamming the last book from his large stack. Still time to go to the second floor. There seemed to be higher-level books there. The second floor had its own front desk and consequently a different girl behind it. She was flicking seeds while reading a romance book. She seemed to be so focused that she wasn't paying attention to anything else. Bulayer, or rather now Chenluo, said hello and said that he would like to ask, "How can I get to the second floor?" The woman finally broke away from her magazine and looked at the young man. Ta explained that you had to be at least an entry-level mage to get through to the second floor. The young man asked if there were any other ways and was told there were not. How was he going to read high-level books anyway? The guy was highly offended by such connoisseurship and disregard for visitors. However, before he could start up, a familiar voice sounded out to greet Chenluo. It was Molly that had grown up from somewhere behind this front desk. She kindly asked if there was anything she could do to help. The first woman said that since the co-worker knew him, let her deal with him herself. Molly regretfully said that an entry-level mage ID was needed to pass to the second floor, unless he preferred to make a new one. However, the likelihood of success is slim. She thinks it would be better for him to increase his spiritual strength. The young man said they would. He had just thought of an interesting way to improve the work with the water element. The girl at the counter said that if he did not pass, he would be blacklisted, but Mr. Chenluo said that everything would be under control. Molly looked at him uncertainly, as if still trying to dissuade him. Afterward, she stepped out from behind the counter and motioned for the young man to follow her. Before letting the lord into the room, Molly herself approached the examiners. Next to Andre was again an unknown man, only this time he was the examiner, and he was very displeased. Andre said that everything about the water balloons must be just an excuse to fool them. After all, the technique exists for many generations, and there is nothing to change. The man next to him told that young man to think twice, because he could be blacklisted. Molly said she understands, but she trusts that guy and asked for permission to try it. The old man waved his hand and said, "Then let the young man come in and prove it." Chenluo walked into the hall to the mages, slightly holding the same mask so that it would not fall. At that moment, the examiners were chatting about the seminar. That's when the guy announced his presence with a polite greeting. After which the man introduced himself, and Andrew finally looked at the arriving student. Chenluo said that he had come to show them how to improve the magic of the water element spheres. His method could increase their power. The fire mage's eyes widened so that they became like 2 gold coins. Then he jumped up and, pointing his finger at Chung, cried out, recognizing the one who had maimed him. Mage Andrew then turned to his brother, saying that they had better move to the testing room. He wasn't allowed to finish with a perplexed shout. After that explosion, he had gotten too skittish. After which, the water mage turned to him, telling him to begin the demonstration of technique improvement. Chenluo tensed up slightly, putting his hands out on either side of him. The atmosphere became heavier. He closed his eyes, calmly breathing in the air and focusing on the elements. Whereupon he immediately opened his eyes, one of them turning red for a second and the other blue. Then he had a fireball in one hand and a water elemental in the other. The men gasped. The one who possessed the water element was even more shocked than Molly or Andrew. He cried out, asking his brother how that young man had mastered 2 elements at once, but the latter didn't listen and summoned a fireball. Meanwhile, Chenluo was focused. In 1 second, he swung his hands, merging the 2 balls together. The water balloon began to sizzle from contact with the fire, but that didn't stop the young mage. Mage Andrew had already made a large fire sphere, but the sound wave from the apprentice's orbs damaged it. The man gasped in bewilderment. "This can't be happening, it's back!" There was a huge explosion that blew away not only Molly, but Andre and that water mage as well. The explosion only left behind a ruined hall. There was a lot of smoke around, but here was Chenluo standing as if nothing had happened. The water element mage shrieked angrily, pointing his finger precisely at the young man. His eyes were stunned open. The man screamed, asking how he had done it. The guy explained that this improved technique is not a complicated technique. First, he summoned a water ball, after a fireball, and then mixed it all together. Together, they put out several times more energy than they do individually. The mage was shocked, for where had he ever heard of a student summoning 2 elements at the same time? The last time it was a fluke, but now it wasn't. The man asked that Mr. Chen wait while Molly took care of their guest. When the water master left, the girl brought him some hot tea, smiling slightly. Thanking her, the young man told her to sit down as well, as it made him slightly uncomfortable. The girl agreed, and after a moment of silence, Chenluo asked if she was also a mage. Molly replied that yes, however her ability is very poor. He is very strong. Last time he summoned such a huge fireball, and today he summoned 2 different ones at the same time. The young mage said that in truth his abilities are also so-so. He just has a different technique from everyone else. He can summon 2 elements, but it has nothing to do with abilities. Molly didn't understand, and Chenluo explained that it was basically the same as doing 2 different things with your left and right hand. Then it becomes clear that it is possible to summon 2 elements at the same time. He even demonstrated it on a piece of paper, after which he handed the girl a piece of paper with a picture of 2 animals on it. Molly's secretary said he got a cute cat and dog, but it turns out it was actually a wolf and a tiger. She took the outstretched drawing in her hands and said that she could do 2 things at the same time. Meanwhile, those 2 mages were in the office of the chief, the one who ran everything. They stood before the man and told all the things they had seen in that hall. The chief still couldn't believe that some student could summon 2 elements at the same time. He thought those were joking, but the water mage said he had seen everything with his own eyes, and Andrew could confirm it. That one thoughtfully listed all of Chen Luo's capabilities. Perhaps he would show them a new path in magic. Except, how many people will be able to use this technique? If it doesn't gain popularity, there's no point. Suddenly, the one said for all the managing staff to urgently gather in the lower hall. That's where the woman from the second floor front desk was. Where the hell did Molly go? She didn't even clean up. Suddenly, the water mage began his speech, drawing attention to himself with a loud address. He said a mage introduced them to a new technique. It requires summoning a water and fireball, and they called them all in to see if such a technique would gain popularity. Everyone started whispering, "Could this even be done? Water and fireballs?" The woman wondered if it was that guy who had created a new technique. Although, how could it be possible? He was just an apprentice. Immediately, several managers attempted to summon fire, and after him, water. One of them was just about able to. His other hand had both water and fire in it. While summoning the fire element, the water element was extinguished in the same second. The mage looked down at his hands frustratedly at the same moment, saying he couldn't. These elements have different ways of summoning. Is anyone even capable of such a thing? The managers started saying that the whole thing just wasn't realistic. No one was able to summon the elements. The water mage walked over to the deputy and said absolutely no one can do that. A shadow lay on the old man's face, making his request to take him to this Mr. Chen Luo sound eerie. Gradually approaching the hall, the men asked the vice chairman what he thought. He said that apparently only the Chen kid could summon 2 elements. After all, besides him, none of their managers did. How is that even possible? I guess this time the exam is unfortunately a failure. He's already on the blacklist. But entering the office, the men saw Molly holding a ball of fire in one hand and water in the other. The 3 men came to a bewilderment. How was this even possible? Another genius? As soon as the lady saw the governors and the chairman, she put away the magic and said hello to Elton. Chen Luo also said hello, saying that Molly was a talented girl and had already even mastered his technique. And what about the result? Mr. Elton said it was their decision that there had to be at least 3 people that they could master this technique. They had gathered all the members of the Mage Society, but absolutely no one was able to summon 2 orbs at the same time, except for this girl. Molly worriedly asked, "Did this mean that Mr. Chen did not pass the exam?" Deputy Elton said no, because he decided to make an exception for this young man. This method has a great impact on the development of magic, so he asks him to become an honorary member of their magical society. Chen Luo said that he was extremely honored, except that he had one condition. Mr. Vice Chairman Elton asked to continue by stating his stipulation. Guy said he would like Miss Molly to be the assistant manager. The girl was taken aback when Chen said his condition. She didn't think it would concern her. There was some commotion in the main hall of the Mage Society that the girl at the front desk had caused. It turns out that Molly was promoted to assistant manager because she helped Chung. The girl was not happy about it, and biting her fingernail thought about what a bitch Molly was and stole her chance. She grabbed the first girl she could find and demanded to know where the student and the girl were. The woman replied that she didn't know, and for that she was thrown to the other end of the hall. Then it occurred to that girl that they might be just on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, Boulayer, or rather Chen Luo, was sitting in Deputy Elton's office. He was filling out some paperwork, more like a memoir than an official document. The man looked at the sheet and said that it was very good, and now the right of representation of that technique remained with the Magical Society. The young man was flabbergasted, so he had just signed copyright documents. Mr. Elton explained that their society would help promote the technique, but if anyone wanted to learn it, they would have to pay money. They would give half of it to him, because he was the author of the technique. But the other half of those will be left to the Magical Society, because they are in the business of advertising. And if someone learns the technique on their own and doesn't pay for it, they will definitely recognize it. And naturally the perpetrator will be blacklisted from society. If there are aggravating circumstances, maybe even prison. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment. He couldn't imagine that in a world with backward science, the concepts of copyright were so advanced. The deputy was now thinking about the price of the technique. How did Mr. Chen 100 gold coins? The young man didn't understand, casually shrieking. What do you mean 100 gold pieces? Is this a joke? The man asked. Does that seem like a very small amount to him? The technique is for gifted mages, and if you raise it, those who don't learn the technique will be displeased. Chen Luo said that in that case, 100 gold pieces would be better. He doesn't want the society to have problems. And so, he has a solution. He suggests attributing something interesting at the end of the instructions. The mage looked at the sheet interestedly. The young man wrote that this technique requires high skills in magic, and therefore you should think carefully before buying, because the money is not refundable. The vice chairman read the fine print carefully and asked, What does it mean that the right of final interpretation rests with the Magical Society? He responded that it means they are not responsible for the failure. Mr. Elton smiled caustically. No. Even grinned. Chen had thought of everything in such a way that it was astonishing. The young man didn't lag behind either, grinning and saying that the deputy also didn't try his best. Mr. Chen Luo was finally escorted to the second floor of their library. He had been waiting for this for almost an eternity. After looking around, he said it was much larger than the first floor, and surprisingly, there was no one here. Molly said that only entry-level mages can be on the second floor. You can find a lot of books with techniques here. Chen was no longer looking at the books, but at the girl herself. The girl didn't quite understand what had happened, so she asked. The answer was pretty simple. The guy noticed that the assistant manager's uniform really suited her. Such an extraterrestrial compliment made Molly slightly embarrassed as she thanked Mr. Chen Lao. Suddenly, the young man asked, "Are there any books on increasing spiritual power here?" The girl volunteered to help him find some. After about half an hour of searching, they finally found the book they wanted. But that one was on the highest shelf of the bookcase, so I had to climb for that one. Due to an unfortunate movement, Molly's foot suddenly slipped and she began to fall downward. She cried out in fright, for a fall from such a height is quite dangerous. But she no longer had any attempt to somehow keep her balance. She just closed her eyes, preparing for the impact. But here it did not follow. But instead she fell into someone's soft arms, safe and sound. Of course it was Chen Luo that picked up the girl before she got hurt. The young man calmly inquired if she was okay, holding her as if he carried girls in his arms every day. Molly was all flushed and embarrassed. For some reason it was such a familiar feeling. Meanwhile, the woman who had been very rude to Boulayer at first was watching them. Molly ran away, telling Chen to read. She has work to do, but if anything, he can call out. And the woman couldn't calm down. She knew that bitch was seducing him. After a while, the one came out of her so-called hiding place, calling out to Mr. Chen Luo. She congratulated him on passing the exam. She knew for sure that he would do well. With a flirtatious wink, the woman twirled a lock of hair on her finger and asked if he needed help. She said she could do anything he wanted. But it didn't work on him, and he asked to leave. This caught the secretary by surprise. What kind of rejection is that? Why is it so abrupt? Chen Luo said again, asking the woman to leave. He has books to read, which you see is a no-brainer for him. She started apologizing for her rudeness earlier. It was her huge mistake. Molly is always saying mean things about her, so it's better not to believe her. Sitting back down in his chair and listening to all the nonsense, he exhaled tiredly, pulling out a book. Molly said nothing about her. So the young man once more asked her to leave, or he would call Deputy Elton. The receptionist started waving her arms, saying she would leave right away, just don't let her do it. Finally, that annoying woman was gone, leaving him alone. He turned the page and stopped. It took a while before he slammed the book shut and decided he needed to try the tips in the book. The level of spiritual power depends on talents, because the more talented a person is, the faster his level of spiritual power increases and vice versa. There are only two ways known now, meditation and constant activation of magic. The author of the book has found that while learning new techniques, the spiritual power level depletes. But after rest resumes, and the threshold increases. Because of this, he needs to constantly deplete and renew his power level. Only then will he overcome the shackles of talent. So today is the day he's going to try, because he finally has a chance to become a great magician. The lad returned to the academy, once again jumping the stone fence behind the third-year students' course. He froze, not realizing where he got that strange feeling that hadn't gone away since morning. Walking into the teacher's apartment, he realized that it felt like he had completely forgotten about something very important. And seeing the two girls sitting at the table wriggling with hunger, he realized. Boulayer completely forgot to make the teacher a meal. How could he have missed this? She asked that the young man make them something to eat, but Isabella would not stand for it and thumped the table loudly. She started screaming, asking why the fuck he'd disappeared and was only just coming back. They've been starving all day, so he's gonna starve them? Layer, putting on his apron, said that he was actually busy and thought the teacher would prepare everything herself. He also asked why Isabella was here too, and the latter was surprised he hadn't been told yet. After all, as of today, she's moving into Boulanyi's apartment with them too. A skillet of boiling meat in butter and tomato sauce turned over in the young man's mind. Isabella looked at the guy, asking what the hell is that disgruntled look on his face. Boulanyi's teacher said she didn't have time to tell him today. That way they would be more comfortable teaching magic and math. Cooking the same as yesterday, he turned away. He'd taken care of one, and here were two. Isabella grabbed him by the collar, asking if he had any objections. He assured her that he was all for moving. When Layer was released, he thought again about his experiments. After dinner, he would begin, for it was urgent. All the food was placed on plates in a couple of minutes. The trio started eating, and the girls were amazed. Finished eating, Isabella exhaled relieved and contentedly, smiling. The maiden was full, but right there Layer said that since she'd finished her meal, let her wash up after herself. After a while, the young man opened the door loudly, stepping into the spacious bathroom. Bathing, he was displeased, for he had told that one to clean up after her hair as she washed. Going into the girls who were changing clothes, he was about to say something, but was interrupted. And was interrupted by just such a strong slap in the face, which forced the young man to leave. It had been a long time. It was almost midnight. The clock on the wall showed exactly 11 o'clock at night. Layer sat at his desk over a book and thought about how tired he was. It was like taking care of 2 children, really. Thoth suddenly jumped up and kicked the table, causing the book on it to bounce. He definitely has to learn a new technique today, even if he spends all night on it. He was interested in a firebird technique that was completely new to the guy. But someone's voice sounded behind him again. He shrieked irritably, asking what was wanted of him again. Isabella entered the room in her nighties, saying she would like to speak to the young man. It was quite late in the afternoon, and only the lights were burning in the windows of Layer. The kid sat in a chair and told Isabella that she could still get in. Ta adjusted her tunic and tried to start a conversation, sitting down on the bed. The girl asked, embarrassed, "How's his face?" She shouldn't have thrown a slipper in his face. Layer slammed the book shut and said it was getting late. Had she really come just to ask that question? Isabella said she just couldn't not, and so she decided to talk to the guy. In fact, what is he going to do next? Layer didn't quite understand what was meant by then, and so he asked again, raising one eyebrow. The girl faltered slightly, feeling awkward. She meant after graduating from the academy. He didn't have plans after graduation? The one said he would probably stay at the academy and work as an assistant to some teacher. Suddenly, Isabella grabbed his arm with both of her hands, thus scaring him slightly. She asked if he wanted to go to the capital. She's going to the Institute of Magic after graduation. If he goes there too, he will have a brilliant future ahead of him. He doesn't have to worry. Her father will easily help, and then they can study together again. The girl thought of the cooking she could eat every day, and even though he was stronger than her in magic and math, she felt good with him. Layer turned away, saying that it sounded good, but studying was a waste of time. He just wants to stay and study magic. Isabella recoiled, asking, would he be able to study magic normally at the academy? The young mage said that there was a teacher named Bulanyi, and her talent was enough to teach him. The girl felt as if she had been electrocuted, the teacher's name echoing in her head in Layer's voice. Ta raised her hands sharply, not even giving the guy time to react to the action. Isabella grabbed him by the shoulders and told him she understood. He wants to just stay with the teacher, not her after all. The girl began to shake him violently, pestering him with questions. The cause of the conflict woke up because of the noise and entered the room. She was wearing the same nightie she'd worn on their first sleepover with Layer. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked why the hell they were still awake. But as she got used to the light, she suddenly saw a very strange picture. Out of anger, Isabella sat on the young man's lap as she continued to shake him. But when the teacher entered the room, both teens turned around and found themselves in an uncomfortable position. In the morning, Isabella, sleepy and angry, ate toast with beautiful strawberry jam on both cheeks. Breakfast if everyone at the table, and it was scrambled eggs with bacon and jam on bread. Layer tried last night to deplete his powers. This morning he felt an increase in strength, which means everything is working. Bulanyi suddenly started coughing, thus trying to draw attention to herself somehow. The math lady said that of course they are young, and that one understands everything. Only those are too young to do such a thing. Layer immediately tried to justify himself, saying that Isabella just came to talk about plans after graduation. The woman immediately exhaled, saying she understood and seemed to have just made up her own mind. Suddenly, from the maiden's side, there was a heavy thump on the table with a glass. The atmosphere became heavy. With a note of anger, Isabella said that she had a class very soon, and would probably be on her way. Eating the bacon, the woman said it was okay, and she could leave them. As she flew out from behind the table, the girl accidentally punched Layer and shouted goodbye to both of them. Bulanyi worriedly asked if they had a fight yesterday, but the student said that nothing of the sort had happened. At this point, they closed the topic and moved on to another. The math teacher put a stack of papers on the table and asked if he had time in the morning. She needed someone to take the devil number article to the math society. An hour later, Layer was already carrying them to the mathematicians. He concluded that the woman was really clever, for he had only given her a little direction, and she had already done all the math. When he arrived at the building of the mathematical society, he was amazed. Was such a wreck really a hiding place? Layer walked into the building and wasn't quite oriented where exactly to approach. In the end, the choice fell on the man who was filling out the paperwork, and apparently he came to the right place. He was told that if he brought the manuscript, he could put it on the table. The moment the boy spoke, the man looked up and immediately recognized the young man. Shrieking, the old man said that it was him. It was that famous Layer, wasn't it? The boy asked him if he knew him, and he said that of course he did. He was at the seminar and heard the young man's speech. Mathematicians immediately ran up to the genius, asking for his autograph and asking what kind of discovery he had just made. From such an influx of fans, Lair freaked out and said he just brought the manuscripts from his teacher and now he has to run. The men and old men said they dared not detain him, but a reward would await him here at any time. At the same second Boulayer stopped, he was interested in the last words of the so-called fans. He turned around and asked. He hadn't heard that, and there was a reward waiting for him. Boulayer returned interestedly, having heard of some reward. The man awkwardly said it was his mistake, and after all, the young man had only come to take the manuscripts away. The young genius said he realized his business wasn't that important. So could the man please elaborate? That one was amazed that Boulayer still didn't know about it, since it was supposed to be all-knowing. The Mathematical Society gives rewards for difficult math problems that have been solved. This is what money is given for. Upon hearing the minimum reward of 10 zlotys, Lair persisted and asked to be shown the tasks. The man talking to him immediately stood up and told the young man to follow him. The mathematician led the boy into a room with several dozen sheets of paper hanging on the wall. The one said that Mr. Boulayer could familiarize himself with those tasks. It was for them that a reward was now promised. They couldn't have been solved before he even joined the society, and the man isn't even sure they will ever be solved. Reading carefully, Lair asked to be left alone to think. The mathematician stepped aside without a problem, telling him lastly to call him in case of anything. At that moment, the guy leaned his hands against the wall, as if to read with them the information from the sheets. His eyebrows slid down to the bridge of his nose, and he looked very focused. Deputy Andre was approached by one of the mathematicians, asking if they needed to keep an eye on Lair, but he said he couldn't be distracted. After all, such a talented person's inspiration can wane at any minute. Thoth continued, saying that if they interfered with him, they would harm the course of history. The kid next to him tried to pull back the deputy, saying that actually Mr. Boulayer had already left. Deputy Andre was in complete shock. What do you mean he left? And not even a warning? Meanwhile, the young man was already far beyond the boundaries of the Mathematical Society building. 535 gold pieces can be gotten for solving these problems. These problems are so easy, he'll be rich in a day. He has no money to buy new magic techniques. He had no idea that that building could hold so many coins. He doesn't want to accelerate the level of math in this world at all, but they promise just oodles of money. In a huff, Lair ran home, already thinking about how many things he could get his hands on. The next day was much hotter than yesterday. Not even a small cloud was visible in the sky. Deputy Andre sat filling out paperwork as usual. The second mathematician was quietly sweeping the floor. Suddenly he asked, turning to Andre, "Is Boulayer really that smart?" But then what was the reason for his leaving yesterday? Without looking up, he said that even famous scientists couldn't solve them. So perhaps a genius like Boulayer couldn't either. As the speech ended, someone suddenly slapped the desk, causing the deputy to take his eyes off the papers. A huge stack of tasks was piled on the table that could easily have been half a man's height. To the surprised exclamations, the young man replied that he had solved the problems and was waiting for his reward, for he had very little time. Revisiting the papers, Andre was shocked by the volume. After that, he asked which of the problems the young man had solved. After the answer, the deputy jumped up, shrieking and bewildered. How could such a young kid solve these problems? But Boulayer, as Chen Luo, replied that he had only solved 23 Math Society problems. Absolutely all the plates were filled with mathematical formulas almost on both sides. Sweat began to trickle down Deputy Chairman Andre's forehead as he picked up the first papers. To make things go faster, a couple more mathematicians started checking the solution to the problem. After a while, one of them shrieked, saying he had checked everything and it was correct. Almost a dozen people from the promise were checking the tasks and they couldn't believe their eyes because everything was right. The vice chairman said that there was hardly anyone in the Lonan Kingdom who was even capable of such a thing. So this unknown guy can safely be called a math god. Boulanyi dozed while the men checked all his tasks, and towards the end he was awakened by Andrew. At first he was dumbfounded, not realizing where he was, but then he asked if they had finished checking. The mathematicians bowed to him and said there was absolutely nothing to pick on. What should they call him? He introduced himself as Chen Luo, and then the deputy said that in that case, the reward comes out to 535 gold. As if doing him a favor, the math genius said they could only give him 530 for the first time. Already at the academy where Chen read books, he showed Molly a bag of gold. The girl stared at the money in amazement, perplexed. Where did he get so much? But here's a young mage saying he'd like to get himself some new techniques. It was pouring heavy rain that wouldn't let up, no matter how long you waited. The man rode on horseback, jumping over puddles and rushing, just like the wind. There were just huge puddles on all the roads that filled all the asphalt, but that didn't stop the horse or the man on it. The one rushed straight to the palace of the head of Yabo City, which was more like a huge castle from fairy tales. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately blocked from entering the palace, saying that no outsiders were allowed in. But the guard wouldn't stop, saying that he had a decree from the capital itself. It must be reported to the head of the city. The guard bowed before his superior, waiting for him to read. Austin Clavius was shocked when he read the decree. He could not believe his eyes, so he asked if it was true. The man said that yes, and Baird was already in Yabo City, and the capital confirmed it. His exact whereabouts are unknown to them. The boss's wife asked, "Isn't that the top-level magician? He disappeared for 3 years, why is he here?" Austin worriedly said that he didn't know anything at all, but the end might await them. After all, with his powers, if he was up to something unladylike, Yabo City would be destroyed. Boulayer's golden feather pen fell to the floor with a clatter, and there as if it had done an incomprehensible trick. The new technique quickly raises the spiritual level, but it consumes too much energy. He needs more money. 500 gold isn't enough, because he's learning everything too fast. Smiling wryly, Toby said that after Liar moved in with the teacher, he became more tired. The young man asked to back off, showing his middle finger the item was closed. Just then, there was a commotion in the front rows. The girls crowded around, looking at the drawing of one of them. She had drawn a portrait of the so-called god. Everyone admired him, calling him handsome and praising the creativity of the one who drew him. Toby hummed, calling them stupid, but Boulayer was clueless as to who this god was. A buddy explained that someone in the math society had solved all the problems they couldn't solve for over hundreds of years. Everyone talks about him because his math ability is a miracle, so he is nicknamed the God of Low. But Toby thinks that if he's so good at math, he's definitely not 20. Layer was sluggishly supportive. Suddenly a classmate changed the subject. After all, magic practice was coming up. Who would he be teamed up with? The young man thought that Toby would be with him, but the latter said that he had asked to be excused because his magic level was too low. Oh, and besides, they say there will be a second and also a third year in practice. That was the end of the dialogue. Practice began a couple days later in the mountains of Shandanasa Academy. The purpose of the internship is to nurture the students' magical skills, because it barks the opportunity to apply the knowledge in reality. However, students had better remember that although practice is important, safety is more important. Because of this, most of all the dangers were set up in the mountains. They need to be careful and should not leave the neighborhood. Now they are to divide into teams of 3 or 4 people. They will go to the mountains for one night and return to the same place in the morning. The teacher asked if everyone understood, and the students said yes. Boulayer was immediately approached by 2 girls. Isabella put to the choice, her or Alice. This made the guy dumbfounded, so he asked if they couldn't all be together. Alice chuckled lightly, smiling affectionately at the young man and covering her mouth with her hand. Layer has such a bigger heart, he wants to be friends with everyone. She thinks that's not a bad idea. Isabella blushed all over, glaring aggressively at the girl in front of her. But then she gave in, saying she'd do it. They'll be together and see who's who. Boulayer also smiled fondly, happy that no one was hitting him today. His joy did not last long, however, for he was pinched again. Meanwhile, someone was climbing the cliff, looking down on the city before him. It was Mr. Baird's servant who said the sun had finally set. Thoth tapped his staff against the ground, leaning on it like a cane. The man was surrounded by other men, must have been his servants too. He began his speech saying that they were finally here in this city. Everyone looked at Mage Baird with a kind of fear, listening intently to what he had to say. The man continued, shrieking that this city would never again see tomorrow's sun. In the Shenandoah Mountains, meanwhile, a white rabbit was walking around in a clearing. Suddenly, however, he heard something. So he perked up his ears and stood up. Seeing someone in the moonlight, he turned his head, looking at the unknown with red eyes. Then he opened his mouth slightly, inhaling air. It was like magic was being sucked in. He then quickly exhaled, and a huge fireball flew out of his mouth. He began to fly towards the unknowns in order to cripple and buy the rabbit time. Except that while traveling, the fireball just took off. It was Isabella's magic. She held her raised hand up, and around it was an unknown pentagram. The girl finally got a chance to counterbalance his fireball. Boulayer, meanwhile, didn't seem to be listening, feeling like he'd just woken up and was therefore so stumped. But he held the rabbit by the ears, thinking about Teacher Antony's words. If you control the fireball, the rabbit won't be able to move. Suddenly, Layer himself was pulled by his right ear. He even staggered slightly from surprise. Isabella was not pleased that the young man was holding the poor rabbit by the ears. The girl snatched the animal from him and said that she had chased away the evil uncle, so he had nothing to fear. And a second girl came running over to the seated Layer, lacquering his ear. Alice asked if everything was all right, and why hadn't he caught the rabbit. After all, that was all it took to complete the practice. He brushed it off and asked if other animals had the same magic as rabbits. She said sure, but they usually only control one element and don't have complex techniques. Here rabbits possess the element of fire and can make low-level water L shards. But the question that Layer asked Teacher Antony, no one will likely be able to answer. Meanwhile, that man was just standing still in the same spot as before. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded from behind, calling out for Teacher Antony. It was Deputy Archill asking why he wasn't patrolling the mountains. except Anthony was still thinking about Boo Layer's question. The vice chairman asked in amazement, what was it that this student had asked? The teacher said that when Boo Layer learned of the rabbit's ability to spew a ball out of its mouth, he asked why people needed gestures and incantations to do it. Deputy Arkell was now thoughtful as well, humming intently. Now both men were thinking, listening to the sounds of owls from the trees and the small breeze. After a while, Arkell remembered why he had come and told the teacher Atonius to go okun the students. He wanted to say about the question but was interrupted, telling him to go make his rounds immediately. Meanwhile, a trio of teenagers had already built a fire, warming themselves near it. Isabella, slightly flushed from the heat of the campfire, asked Laer who had more. He had already touched it, so whose was bigger, Alice's or hers? Taking his chin, he replied that it was very hard to tell. Alice suddenly took his hand, telling the guy to touch it again. Isabella was supportive, telling him to definitely try again. Laying his hand on the rabbit's head, Laer stroked it lightly. Isabella grumbled that her rabbit was obviously much bigger. She abruptly slid her rabbit toward the young man and asked with determination whose was bigger. While Boo Layer was thinking, the rabbit in Isabella's arms really stopped liking it, and so he wrenched himself out of his hands, running away from the fire with quick leaps. He then ran into some sort of hole while the teens tried to catch up with him. Isabella had lost her white-eared one, so she looked around, breathing deeply for breath. Alice began to call to her from their place of lighting the fire, but she paid no attention, for she saw the burrow. The girl bent down, looking inward. Apparently the rabbit had escaped down this very hole. Alice, meanwhile, walked over, talking affectionately to the rabbit. Boo Layer followed her. Suddenly the ground began to shake for some unknown reason, as if some earthquake had begun. Isabella looked troopily down the hole, not understanding the reason for this. Alice, holding the rabbit tightly, was also a little frightened, not understanding anything. Boo Layer looked around. This can't just be happening, can it? Then the ground suddenly began to split, cracks appearing on it. The ground beneath the two girls began to collapse. You couldn't even tell there was an earthquake. Isabella was very frightened and cried out, opening her eyes wide. Alice was frightened too, clinging to the rabbit so that it wouldn't hurt itself. He covered his eyes with his ears, holding them up with his paws. There was a lot of dust and dirt around and a huge amount of rocks in the middle. A woman's hand showed from there, which suddenly just took off. It was Isabella, who had been crushed by a small pile of earth. There were bruises on the girl's arms, but even that didn't stop her from standing up. She then reached for her classmate as well, dragging her away from the pile of rocks and earth. There was a huge hole in the ceiling, into which they consequently fell. Isabella was shocked and didn't realize where they were. Alice lay with her eyes closed, but still wheezed Boo Layer's name. The first girl immediately ran up to her acquaintance, rubbing her shoulders and asking her to wake up, except that she was lying motionless and no breath was detected. Isabella muttered under her breath, drawing her eyebrows together slightly at the bridge of her nose. She lifted the girl's head by the chin, giving it a little more height, after which the blonde bent over, about to give her CPR. She kept supporting her chin and tried to give her as much air as she could. Finally, Alice began to open her eyes, creaming slightly from her clogged throat. Then she immediately got up and had a pretty bad cough. The girl's throat was clogged with dust and earth, but she seemed to be able to catch her breath. Isabella looked at Alice cheerfully, asking if she was okay. Still coughing, the girl was able to tell that she was fine. Her hands were completely soiled. After that, both girls looked around. If they had climbed out of the hole and into the mountain, was this some kind of mine? Except Alice had never heard of the mine. Isabella suggested walking forward down the corridor to the door and going through it. Here the brunette decided to get a word in, thanking the blonde for her so-called rescue. Isabella's face expressed a strange emotion, and in the girl's mind there was shock. Alice couldn't understand the look on her face, and was the first to explain that she just hadn't expected it. Meanwhile, all the teachers and students were in complete shock because of the earthquake. One of the students asked, "Didn't they all turn it in?" Except that Arkell replied that they would count it as an unforeseen situation. Teacher Anthony told the deputy that all students have been evacuated. The earthquake was unexpected, and they make every effort, but the rest of the students were nowhere to be found. Teacher Cook looks through the lists, and they will soon know the result. Suddenly, the stomping of a horse's hooves was heard from the direction of the academy. 6 men in iron armor rode their horses toward the mountain and shouted for everyone to disperse. The students looked at them and were in some state between shock and confusion. They spent a glance at the men that left so quickly, as if they had literally just been informed of an emergency. Teacher Andrew asked interestedly, "What are the soldiers doing here?" Vice Chairman Arkell seems to have realized that the earthquake was not a coincidence. In the meantime, the girls had reached the iron door to try to find a way out. Isabella looked around the room, opening it slightly. It was quite spacious. Only in the middle of it stood a huge column that reached the ceiling. The girls came closer, and the blonde wanted to touch it. Alice was looking at the column too. It had some complicated writing on it. Isabella finally dared to touch her, an incomprehensible energy rushing through her body. After which the maiden was thrown back, Alice didn't even have time to react before she was behind her. The brunette looked worriedly at Isabella, immediately running up to her. That one seemed to be fine, but it looked like a high-level spell had been cast on the column. Alice said she had seen something like this in very ancient books on magic. According to legend, ancient people built a huge copper column with magical writing. The copper wires create a magical field. Isabella asked what it was for, but here Alice didn't know. Perhaps it had some kind of healing or growth acceleration function. Suddenly, right after these words, a hail of sharp arrows rained down on the girls. At the same minute, the column began to crunch as if something was going on in it. The arrows turned into 2 ice flakes in the same second and pierced the floor with their points. An unfamiliar hum echoed from the darkness, some man grinning. A pentagram of the water element appeared in the air as if out of nowhere. Isabella and Alice looked up perplexed, understanding nothing. Somewhere on the same level was an unknown male. He said they were pretty slick girls. Looking down at the girls from above, the unknown man was smiling. He was dressed in armor, most likely that of a guard. Alice hesitantly began to speak, her voice trembling slightly with fear. She asked who the man was and what was he doing here in the first place. He said he should be the first to ask, but it didn't matter. Either way, the girls are going to die. Isabella and Alice glanced over, silently talking over the plan and nodding. After which they began to recite the spell, summoning fire and gesticulating. The man only clucked, smirking evilly as if he knew for sure he would win. The girls combined their power and launched a huge fireball at the stranger. At the last second, this attack was repelled by a huge ice shield. The shield took absolutely all of the fire, and there wasn't a speck left of the sphere. Alice and Isabella cried out at the same time, puzzled as to how this had happened. Meanwhile, the guard jumped up, jumping off the railing and most likely about to do something. In the man's hands was a spear, with which he was about to attack the defenseless maidens. The first blow was right at Isabella. The man pushed her aside with his foot. The blonde roared at the same hour, sliding to the floor. The military man did not retreat and was about to attack again. Alice blocked his path, getting into a fighting stance and preparing for anything. And the man pinned her against the wall. The girl bounced to the side and the blow didn't come at her. Alice was startled to see his face, an expression that was like that of a hunter of good bearskins. Looking at the blade that stopped in the wall a few millimeters away from her, the brunette aghast. After which she was roughly taken by the throat, pulling her in like an incomprehensible thing. Ta began to lurch, staring in horror at that man's creepy face. Holding her by the throat, he lifted Alice into the air as she wriggled like a snake. He said he was sorry, though the look on his face said quite the opposite. There was blood on the girl's face. She was almost losing consciousness. The guard continued, saying he just had to kill them. From his pocket, he pulled a small dagger, flipping it skillfully with his fingers, after which he pinned Alice against the wall, intending to slit her throat immediately. The girl mewed hoarsely, but closed her eyes, afraid to even look at the blade with one eye. Blood spurted, but not hers. The maiden felt nothing, only the smell of metal. There was a fire nearby that was Boulayer's. It was his shoulder that was hit with the dagger. The military man was angry, but Alice was horrified. Why did he put his shoulder up? Although his hand was bleeding, the young man remained with a calm expression. Isabella tried to get to her feet, relieved at the young mage's name. The man's hand began to burn. The girl shouted at him to be more careful. The guard was puzzled, looking at the fire beside him. His face was no longer so joyful. A vortex of fire formed around it, the flames lightly burning his skin. The man was being swallowed ever harder. He couldn't believe he could die now. And this guy's not doing the spell at all. This can't be happening. There was a huge fireball impact on that martial artist in armor. There is a lot of smoke and dust and little firebrands around. Isabella tells Layer that his arm needs to be bandaged now. Except he said they'd talk about the hand later. He'll be fine. The attacker's hands and clothes were burned and he looked pretty ragged. He was angry. Could that young man really be able to activate magic faster than his master Baird? He needs to kill them anyway because they saw this whole room. His compy was frozen, but that still didn't stop him from using it. The man accelerated again and was about to attack the group of teenagers. The girls were very afraid for him, because he was essentially covering them and not moving at all. The military man, on the other hand, slowed down, not understanding why he wasn't fighting back. Suddenly, a blob of water element magic appeared in the air. Definitely a water balloon. Watching this, the opponent didn't understand how Liar made a water balloon without any movement. Although wait, it wasn't a normal water balloon after all, it was some kind of weird one. Boulayer used a new technique. Some white clots flew at the man. The man's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed, just like a cat's. He was then enveloped in white smoke and began coughing up blood violently. And when everything dissipated, there was a haze of steam coming from his body. His face was completely covered in blood, but his desire to fight had not disappeared. Except after that, the spear fell out of his hands, which were completely covered in blood and water. The man himself didn't realize how his body went limp, and he began to slowly fall. The military man fell to the ground, and his last words were a question as to where Liar got these abilities from. Meanwhile, still on the same small rock sat Mr. Baird and meditated. In a sudden moment, he opened his eyes, staring fiercely into the distance. His underling came over and asked if he was okay and if nothing was wrong. All Baird said was that there were rats that had gotten into that very place. Meanwhile, the men in armor rode their horses straight toward the mountain. They were suddenly stopped by the very first man in line, stopping his horse. He jumped off it, saying there was an underground passage ahead and everyone should get off their horses. After all, the commander of the brigand army, a well-trained royal warrior named Baird, is very dangerous. They need to be careful. One of the warriors pointed a finger behind the commander, shouting for him to look. A man with a spear stood there. The warriors looked at each other perplexed, and later the man raised his voice. He kindly said that unfortunately for them, the Proklot is now closed. That man was the mage Baird. That's why the commander told them to prepare for the offensive. Everyone steeled themselves, refreshing their swords and preparing to attack the high-level mage. The two military men talked over each other, one of them turning to his nephew, telling him to act on his own now. The commander ordered him to surround him. He's alone, so not a danger. After a while it rained. The battle failed completely. The young man woke up, grunting and groaning as he opened his eyes. His face was full of his blood. There were plenty of bodies around, and not just human bodies. Baird had even beaten the horses. The young man named Ethan stood up holding his aching head. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The kid was shocked that he was able to survive and looked at his hands in shock. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him, calling him. Ethan immediately got up and ran to his uncle, who was lying in a pile of dead bodies. He grabbed his uncle's arm, looking fearfully at the man. "What's wrong with him? How did this even happen? What does he have to do now?" His uncle told his nephew not to worry about him and held out some item. Ethan has to finish the task. Toth took the token held out, but said he couldn't. Uncle had seen Braid defeat the army himself. He even nailed the commander with one hand, and he'll kill him with his little finger. Tears streamed down the man's face and blood flowed from his nose. He was getting worse. Ethan lifted his uncle up, telling him to open his eyes. He would help him, and he would live. But he told the young man to finish the task. The man was already having great difficulty speaking. However, the man managed to finish his sentence. His nephew must save Yabo City. After those words, the grip on Ethan's shoulder loosened, and his uncle's arm went limp. The kid started crying, unable to even respond to that in any way. He just sobbed and cried out loudly when he realized that a loved one would never be with him again. Ethan had lost him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was a little more cheerful, but still not relaxed. Isabella bandaged Boulayer's sore shoulder, and he cried out in pain, for she did not know how to do it carefully. Here she suddenly asked, how did the young man manage to create magic without using gestures? The boy lied that he was doing it very fast. Isabella squeezed the wound hard with anger. Boulayer began to scream in pain, not realizing why he was even in this agony in the first place. He wriggled in pain on the floor, rolling from one side to the other. Alice said affectionately that she should be gentler with him. The blonde replied that he had gotten what he deserved, and there was no need to brag about his abilities. Afterwards, Isabella asked if the brunette recognized the column. She replied that she couldn't say for sure. This pillar will create a magic formation, but they don't know its function. However, that earthquake must definitely have something to do with it. They've even been attacked because of that formation, so she's afraid it's not that simple. Liar kneaded his hands, saying that they needed to get out quickly and report everything to the academy. After all, it was none of their business, let them deal with it. It was after these words that a sword blade was put to his throat. The two girls immediately looked frightened at the uninvited guest. Or were they uninvited? It was Ethan. With a padded face, he was pointing his sharp sword at Boulayer. With eyes widened with fright, he asked who they even were. Unexpectedly, even to Eaton, Layer pointed his hand sharply at the young man. He grabbed the one holding the sword, and the warrior tensed slightly, looking at him perplexed. And when the kid realized what had happened, his eyes widened slightly. Confusing Ethan, Layer jumped up, getting up from the floor and putting his sword aside. He swiftly clasped the warrior's hands behind his back as he hesitated, after which the young mage took hold of his head with his other hand, lightly squeezing his hair. Boulayer said angrily that the man had another partner. Isabella gazed admiringly at the object of her adoration, her eyebrows slightly drawn together at the bridge of her nose. Ethan cried out, telling them to let him go immediately, or else Yabo City would be the end of him. Boulayer looked perplexed at the young man below him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Whereupon the three simultaneously cried out, perplexed by what the warrior had said. After a few questions to Ethan, he told them everything. The teenagers looked at each other thoughtfully. Isabella asked what it comes out to. He has to stop Baird from activating Formation 1? He replied that in fact, the capital had discovered the invasion of the city long ago. No one knew his plan, but just now there had been a great fluctuation of magic. His army didn't know Brad was that strong. All of them together, Jay unlikely to stop him. Suddenly Boulayer raised his hand and said he had a question. Who is this Baird guy anyway? The girls looked at each other and Isabella held her head. Did he really not know such simple things? Alice explained that Baird is the most dangerous criminal of the Lonen Kingdom. Even the children know his name. He used to be a general in the Royal Army, strong not only in war, but also in magic, and has great power. Only no one expected that in one of the wars he and his army would betray the kingdom, which led to the defeat in that battle. Since then, he has been missing. No one has been able to find him until now. Earlier, there were even rumors that he was preparing to overthrow the government. After the speech was over, Isabella asked what the formation was for. Ethan replied that this magical formation could easily wipe out an entire city. The teenagers shrieked in amazement. How is it to wipe out an entire city? The warrior explained that that formation includes 189 columns. They don't know who installed them, but it's been there for over 1,000 years. 10 years ago, it was discovered, and a society of mages was called to investigate it. It was discovered 10 years ago, and a society of magicians was called to investigate it. They know that if they activate it, it will generate tremendous magical power and it will be devastating. That's why this place has been declared a secret. He doesn't know how Baird did it, but now the column is activated. Boulayer wondered, those don't know anything about the formation, so how to disable it? Ethan pulled something out of his pocket, showing the thing his uncle had given him. The teens immediately asked what it was and how would it work. The guy said there's the biggest pillar there, and that's the activation key. The magical society discovered that as soon as that piece gets close to the formation, its power decreases. Layer repeated, saying that by finding the main column, they would be able to stop it all. Ethan stands up, saying that's exactly what their task is. Except Baird is a lot stronger than they imagined. Boulayer said that he urgently needed to send as many soldiers as possible. Except the warrior said it was too late. The formation will be activated in at least an hour. Because only he can save Yabo City from disappearing and find that column. And the students need to get out of here. Liar coughed into his fist, saying he didn't want to belabor his burst of courage, however. Thoth made an uncertain gesture with his hand, pointing at the guy's pants, and Ethan looked down. Those were all muddy. It made the warrior embarrassed and shrieked softly. He covered himself up and blushed, saying it was just raining outside. That's why he was soaked. Ethan shifted his gaze to Isabella, who looked kind of scary right now. She shouted that their Calvius clan had defended the city of Yabo for generations, and therefore she would defend it as well. And he won't chicken out in front of that pathetic murderer who's being offered $100 million. Ethan looked at the girl in astonishment, asking if she was the head's daughter. Isabella made no reply, for a hand was suddenly laid on the fighter's shoulder. Layer said it was also his duty as a good citizen to protect Yabo City. Alyssa plugged in too, saying she'd be with them too, no matter what. Ethan looked at the students with tears in his eyes, not even finding any words to say. Suddenly, Layer asked, maybe he really needed to change his pants. Meanwhile, the members of the magical society were trying to break some sort of barrier using fire magic. More than a dozen mages attacked the barrier, which in no way yielded to them. And he doesn't seem to be succumbing this time either, even with the sheer number of attacks. That one wasn't even damaged. There wasn't even a crack or a scratch. The water mage said their magic had no effect on the barrier, and Andrew continued, saying they'd better wait for the chairman. Deputy Elton said he was just on his way back from the capital and wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. By then, he would have no place to go back to. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to Vice Chairman Elton. The three magicians turned around. It was the head of the city, all armor and sword. He asked if they had broken the barrier. The old man replied that they were trying, but they were failing. The city manager said there is already a vanguard behind the backstop. They have a sign with writing on it. And they'd better just hope they can stop the city from disappearing. Meanwhile, the teens and the fighter explored all the underground passages. Ethan said it's very dangerous here and got smacked upside the head by Boulayer for it. He started yelling perplexedly, asking what was that for. There was actually a spider web. Isn't he afraid of spiders? Meanwhile, behind Ethan, some small spider had reappeared that had traveled down the web. It jumped on the back of the warrior's head, and because of the discomfort, the guy tried to remove the pest. However, upon seeing the yellow, black, and white spider in his hands, Ethan squealed loudly. Then he threw the spider and sped forward, hysterical and loud. The teenagers thought that the whole royal army must be like that. Running forward, the guy stepped on some slab and it made a loud noise. But fortunately, Boulayer managed to grab him by the hood and yank him back with a jerk. An arrow flew a centimeter away from Ethan at that moment, and he cried out again. Seeing a small hole in the wall, the guy thanked the student for saving him. Layer said to be careful. He also had a strange feeling that they were going in the wrong direction, Ethan was sure. The soldier assured that he kept the route in his head. Soon they would come to a secret road. The young mages immediately asked what this secret road meant, and the warrior explained that there were several paths to the main room. Baird is definitely guarding the entrance, so if they have to fight him, they won't win. So he'll lead them down a secret road that doesn't lead through the main entrance. They will enter the room quietly and finish the task without Baird noticing. Liar suddenly asked, how on earth did the other know about this secret road? Ethan said that he had graduated in history and could read ancient texts. So after he joined the army, he read all the books in the palace, and in one of them was a map. The student had more questions. Why did he go to the army if he was studying to be a historian? The soldier awkwardly said that it was not easy for historians to find work, so his uncle got him a job in the army. In truth, it was his first assignment. Boulayer was shocked and muttered to himself, saying that it was just as difficult to work here as it was in his world. Ethan ran his hand along the wall, saying he'd finally found what he was looking for. Then he pressed the button, and it went off, making an unpleasant squeak. A small door opened in the wall, the young man said. The passage is here, and from there, they'll be able to get into the main room almost undetected. Meanwhile, Baird was sitting in the main room. He had been told that the barrier outside was working just fine. The mage marveled at how good the formation's defense system was. Who could have come up with it at that time? Afterward, Baird asked if Sid had arrived and was told that he had left to patrol the western sector and never returned. The man echoed his underling's words, humming thoughtfully. From the looks of things, it seems they got another little rat. Boulayer peered out from the floor slightly, looking around the room for anyone in it. After which he said that there was no one inside, which meant that Baird was definitely standing at the entrance. The tiles in the floor were then completely pulled back so that everyone could get through. When the four got out, they exhaled in relief. It had taken them a long time to get here. Isabella asked. So why isn't there a column here, just that huge ball of energy? Ethan said there used to be a column here earlier. It must have disappeared after the formation was activated. Then he walked over to one of the slabs. In the floor, it was written in an ancient language how a column could be raised. The guy read those words and the stove began to glow pink and purple. After that, a column with all sorts of patterns started coming out of there. Ethan explained that they had to wait for her to come upstairs. Alice said that things were much better than she'd expected. Afterward, the girl inquired why such a cowardly guy was so eager to complete the task. The young man smugly said that he actually put the safety of the citizens first. Therefore, he was obliged to do so. But here, Boulayer caught the lie, so he tapped the soldier on the head, telling him to speak normally. Rubbing the sore spot, the man said that it was really because of his uncle. His father died when he was very young, so his uncle raised him to be just like his father. Baird killed him along with all the soldiers. At the last moment, he said to finish the task and put everything in his hands. Besides, his uncle's daughter is still in Yabo City, so now he has to protect her. Then Layer coughed and said, "Maybe Ethan is just in love with his daughter." The soldier immediately blushed from the tips of his ears to the root of his hair and cried out that he was no match for her at all. At that moment, he was suddenly pulled by an already very red ear, and the other girl lightly squeezed the wound on the guy's shoulder, creating even more discomfort. Isabella said he was usually dumb. So since when did he become so perceptive? Has he been playing dumb this whole time? At one point, Ethan pulled some paper out of his pants pocket. The teens immediately fell silent. The young man held out a piece of paper in the student's hands. A girl was drawn on it. The warrior said it was his uncle's very daughter and he wanted to do something once he finished the task. But Lair didn't let him finish, grabbing his hands. Ethan stared at the young man in bewilderment. He hissed in his ear, telling the boy not to go on, or he might make a mistake. Ethan still didn't know what he meant. Lair said that's what they say in his homeland. Until you finish the case, don't say you're marrying a girl or confessing your feelings to anyone. The boy seemed to understand, but then the girls started talking to each other. They didn't know the word either, but Isabella said to ignore it, because his words were hard to understand. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound and a slab hitting slab against slab. The column finally rose. Ethan exclaimed happily that he was done and could get down to business. The soldier announced that he was about to activate the seal, so have the students get ready. Liar asked, "What does that mean? And what seal was he going to activate?" The warrior explained that this was to ensure that Baird would not discover the fragment until it was attached to the column. A simple seal had been put on it, and if you let a little power into it, it would open up. The fragment finally took off. Everything activated as it should, but now we need to act faster. Ethan said that as soon as he put the seal down, they should scatter immediately, except that before anything happened, the young man was so frightened that his face turned blue. A huge fireball appeared in front of them that could easily fill the room with heat. Thoth tossed Ethan aside hard and abruptly, burning his face along with his clothes. The fighter fell to the ground, lying almost breathless on the stone slabs. In front of him lay the very fragment that was supposed to deactivate the formation. Someone waved their hands gently. A small tongue of flame released from the unknown person's fingers. Sure enough, it was Baird, that shining his blue eyes greeted the little rats. Ethan grinned as soon as he saw the uninvited Baird mage that had thwarted their plan to save the city. Alice and Isabella looked at each other just like that first time, as if silently agreeing on a plan. Behind her back, the girl was creating a fireball while reciting an incantation. After that, they attacked the former warrior in 1 second. His soldiers were standing next to him, and they immediately wanted to protect the Lord. Except he didn't allow it and stood still until the orbs came within close range. After that, Baird simply took and used sphere control to destroy them. The girls aghast, realizing that their spiritual power was many times less than his. He could even control their attacks. Suddenly a balloon flew at Baird again, only this time it couldn't be controlled. He bounced to the side, dodging the attack, and the orb exploded right in front of him. Boulayer concluded that the man had quite a strong reaction since he dodged so quickly. The subordinate immediately worriedly called out to his master, but the master said that everything was fine. The former soldier stared at the young man, not understanding where he was getting his magic from. The kid didn't make any moves, and his spiritual power was somewhere on par with him. Boulayer took advantage of the man's confusion and told Alice and Isabella to take the fragment while he held off the enemy. After that, more than 5 attacks at a time flew at Baird in the same second. He looked at it all, musing. The man didn't want to believe it, but the boy didn't use any gestures or spells. From the looks of it, this layer can somehow activate magic just for fun. Meanwhile, the girls had already been twisted by Baird's boys, their arms pinned to the floor. While those were distracted by their master's battle, Isabella tried her best to get to the elemental. But Lair, looking menacingly at his opponent, already realized that he would have to kill him first. Baird looked at the young man's hands, not realizing what was this unfamiliar technique. But the moment Boulayer combined the element of water and fire, then he seemed to understand everything. After the merger, there was a powerful explosion. The technique was invented by the student himself, so the enemy was defeated. The men holding Lair's allies were in complete shock. Are those fireballs? When no counterattacks came, the young man thought he had already defeated him. Except that at the same second, a fist flew at him, piercing through the fire and water ball. Baird slapped the teen in the face, speaking angrily, giving Lair a hard time. After which the man struck again, saying that despite magic, his technique suffers. And before attacking, one should find out the opponent's weaknesses. The Supreme Mage then elbowed the guy in the face, saying that in addition, he wasn't prepared for surprise attacks. Standing up, Baird said that he didn't have much talent and didn't know how to fight. If they had a real battlefield, Lair would have died long ago. Ethan stood up, trembling slightly. He shrieked that he was the one who didn't make any sense. And finally the High Magician paid attention to him. He didn't even seem to recognize the kid he'd kind of defeated a couple of hours ago. Ethan, on the other hand, didn't dare forget, not even for a second. His face was full of anger at Baird. Solat clutched the fragment with shaking hands, his clothes were all blood and dirt. Then he swung around, about to throw a rock straight at the column. The warrior's hand was covered in blood that coated the fragment. But that didn't stop him from seeing it. Baird wasn't exactly quick to react to such a sudden action on Ethan's part, because after only a couple seconds he ordered his man Osolo to throw the spear. Boulayer lay on the ground completely exhausted, only that didn't stop him from using his last strength to shout and ask Ethan to get down. But not even shouts of his name reached him. It was as if he had been long gone, and because he did, because this situation made him envision standing with his nephews in front of his uncle's grave. His nephew will ask why Uncle Jason is called a hero, because he's strong. He will answer that in fact he was very weak and cowardly, so he peed his pants out of fear. Then he'll be asked why his uncle is considered a hero. He wasn't so brave. Ethan, on the other hand, will ruffle the boy's hair and tell him it's all about him sacrificing his life for others. Blood rushed, pain piercing his entire body from the roots of his hair to his toes. Isabella cried out, barely holding back tears as well as Alice. Lier was both angry and sad at the same time, hating Baird with all his heart. A tear streamed down Ethan's cheek as Osolo's spear pierced through his chest. Even an ordinary man is capable of incredible things, and the young soldier is proof of that. He saved the city of Yabo. He fulfilled his uncle's last wish. The fragment was inserted into the column and began to completely deactivate the formation. Everyone stared astonished at the young soldier as well as the main column. The men holding the girls were shocked. So the line was broken. Osolo, who was throwing the spear, said Ethan didn't even try to dodge the weapon. Meanwhile, Baird approached the body that had been impaled by a huge spear. After holding up a little of the whisker's index finger, he pronounced it dead. Boulayer was very angry and was ready to skin the damn Baird, but he was held back. The subordinates encircled their master, saying that it seemed their plan had ceased to work. What should they do? Baird was silent for a while, clutching the bloody photograph of Uncle Ethan's daughter in his hands. The man paused for a moment, then finally said they had lost. After saying those words, the former soldier looked up at the huge column that was still slowly deactivating the formation. Baird said that young soldier didn't consciously dodge the spear. He chose to sacrifice his life to deactivate the columns. They severely underestimated him, so this time the loss will be theirs. Osolo shrieked, asking why they couldn't resort to a second plan. The gentleman explained that they were not well versed in that method. so it was likely that those would sacrifice lives in vain. Suddenly, all 3 soldiers fell to their knees, calling the Lord by name and putting their fist to their palm, paying respect. Those said that if they were that bad, they couldn't have followed him all the way there. So they owe it to themselves to try and avenge everything that has happened to them. Meanwhile, the others had tied Alice and Isabella to chairs and were already pulling Boulayer. The one was already hamstrung, but those didn't care and just kicked the guy, letting him fall at the maiden's feet. The 2 maidens shrieked at the same time, asking if he was okay, looking at his battered carcass. Looking down at those from above, Lyre said he was fine for now. True, his appearance spoke for itself. Meanwhile, Osel bowed to the Lord and said they were ready for orders. A shadow lay over Baird's face. He began, speaking first in a quiet and mysterious voice. But finally the man raised his head and cried out, asking his soldiers to help him one last time. After these words, the man put his fist to his heart. All the fighters also simultaneously put their fists to their hearts and shouted that they agreed. Then everyone approached the pillar. It was emitting energy, but had long since ruined Baird's plan. The men stood in a circle, completely surrounding the column. Afterward, they folded their palms as if praying. Energy began to come out of them, which was absorbed by the sphere that was almost under the ceiling. Lyre asked the girls what they were doing, and Alice explained that it was a sacrifice ritual. They sacrificed their spiritual power to reactivate the formation. Except it's a one-way ticket, because then their bodies and souls will be completely destroyed. The main column once again lit up as it had before, with a bright violet-pink light. Meanwhile, outside, Mage Andrew looked at the barrier and didn't realize it had started again. The vice-chairman addressed the town manager, saying that the backstop had begun to weaken, but now, somehow, it is being restored. The head of Yabo City stared into the distance, and afterward said that something terrible had happened inside. Mage Baird smiled, looking at the column. It's working again. They've got it all worked out. Except that his fighters were already starting to fade away, slightly translucent in blue. Their bodies were turning to ash. Osel turned to the commander, smiling and bidding him farewell, and for good this time. Baird tells them to go in peace. He swears that Yabo City will be destroyed. The man's body was almost gone, but Osel had time to thank the Lord. Alice cried out, seeing the magic formation activated again. This is terrible news. Isabella, with all her aggression in her voice, asked, "Why did Baird do that? Why does he want to destroy Yabo City? It has hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Do they think they're doing something great? Then they're wrong." A tear streamed down Baird's face. Isabella is right. They're not doing any good. After all, their group is just a bunch of rage-crazed lunatics. The blonde shrieked again, asking what are they doing all this for, then? The man was silent for a moment, pondering this answer for a very long time. Then he turned around and said that since they would all be wiped out in half an hour, so be it, he would tell them his very long story. And Braid began his story. One day their army was sitting on a huge tower, hiding from their enemies. Their flag was completely broken, even slightly burnt. The coat of arms was almost obliterated. One of the warriors turned to his commander, saying that their supply of arrows had run out and there was only enough food for half a day. Baird exhaled, saying that apparently they would have to get out of the encirclement. They can't die here. Now they have to get information about the enemy. The Oslo soldier asked if they were telling the truth. The kingdom recognized them as traitors. Isn't that strange? They fought the enemy for 10 days and reinforcements never came. There's talk among the soldiers that it's not coming. The wealthy nobles rather thought Baird was too big and seized the opportunity. But the commander stood up, telling Oslo to be quiet. It's all an enemy trick. The man wanted to object. He was afraid that those were betrayed by the motherland after all. Except that Commander Baird ordered a halt, already shouting. The one said he doesn't believe. Their homeland won't betray. But if someone wants to surrender, he will understand. His men will always follow him. One of the soldiers stood up and exclaimed that he believed him and would follow the commander. Oslo stood up and, leaning his hand on his heart, also said he believed the commander. The rest of the military stood up and also shouted that they believed and would follow Mr. Baird. The man thanked them and said that the motherland should definitely not betray them. And now they need to attack and get out of this encirclement so they can pass on the information. After 3 days, the army was finally approaching the city of Yabo. The military on guard in defense of the city saw them and tried to figure out who was coming. Seeing the huge fence in the city, Commander Baird fell to his knees, rejoicing. After which he fell to the ground without strength, shrieking that they were finally back. One of the military guards told his partner that apparently their military had arrived. They should go and have a look. After a while, Baird found himself in a dungeon. He screamed, resenting why he was there. The man said he was the commander of the Royal Army and had something to report. A strange man approached him, saying that he was a traitor. His wife and child had already been punished for it, and it was time for him to receive the punishment. The commander's eyes widened. How did this happen? What happened to his wife, Lisa? Toth grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck, saying he wasn't cheating on his homeland. Let him go and give Lisa and Gwen back. but that guard only said something about his soldiers, squinting unhappily at the lad. Then he smiled evasively, saying that he knows he's not a cheater. Except that someone upstairs wants him dead, and he and his family now need to die. After these words he went away, saying that he had reported all that was asked of him. They would see each other again at the execution. Mr. Baird did not stop, shaking the bars and shouting that he had not betrayed his country. At last he fell on his knees, almost crying. Near the dungeon where the commander sat, there was another guard assigned to guard the man. Except that after a while he just got an arrow through his throat. Then someone opened the dungeon doors, freeing Baird from that bloody cage. It was his soldiers that came after him. Earlier they had escaped from a neighboring prison. The motherland had recognized them as traitors. Except that the commander was in no hurry to get up, he was completely desperate. Suddenly, the voice of the guards came from the corridor. They had already come for them. One of Braid's men picked him up and told Osel he would take him to safety. The others said they'd cover while the guys went to their hideout. At the center was an execution. Baird betrayed the faith of the citizens and conspired with his enemies by passing on secret information, after which their soldiers were killed. Someone read out a speech saying that yesterday he was caught by the soldiers guarding their city because he wanted to stage a coup. But at night he still managed to escape by killing their soldiers. Fortunately, the guards reacted and caught 3 of the traitors' troops. And now, according to the law of the realm, these 3 criminals will be executed. The trio of soldiers were hoisted into the air on ropes tied to their own throats. Baird's men stood in the crowd in black robes. One of them clucked unhappily, for this herd of sheep was cheering at the execution. Osel turned to Sid, saying the gate is open and they can leave. It's not safe here. Suddenly, Commander Baird spoke up, telling his subordinates to leave. The men looked at him at the same time and asked, "Commander, what?" Finally woke up. But the latter did not answer the question, continuing to ask that they should go away and leave him alone. After a while, Baird and his small army stood before the tombstone that belonged to his wife and child. One of the subordinates asked the commander frustratedly, what should they do now? Except he told them not to call him commander anymore. After all, he's no longer one to them. Osal looked at the man regretfully, unable to comprehend what was happening now. But Baird went on to say that the state had betrayed them and become their enemy. They must pay for all the suffering they have endured. After a moment's silence, the man added, asking if they had yet lost faith in his words. The 2 girls woke up, still tied to the chairs. Only Boulayer was still unconscious. Alice asked with pity in her eyes, what was that just now? An illusion? But Baird replied that it was only his memories. He used synchronization magic and shared them. The brunette looked at the man in astonishment. Does he possess such an ancient kind of magic? Isabella, meanwhile, was watching Lier. He grimaced at something, and she began to call to him worriedly. Then the young man immediately opened his eyes, cringing slightly. The girl stared at him incomprehensibly. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Lier had really scared her by not opening his eyes for so long. A tear streamed down the young man's face. He didn't even quite realize when it had happened. Baird said that he must have gone deeper into the memories than anyone else. Maybe he was even able to see other memories. Boulayer hummed embarrassedly, averting his gaze. It seemed as if he had actually seen something. The man said he didn't want to violate his boundaries anyway. It'll all be over soon. Before joining the king's army, he served for a time in the defense of this city. And it was then that he learned of the existence of the formation. That's why he decided that once he had his revenge on the kingdom, he would bring them to this place. They found a large number of ancient records in the basement. It took a long time to study them. They had several kinds of magic and formation control. Also, those studied its history. In ancient times, there had been a war between their ancestors, and Yabo City had lost. That's when those set up the formation, creating a trap to die with the enemies. Except that it is still unknown what happened then. The formation hasn't been activated since, so today it will produce incredible magical power, destroying all living things. In an instant, all the people in the city would be wiped out before they even realized it. Here, Alice said that he can't carry out this revenge at the cost of ordinary people's lives. She understands that he suffered, but this is not the way. Baird raised one eyebrow. She understands him? That's nonsense. He doesn't understand himself sometimes. That's where Lier said it's all. Coaxing, condolences. It won't help. After all, he wants revenge not only on the kingdom, but also on the people who cheered at the execution of his men. For him, there are no innocents. Baird gave a startled gasp. Still, the one had penetrated his memory quite deeply. He then turned to the main column, extending his hand into the energy ball. That swallowed her up like water, as if the man had just dipped his palm into the river. From this pillar, a strong magical wave went throughout the entire mountain and even further. Even beyond the city boundary, this sound wave could be felt. It looked like the magic formation had already been set in motion. Even Boulanger, sitting in her room, felt the walls shake. The panes in her bedroom windows shattered, and she looked at them perplexed. When was the last time there was an earthquake here? Although where it's not, it's a fluctuation of some kind of magic, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, the pillar began to produce a powerful energy. Even the catacombs in the mountain shook. Isabella looked sadly at the floor, saying that she never could do anything about it. She apologizes for dragging the boys into this, after which she looked at Boulayer, about to say something, but he stopped her. They'll talk when he's done with him. After that, she can tell him whatever she wants. The girl stared at him slightly incomprehensibly, making a strange sound. And former Commander Baird listed his friends, Sid, Oslo, Hare. They would finally see their wrath fall upon the kingdom. The man shrieked, letting the formation activate and the city be wiped out. Except that at that very second, a strong blow traveled down his cheek, hindering the warrior. Layer's punch had knocked the former country hero so hard that he couldn't even stand and fell down. The girls looked at each other in surprise, and later simultaneously and with the same bewilderment called the guy by name. Still also standing over Baird's body, Boulayer apologized for that. He simply had to stop the man. The barrier was spreading. Everyone already thought that they would be finished. For once it had swarmed the entire city. There would be no saving it. Except that at some point the one stopped, all the mages exhaled in relief. Mage Andre was puzzled. Why did it stop spreading? The guard said they really thought they were finished. It's a good thing the barrier stopped. Austin Clavius remained silent, looking at the whole thing strangely. He was very distrustful of the thing. Suddenly, Vice Chairman Elton heard some footsteps behind him. Not understanding, he turned around and saw Boulangji-san landing from the air on the ground. The one reported that there was a strong fluctuation of magic on the back slope of the mountain, and her students were on a practice assignment inside it. Where are they now? Elton assured the woman that everyone had been evacuated home. She's a member of their magical society, after all. She'd better leave soon. Boulagni looked at the old man incomprehensibly. Home? But Boulayer and Isabella hadn't come. She shrieked, saying that at least 2 students hadn't returned. Boulayer and Isabella are still inside. The vice chairman looked at the woman incomprehensibly. Is she talking about the daughter of the mayor? Austin turned around upon hearing talk of his child.
Isabella is still there!
A flashback from her virginity appeared before the man, as she said she wanted to go into urban defense. Then he was surprised at such a statement and asked his daughter why she wanted to go there. The girl then replied seriously, all because she was from the Clavius family and would not only protect the city, but the city as well. Holding Isabella in his arms, he pulled her against him and laughed. So she would protect Daddy too? He was squinting his eyes now, bitter at the thought that his daughter was going to fight for their city. Baird, meanwhile, struggled to get up, puzzled as to how Lair had managed to get out. He was so engrossed in activating the formation that he didn't even notice this little guy approaching at all. Looking down at the man, the student said he should ask that of the soldier they had killed. Earlier, the young soldier held out a knife to him. At first, the boy did not understand what it was for, so he asked. Ethan explained that it was a tradition of their town guard. It should be put under your clothes and pulled out in case of emergency. When the warrior had already walked forward, Boulayer suddenly asked, "What about him?" But he only replied that he was a fast runner, so he had nothing to worry about. The teenager would need that one more. Former Commander Baird looked at the body, bleeding due to the wound. He'd forgotten all about the tradition of the town guard. That guy was a good soldier. After which the man turned to Lair, even though he had entered his memories, but still decided to stop him. The would-be mage got into a fighting stance, confirming his words. He wanted to stop Baird. The former commander says that means they have different ways of thinking. And he takes it back. He thinks something about the war. The man then began to recite the fire element summoning spell before saying that they'd better settle things on the battlefield. Isabella and Alice cried out worriedly, telling them to be careful, for their opponent is very strong. But Boulayer said he's already come up with his plan and there's nothing to worry about yet. After finishing the spell, Baird summoned the fire rain technique and swung his spear. At the same second, fiery meteorites abruptly rained down on Lair, intending to kill him. Except the kid did something and a strange blue field appeared around him. And that rain of fire from burning meteorites reached him. Except there was one problem. As soon as they made contact with the field, they immediately dissolved into thin air. The girls gasped in admiration, amazed at the strength of their object of adoration. Boulayer thought right. Magic fire also needed oxygen, so if he pumped it out of the field around him, it wouldn't work. Baird stared in astonishment at the failed attack. Could it be the one controlling his power? But he just doesn't have enough spiritual power. Then what could it possibly be? Suddenly, the former commander was hit by the student's fireball. It was hard to dodge. The man wasn't wrong, as the teen really doesn't use any gestures or spells to utilize the element. Suddenly, Lair ran up to him and grabbed his torso, saying that apparently he too had not adequately prepared himself for the enemy's approach. After saying that, the kid punched Baird in the face again, just like he had a couple minutes ago when he got carried away in the formation. Baird's staff popped out of Baird's hands. Layer noticed it, and so decided to use it. It flew quite far away, almost reaching the student. It was surprising, because the man hadn't thrown it on purpose. Boulayer smiled at this possibility. His opponent shouldn't have time to react. As soon as the staff approached him in the air, the young man raised his hand. The one himself fell straight into his palm as if Layer had used the power of the wind for a trick. And upon closer inspection of the staff, the student found the remnants of magic on it. Baird rose to his knees, holding his sword in his hands. He still had it in his staff. Didn't even think it would come to this. Suddenly, the sword glowed. The man was definitely blowing some magic into it. He then abruptly stood up and started running at Boulayer, pointing his blade at the latter. The student tried to dodge and succeeded. The blade only grazed the wound that was previously bandaged. Only the kick was too dangerous because it fell right into Baird's legs. The former commander placed his foot on Layer's wound, deliberately applying pressure. The young man surprised him, for he had powers he could not understand. But he lacked determination, for there were many opportunities to finish him off. He then raised his blade, saying that it was an honor to kill a worthy opponent on the battlefield. As the sword approached the spot between the young man's eyes, he asked if that was all there was to it. Suddenly there was a sound from the side and Baird shifted his crazed gaze to the side. At that moment, about 2 magic balls were just flying at him at a breakneck speed. The man did not have time to do anything, and therefore the shell hit him directly. The fireballs belonged to Isabella and Alice. The blonde said that members of the Clavius family never run away from the battlefield. Boulayer praised the girls in thought and began to use one of the techniques to siphon off oxygen. With a bloody hand, the young man tried to disarm his opponent as he glared at him with aggression. But afterward, when he realized something was going on, Baird changed from aggression to incomprehension. His sword fell to the ground with a clatter, bouncing several times and creating an unpleasant sound. The man is clutching his throat. He can't say a word or breathe. The one fell to the floor, not realizing what was even going on or what the brat had done. Boulayer looked down at the former commander, saying that he was correct in what he said. To kill a worthy opponent was an honor. Listening to the guy's retort, he looked at him perplexed, and then realized something. As he fell to the floor, he muttered words of regret, for once again he had failed his soldiers. Then Baird's body went limp, as if he had just fallen into a sweet slumber. The 2 maidens immediately ran up to Layer. Isabella said worriedly that he was hurt. He smiled and said it was okay. Also, he only made it through because of them. Suddenly, the magic ball under the ceiling began to slowly disappear. Apparently, if the formation is not activated after it has accumulated energy, it will automatically deactivate. Isabella exclaimed happily, for that meant they had all finally made it. Ta ran up to Layer in joy, hugging and shouting that they had finally made it. Suddenly, the minute the kid said not to touch him, earth sprinkled from the ceiling, and the entire catacombs began to shake. Alice ran up to them, saying that the ancient structures were self-destructing so that the enemies couldn't use them. Isabella looked at her incomprehensibly, and she explained that the formation could blow up the entire dungeon. From somewhere above, a huge boulder began to fall on the guys, intending to crush them all. Boulayer looked around the room perplexed, and then frantically searched for a way out. He pulled Alice and Isabella behind him, yelling that now they had to leave immediately. Fortunately, the rock didn't fall on them. He also gave the brunette a disgruntled look, asking if they couldn't have just said they had to leave. The main column began to break in 2 at the same second, making a beautiful cut. Boulayer clenched his teeth, looking at this picture unhappily. This place was going to fall apart. Afterward, the young man shifted his gaze to their familiar soldier who was sitting on the ground with a spear in his chest. He also looked at Baird and said goodbye. He said goodbye to Ethan first, and then to their opponent. Meanwhile, the mages from the Magical Society were watching the mountains. The barrier was disappearing. Vice Chairman Elton exclaimed happily, as did Magician Andrew. A strong torrent of wind blew between the men at the same second. It was math teacher Boulagny that was going as fast as possible. Deputy Elton smiled. Miss Boulagny was always so impatient. Osden Clavius shouted that the barrier was open, so now everyone should search the mountains, capture the criminals, and evacuate the students. In his thoughts, he prayed that his daughter Isabella would be well. Meanwhile, the dungeon was in complete chaos. Everything was completely destroyed. The students ran down the hallway, trying to get to the elementary room as fast as possible. And they almost had it. The hole was glowing in the ceiling a few meters away from them, except the walls shook again. Isabella shrieked that it could all come crashing down on them now. Eventually it did. A pile of huge rocks fell right in front of them. It was full of smoke and dust that had risen from the rocks. The girls coughed and lost sight of Layer. Someone's silhouette appeared up ahead, but it was hard to see because of the dust. As soon as it cleared, it was clear that it was Boulayer. He looked padded, despite the wound in his shoulder. Isabella ran up worriedly, asking if he had gotten any on him, but he assured her he was fine. Alice looked at the blocked entrance and said that there was definitely no way out now. The students are trapped in a trap that is about to stone them. But Lair was in no hurry to give up. He thought that the stones were much smaller here, which meant that they could be blown up with magic. Isabella realized what he was thinking and hurried to stop him. They won't make it! It would take a lot of fireballs, and they don't have much spiritual power. Lair smiled and said that he had a plan. They were learning the fire shield technique, right? The young man then said that they should try their best and began to manifest oxygen extraction. When its concentration in the air is between 4 and 75%, ignition will increase. It worked, and the student used the element of fire, throwing it at the pile of rocks. The explosion came out several times stronger from normal fireballs. It should all work. To protect themselves from chunks of rocks and dust in their eyes, the teens used fire shields. All the dust eventually dissipated and a hole appeared in the rocks. They did it! Isabella looked at the guy perplexed and asked, how did he do that? He had already reached the level of a mage. It was already morning. They hadn't gotten out of the dungeon since last night. Alice climbed out first, exhaling in relief. They were finally out. Then the girl helped Isabella out as well, pulling her up by the arm. Their clothes were in a terrible state. Meanwhile, Boulayer was still downstairs, breathing heavily, trying to climb out. The maidens looked down at him, anxiously asking how he was and holding out their hand. He said everything was fine, and they had nothing to worry about, except that the wounds were bleeding a lot. That one closed one eye. Lair can't hold on anymore. His strength is at its limit. Holding onto some rock with his hands, he tried to push off another with his foot. But his foot had slipped down, and he was unable to hold on with his hands, for he was holding the bleeding wound with one of them. In the same second, he dropped back down, reaching up and hoping that maybe he could get a grip on something. But there was nothing, and the girls shrieked in fright. Lair wondered if this was where he would lose everything. However, the moment he thought about it, someone grabbed his arm. Already, as his eyes were closing, he caught a glimpse of the silhouette of Boulangier's teacher. When Lair woke up, he found himself on a hospital couch surrounded by girls. Opening his eyes, he let out a sharp sigh, as if he had just crawled out from under the water, after which he stood up, not realizing where he was or why everything hurt so much. Isabella was asleep at the time, but as soon as she heard movement, she got up and told Lair not to move. Alice and Boulangma looked at the guy happily, but Isabella even pounced on him. It brought him discomfort, for his body ached and they also began to shake him. The teacher said that he had lost a lot of blood, but his wounds were not fatal. He needs to rest. Boulayer answered nothing, but only began his about to say of Baird. She said that she had already listened to the girl's story. It was not their duty to tell the king everything. Only if he told someone, maybe. Lair agreed, for there was really nothing they could do in this situation. Suddenly someone opened the door with a nasty creak, peering inside. Everyone turned at once at the sound of creaking hinges, staring perplexedly at the entrant. It turned out to be the head of the city. He apologized for the disturbance and introduced himself. The student didn't understand why Osden Clavius suddenly needed him, so he asked. The man bowed, saying that Lair had saved Isabella and the entire city of Yabo. Therefore he thanked him. The kid awkwardly said he shouldn't thank him and bow, since he hadn't done anything. But Osden went on to say he also invited him to a family dinner tomorrow night. Lair stared perplexed at the head of Yabo City, Mr. Clavius, not knowing if he was joking or serious. At that moment, Isabella blushed slightly. To dinner, getting to know her family, together? She too stared dumbly at her father, blushing slightly and thoroughly embarrassed. Adjusting Boulayer's collar, he said that although he had agreed to dinner, he had not agreed to clothes. Isabella said he's always dressing in whatever he's wearing, and today not only are they coming, but other guests are coming too. The kid said in amazement that he thought it was a family dinner. Why would anyone else be there but her parents and them? The girl exhaled, saying that their family dinners were always like this. Boulayer clucked, saying, That's right. Their title of head is hereditary. No wonder their family dinners are parties for the upper classes. Suddenly the student thought, what would happen if he took Isabella as his wife? She would be the next head of the town. Their child would also later become the head of the city, except then he would have to carry the surname Clavius to run the city. He doesn't really mind, but his surname Chen would suit the child better. Unless there are two children, then everything will work out. Suddenly his ear was tugged again and Lair cried out, angrily asking what was that for. Isabella shouted that he was thinking something nasty again. The boy said he was just thinking about whether it was possible to have two babies. Then, blushing with embarrassment, he explained that his friend's wife was going to have a baby and was having twins. They asked him to think of names for them. Isabella had already begun to speak nonsense as well, and later asked if he had made up the names or not. He replied that he did not and added that those still wanted one child to carry the mother's surname and the other the father's. Suddenly, the girl asked how he himself felt about his child having his mother's surname. Lair replied that if they were having twins, he would agree. The blonde nodded and later told him to think hard about the names. At last, the couple reached the entrance, near which was a large awning. Isabella shrieked when she saw her mother, and so called out to the woman joyfully. The one who saw her daughter smiled, greeting her and of course her buddy Boulayer. The boy bowed, showing respect, and greeted Mrs. Clavius. The woman immediately thanked him for saving her daughter. She told him so much about him. The other ladies that were also guests of the manor flanked Layer and started saying something, asking if he and Isabella were really dating. Suddenly he was grabbed by the younger Clavius's hand, saying she would take him to his father. Mrs. Clavius grinned. What was she so afraid of? It's not like they're going to steal Layer. Isabella tells the young man that they are about to say a lot of stupid things to them, so we need to leave. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Mr. Clavius had received a report that Walter was up to something. He didn't quite believe it, so he asked Abel what it meant. He said it was true, and that was why he had come to him. Austin said their family home has been running the town for many hundreds of years. Does Mr. Abel seriously think some petty finance minister can shake them down? Howard, the head of the family, said it used to be that way, except that now the capital has severely curtailed the rights of town heads. Now most of the finances and the military are going under the control of the heads of the cities. The king is sending his men to run it. And Minister Walter is the queen's younger brother. Mr. Clavius knows that every year at this time the tax inspectors come from the capital. If they find something wrong, they have the right to arrest even the head. And he, Abel, knows the information that Walter is coming to town soon. They had a private conversation a few days ago, and most likely they are planning a plot against the head of Yabo. Mr. Clavius thanked Abel Howard for the warning and said he would be careful. The young head of the family stood up and said that in that case he dared not bother him anymore. The man stopped the boy and asked why did Mr. Howard tell him this. Abel explained that it was all for the safety of his family. If something happened in Yabo City, they would be trapped. After a while, Abel Howard was on his way out, escorted by the servants. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of his daughter, along with Boulayer, near the door of the city leader's office. He put his hat on his head and smiled as he walked out. Thoth always shows up where something is going on, so he wishes nothing but good luck. Mr. Clavius looked for a long minute, then at Isabella, then at Boulayer. There was a tense silence in the room. No one dared to speak. Only at one point did Isabella break the silence, asking her father why he was silent. He closed his eyes and told the girl to come out, for he wanted to talk to Boulayer alone. Isabella smiled at the guy and said she would go then. He said he would come as soon as he was done. They said their goodbyes, Austin tensely watching the whole strange scene. Then the man, about to get up, clenched his fist and waited for his daughter to come out. The door slammed shut, but because of the tense sepulchral silence, the impact was loud. Austin Clavius stood up, saying that he first wanted to give thanks again for saving his daughter. The lad replied with a smile that a man should always stand up for a lady. Mr. Clavius stepped aside and pulled out a sword in an iron sheath from somewhere. The man bare his blade and said Isabella had told him, the one at the academy taking care of her too. A faint sweat ran down Boulayer's face. He said that the two of them were both studying with Boulagny's teacher and cared for each other. The head of the city approached the young man at close quarters and asked, "So Isabella was telling the truth?" The kid nodded and said most likely. It was at that moment that the man fully bared his weapon. Austin said that in the dream she was talking about, he kissed her, hugged her, and hurt her. Is that also true? Liar stared at him perplexed. When did he and Isabella have time to do that? The man began to press with renewed vigor, saying that he had just hugged her and then hurt her. Boulayer was not affected by this. He ignored the question and asked a counter-question. Was he called here just to say that? This caused the head of the city to change his face. He had been slightly angry before, but now he was perplexed. He put the sword back in its sheath, saying that the young man was the first to speak to him like that. He was joking because Isabella is his only daughter. She would need his care from now on. Layer's hand was extended for a shake, and he eagerly made the gesture with his healthy hand. Afterwards, Mr. Clavius said that it was better not to tell anyone about their conversation. The student said that Isabella would certainly not find out. After a while, all the guests were seated around a table in the lavish garden of the estate. Isabella suddenly asked the boy, what was it that he and her father were talking about? Taking the cutlery in his hands, Boulayer replied that he couldn't answer. It was their man's secret. The girl clucked unhappily, puffing up her cheeks like a small child. Her eyebrows rose to the bridge of her nose. Mr. Clavius watched the small brawl from a distance, smiling contentedly. At one point, a subordinate approached him to tell him that the Minister of Finance and the tax collector had arrived. Minister Walton appeared behind him, asking why he had not been invited to such a sumptuous dinner. The city manager stood up and apologized, saying it was a family dinner. They didn't want to disturb him. The man smiled wryly, saying there was nothing to worry about. The tax collector had already told him about their problem. He and Walter later cut into the conversation, saying that he and Walter had discussed everything. They suspect that Mr. Osden has committed illegal acts in the area of taxes. Their responsibility now is to investigate. The head of Calvius's face darkened with anger. He asked that they be allowed to finish their dinner, but the tax collector said he would not repeat himself. After all, he represents the interests of the capital. Everyone at the table began to chatter. many not realizing what was even going on. Suddenly, Isabella put her hand on Boulayer's knee. This made him finally turn his attention to the girl. Not only her arm, but her whole body was trembling slightly. She looked sad and scared. There were whispers at the table. Mrs. Clavius rose and looked worriedly at her husband. Secretary Walton said to think about their joint case. He doesn't recommend making a scandal in front of so many people. Better to just volunteer to help the investigation. Mr. Clavius was very angry, he cried out, but his wife held him back. She turned to the guests and said that their dinner was over. They had business to take care of now. They would gather a little later. Boulayer turned to his neighbor, saying they had best get out of here now. Then he looked to the side and involuntarily saw something, or rather, someone interesting. It was Vice Chairman Calvin and Brad. Why else would they be here? Eventually the couple left. Isabella pulled her date for the evening along the so-called corridor outside. Boulayer asked how the girl was feeling. That tax collector is subject to the capital and her father is in danger. Someone was discussing the situation. Because Watler is the Queen's younger brother, he does what he wants. He even got the IRS to do it. The mayor has had many fights with him, and now Mr. Calvius's name is to be defamed. The tax collector has been bought. One girl said upset that she didn't think the Clavius family, who had ruled their town for so many years, would be displaced like this. Isabella's hand pressed even harder into Boulayer's healthy palm. Whether she was angry or frustrated, I couldn't tell. The kid looked at her face and called her name, not realizing what was wrong. However, after taking a closer look at the expression on the girl's face, his gaze changed to pity. Isabella was crying bitterly, her face all flushed and her makeup smeared. Boulayer cried out, worriedly asking what was wrong with her. Why is she crying? Only she answered nothing but simply fell into the young man's arms, sobbing into his shoulder. She wondered what she was going to do. What would happen to her father? He could go to jail and she wouldn't even do anything. Lyre put his arm around her head, firmly telling her not to worry. There was no way he was going to let anything happen to her or her father. Meanwhile, Chairman Calvin and Brad were talking amiably in the garden, sitting side by side. Lair suddenly called out to them, running toward them from somewhere far away. They looked at him in surprise. Calvin asked incomprehensibly what he was doing here, and the young man explained that the head was his girlfriend's father. Toth shook his hand, admitting that he'd almost forgotten about it. Brad said he was very pleased to see a hero of the city. Boulayer asked, "What are they actually doing here? Are they with the tax collector?" Calvin explained that the tax collector is a deputy in the Math Society. They are required to accompany him until the investigation is completed. Lair asked if in case of a tax problem, shouldn't he go to the Minister of Finance? The man said the finance minister, a subordinate of the head, and under him all responsibility. The student confidently asked, "Does Chairman Calvin himself even believe these words?" The one said that they are just scientists and are not related to the tax office, and these are the affairs of the kingdom. They have no right to interfere. Suddenly, Boulayer started talking about a person named Chen Luo. He had recently solved all the problems of the Math Society, didn't he? They remember him? Calvin said he naturally remembers. He's considered the god of math on the entire continent. Has Lair heard of him too? Braid shrieked, saying that actually they hadn't told anyone about it. How did the young man know? The student with a serious face said that he was that Chen Luo kid. The faces of the two men turned white with shock, and their eyes and mouths opened as if they were wax figures. Sweat ran down their foreheads. They asked Mr. Boulayer not to joke like that again. But the young man said that he then solved 23 problems and received 535 gold pieces. However, those cooperated for the first time, and he took only 530. Calvin cried out, apologizing for his impertinence and for allowing himself to be doubted. Brad said that in that case, it's no wonder he was able to beat Baird then. Chairman Calvin said that if Mr. Chen had any requests, he would sacrifice anything. But the guy only bent down and said that no sacrifices were needed. He did not like the presence of the tax collector and the Minister of Finance, so it would be better if they left Yabo City. The men assured him that they would do their best. Calvin and Brad looked like two puppies now. Usually they always showed their manners, but not today. In the eyes of these two, Chen Luo looked like a god of the Lonan kingdom. They worshipped him. Parnisha is the pride for the kingdom of Lonan, the light of their eyes and the hope of the state. Because men have decided they're even willing to kill Secretary Walter for him. The student put a healthy hand first on Calvius's shoulder and then Brad's. He said that their main concern and goal is Walter. He's the whole source of the problem. Did they understand him? A shadow fell over the men's faces and they replied that they understood and would kill him and the man's entire family. Boulayer fell silent, his face saying it all. What kind of game were they up to? The young man exhaled heavily and said that there was definitely no need to kill him. He just wants the Minister of Finance to leave Yabo City. The men simultaneously realized what the man wanted and said it would be done. Lastly, Boulayer told them not to tell anyone who he was. He didn't want any trouble. After a while, the two men went straight to the head of the city, the finance minister, and the tax collector. Everyone turned their attention to them as they approached quite noisily. Calvin said they need to talk to Vice Chairman Caesar. Thoth told the head Osden to stay put until he returned. He and Deputy Calvin stepped back, and the deputy told Caesar that Walter did not look like the finance secretary for the city of Yabo. Deputy Caesar grew somber and said it was definitely not up to Mr. Calvin to decide. Gossett and Brad smiled evilly, asking if those very rumors were true. The man stared at him incomprehensibly, as if hearing about the rumor for the first time. Brad put his palm on Caesar's shoulder, giving him a friendly pat. He asked, coming out, "Does he really like Finance Minister Walter?" Caesar angrily pushed the man away, saying he was just doing what was fair. Brad says it's not up to him because there are people upstairs who want Walter out of town. If he doesn't agree, they can't guarantee Caesar's safety. Calvin added that he was not primarily a tax collector, but the vice president of the Mathematical Society. That person's influence on their community is pretty big, so he recommends not getting the community in trouble. Deputy Caesar thought for a very long minute and then turned to the minister. He shouted for his men to grab Finance Minister Walter now. When the two guards pinned his arms down, he cried out in incomprehension as to why they had captured him and not Austin. The vice chairman and at the same time tax collector said let the pig be shut up, whereupon Caesar turned to the head and bowed, apologizing. They had just received proof that the minister was squandering the royal treasury. Mr. Calvin has nothing more to worry about, and now they're all leaving. The head of the city, Yabo Ostun, raised his eyebrows incomprehensibly as he looked at the distant man. His wife, on the other hand, was looking away, watching someone very keenly. It was Boulayer, muttering something under his breath about coming back because otherwise he'd get his ears kicked again. Then she began to chuckle into her palm and her spouse asked what was wrong. She took 2 glasses of red wine from the table, asking why on earth he didn't understand. The couple chugged, and the woman said that Boulayer was a very nice guy. They looked very happy in the light of the crescent moon. Mrs. Calvin was smiling, and it made her look young. Meanwhile, Isabella sat alone on the bench, thinking of her lover. Where had he gone? In the light of the crescent moon, the Clavius family's estate looked beautiful as hell. Isabella sat in the garden, looking sadly at the blossoming sakura. Suddenly, a hand fell on her head. The girl looked up and saw a calm Boulayer. The unexpected guest, whom she had remembered a few minutes ago, made her dumbfounded. The younger Clavius wiped the tears from her cheeks and asked how her father was doing. The kid replied that everything had been solved a long time ago. His friends helped him, so Walter left, and there would soon be a new finance minister in town. Isabella didn't understand how. He was in cahoots with Caesar, the tax collector. Liar grinned caustically, saying that those friends of his turned out to be much cooler than that man. Now the blonde didn't look sad. Now she was wondering what kind of friends he had. However, the cripple put his thumb to her lips and said that she was asking too many questions. Suddenly, Isabella nestled against his cheek and gave him a quick kiss, much to the guy's embarrassment. Then she also quickly ran away, saying that dinner wasn't finished yet and she had to go. Meanwhile, the guests had been sitting in their seats for quite some time. I wondered how they had made it back in time. As an aside, 2 funny-looking men were fighting over a bag of money. In the process, all the gold coins just scattered on the ground. One of the coins rolled far out onto the path, having traveled nearly 200 meters. Isabella did not notice her, and so ran on her heels, almost catching up with the coin. Boulayer noticed her and tried to stop the girl, but she didn't listen and slipped. From the surprise, the damsel did not stand on her feet, but took and began to fall backwards. The student was very frightened for the blonde, except that his broken arm didn't allow him to help properly. He reached out to her and ran parallel to her, terrified that she might smash her head in. And for a moment, Layer thought he should definitely be able to grab Isabella's hand. He closed his palm, but only caught part of her dress. When he noticed this, he apologized awkwardly. The girl's parents were also terrified as they watched their daughter fall. Isabella was almost crying again, covering her breasts with her hands. Earlier, she had been covered by her veil, but it had been torn off. And after inspecting the dress, she started sobbing, calling her friend an idiot. The girl stood up, one hand covering her cleavage and the other pointing at Layer. She called him a pervert again. Fighting off the attacks, the kid explained that he just wanted to catch her and it didn't come out on purpose. Isabella, aghast, as if taking the situation personally, Ta angrily began to summon her element of fire to attack the young man as usual. Boulayer looked at the girl's parents as if asking for help with his gaze. Isabella noticed this and started angrily, picking up a word to call the sophomore. He started making excuses, yelling that he hadn't seen anything at all and wasn't even trying. The girl stammered and pointed her finger at him again, unable to pick up the nasty nickname. Mrs. Clavius chuckled into her palm, saying that youth was a cool thing. Suddenly, Osden said that he and Layer weren't done yet, so let him pass with him. When they left, Mrs. Clavius said that the young man had helped them a lot. He seemed to like her. Isabella hummed unhappily, saying that she hadn't asked for it at all. Meanwhile, the men had already gone to the manor, to the same office of the head of the city. Osden Clavius said that he didn't expect this today at all. Boulayer is not so simple. Calvin and Brad owed him a favor, and today they were able to pay him back. and Caesar holding Walton is a very generous favor. Layer took a glass of wine and said that it was an honor to defend Isabella, and the minister had been taxing as he pleased for 3 months. The man lowered his gaze downward. Was that really all the reason he had for doing this? Boulayer said it's obvious that if the price of pork has gone up because of this, so has the rest of it. Taxes affect the economy of the state and the welfare of the people. If you let the minister get away with it, it will be hard on everyone. And if people don't have anything to eat, will there be any hope for the future for this city? Austin said that the student was saying everything absolutely right. The student replied that he was glad to be understood. Meanwhile, Isabella, along with Mrs. Clavius, peeked at them through the crack of the door. Mr. Clavius clinked his glass with Layers and thanked him for his advice. They would definitely find the right man for the role of minister. Suddenly from behind, Isabella was shoved in the back and pushed forward. The girl, of course, did not expect this, and so she was taken aback and did not step in time. She was pushed so hard that the blonde opened the doors with herself and began to fall. Everything caused her to start falling straight onto Boulayer, who was holding a full glass at the time. They collided, and the young man dropped his glass of red wine in surprise. While trying to catch it, Layer failed miserably and spilled all the contents. It spilled so sloppily that it got not only on him, but also on Isabella herself. Mrs. Clavius smiled, telling her to be careful. Have her bring clean clothes for their guest. The woman also asked him to help clean his room for him, because he would be staying overnight. Isabella was angry, not sure what that meant, but the woman merely escorted them out of the office, wishing them a good night. Isabella finally led Boulayer into the dressing room, and the two changed clothes. The young man started the dialogue slightly awkwardly, saying something about tonight. But Isabella only freaked out and told him to follow her. She would lead him to the bedroom. The two teens walked out, leaving the married couple alone with each other. Mrs. Clavius stood slightly behind her husband and asked how the dialogue went. Austin replied that Boulayer said he had Calvin help him with everything and did him a favor. However, it seems to the man that things are not as he sees them. It is not as he has been told. The woman smiled, saying that everyone has secrets. He treats Isabella well, that's enough. The town leader asked where she even got the idea that their daughter liked this young man. Mrs. Clavius said that Isabella had previously wanted to go to the capital, and here she hadn't even applied anywhere. Ta suggested that the girl wanted to go to the same year as Boulayer, and her father grudgingly said that maybe Ta just didn't want to go. The wife took her husband's hand affectionately and told him not to get so upset. Isabella is so naive, so she's afraid that if she leaves, she might get hurt. Meanwhile, Boulayer was already lying in the bedroom that he had been provided and thinking. Toth used to think it was better to pretend to be someone else to avoid problems, but now he sees that it is profitable. Walter is the queen's younger brother. He could easily pressure Austin to go against the decree. But Chen Luo is a god to the math society. Calvin worships him and believes every word. One word from God is enough to fix a problem like Walter. Thanks to Chen Luo's role, Boulayer can change the rules however he wants. And this rule can shift even down to the rulings of human life. The kid covered his face with his hand as he continued to ponder over everything that had happened. He simply has to protect not only himself, but also the people close to him. Finally, the young man came to reality, climbing out of the worlds of fantasy and reflection. Apparently, to have a good life in this world, you need a high status. He needs to have unlimited power. On the guy's stomach was a small gold coin with a beautiful lion in a crown. Suddenly, someone knocked on the window. It immediately drew Boulayer's attention. He rose at once and opened it ajar, looking to see what sort of uninvited guest had come to him. Of course it was Isabella that long ago changed into a soft pink dress. She jumped on the bed, while the young man wondered why she hadn't come in through the doors. Isabella raised one eyebrow, calling him a fool. It was all so she wouldn't be noticed. Liar looked at her skeptically, asking what was she going to do then? She might be misunderstood. The girl asked mockingly, did he just see that luxurious bed and couldn't fall asleep from overexcitement? The kid sarcastically said that's right. Except that if she took her clothes off, it would be even better. Isabella immediately covered her breasts, calling him a pervert. Actually, she was here on business. The maiden demanded with menace in her voice that the young man tell her what he and her father had been talking about. Boulayer looked away, asking if she definitely wanted to know, but Tay interrupted him, telling him rather to speak. The student seriously replied that she was still small, so he was asked to keep an eye on her. She stared at the floor in incomprehension, asking why she was small. After which the girl became very embarrassed and blushed, raising her gaze to her interlocutor. Ta stood up and shrieked, saying that Liar was a scoundrel. He immediately asked to be allowed to explain. Isabella said she didn't want to hear anything and flopped down on him, putting her foot on his face. She doesn't want to talk to a pervert. Then the younger Clavius went to the window, saying she knew it. She shouldn't have come to him. Suddenly, just as she was about to climb onto the windowsill, Boulayer took her hand and asked her to listen to him. Liar tried to stop her, telling her that her father was fine. He'd worked it out. Isabella did not turn at that moment, for she was strongly restraining her tears. After a few seconds of silence, she turned and said it wasn't that. She just wanted to say something. Bu Liar said with a serious face that she didn't need to do that because he already understood everything. But the blonde with tears in the corners of his eyes said he had it all wrong. The damsel took a deep inhale and exhale, preparing to spill everything to the guy at once. She said she was very grateful to him for the evening. She also believes in him. Then the younger Clavius simply picked up and stepped over the window frame, stepping out into the garden. Bu Liar stared after her, not at all sure what those last words meant. And then suddenly the young man saw the silhouette of the head of the city that was hiding behind the trees. Finally, Liar stood at the exit of the Clavius manor. There was another figure with him, as if to see him off. Mrs. Clavius asked if he had had a good night's sleep and breakfast today. The young man thanked the woman from the bottom of his heart and said that everything had been great. Except now it was time for him to go. The TA pretended to cry and asked if she had not received him well, and he would not stay for dinner with Isabella. This left the student in shock. He did not want to bring the lady to tears. He tried to explain that everything was normal. Osden Clavius looked down at Bu Liar as if still making an assessment. He put his hand on his spouse's back and told Anna that they would not force him. The man asked if he had seen anyone last night. The teenager said he didn't know what he was talking about and quickly ran off. The couple looked at him. Anna thought the boy was quite nice, but Austin had his doubts. Someone knocked politely on the wooden office doors several times. The head of the city and family, Clavius, was sitting in the meeting room reading a newspaper, asking his guest to come in. It was Mr. Calvin and the tax collector Caesar. They apologized for such an unexpected visit. The other apologized for yesterday, saying they were very inconsiderate and caused trouble. Austin grinned and said that it wasn't that big of a deal. The business of funding was his responsibility too. As the two men left, the man remembered how they had behaved yesterday. What had Lair done to Cesar to make him a different person? Meanwhile, at the estate, Howard Abel was reading one of the letters addressed to him. The head of the family clucked unhappily. Bu Liar wasn't so easy since Caesar had taken to helping Osdon. The man started burning the letter. Things only get more interesting as time goes on. Tongues of flame fought back in Mr. Howard's amber eyes, and his gaze became crazed. Fires burned not only in Abel Howard's eyes, but in many more. A mother and her child walked through the town, straight to the market. They passed the main building of the Math Society. The mother told her son about it, but he thought only magicians were cool. He said he would definitely go to a university in the capital in the future and magic would beat math. Deputy Calvin saw him and said the boy was determined. Does he know that math is the mother of all sciences? After all, nothing is possible without math. Does the boy really think magic will defeat it? The woman wanted to make excuses for her son, but he asked, why not? There will always be strong mages who will succeed. Mr. Calvin patted him on the head, saying that he had the right idea. But there could always be someone even stronger. Except that you can't beat math, because it will continuously evolve and get better and better. After saying that, the man just took off for the main institution of society. The woman looked at him a little incomprehensibly, but the boy was not happy. The deputy was greeted with bows, welcoming him into their math society building. Afterwards, the math guys ran up to him and said something about the devil's number. They said it's not a devil number, it's an irrational number. They better not listen to intimidation. Calvin examined the papers and said that the discovery of this number meant the advancement of science. They should seek the truth and discard false theories. When Boulaire nominated the irrational number, it became unnecessary for scientists to fight over the Edwin Prize. After all, it used to be all solved by fights. Because how so? It was their theory that deserved the award. Except now all the scholars were looking exactly at Deputy Calvin. That one, as soon as he entered, he immediately sat down in the chair that was meant for him. At first, as I entered the auditorium, he did not notice these looks, but now they were very noticeable. The man was immediately handed 2 gold tokens under his nose as a vote for him to be the one to receive the award. One of the mathematicians said it was his vote for him in the Yabo City region. Then the other mathematicians admiringly started saying that they were giving their vote to him. They began to come up and shake Calvin's hand, congratulating him on his award. The deputy was puzzled. One of the chairmen smiled as he said that this year's atmosphere was not at all what it used to be. The second man coughed and began that on behalf of the Math Society. He announces Edwina Bologna and her student Boulaire from Yabo City as the award winners. Vice Chairman Calvin tearfully held up all the tokens he had been given. He couldn't believe that right now he was being called on stage to present the award. All the math students escorted Deputy Calvin's gaze to the main stage. One of the chairmen stood up holding a small statuette which was like an award. Calvin held a dozen tokens in his hands and held them out to the man in exchange for a bonus. With a smile, the old man congratulated him, holding out the statue and taking the tokens. The man tearfully accepted it, saying he had finally waited. With God Chen Luo, their Yabo City Math Society had finally waited for this day. The chairman smiled as he said that this year an irrational number had been discovered and 23 problems had also been solved. It's a pity Chen Luo isn't here. He would have won this award for sure. Calvin thought that he really didn't know if God Chen would rise to this stage, but right now he was immensely glad. Meanwhile, there was a rally outside the building of the Magical Society. All the disgruntled and, so to speak, robbed people gathered to show their discontent. Even though 100 gold pieces was nothing, but they just took it and dared to trick them with fake magic. The boy found himself in the middle of the action and tried to get out of the crush while the disgruntled people made more and more noise. And he must have almost made it out of the crowd by crawling over. His clothes were covered in dust. Only the boy didn't want to crawl backwards but forwards, sneaking through the crowd. He'd chosen a slightly odd path and hoped he was moving the right way. Except that at the last moment, one of the guards grabbed him by the shirt, telling him to stand. Finally, one of the mages came out of the building. The crowd roared, displeased with everything that had happened. As the boy tried to break free of the guard's grip, a man came out from behind the door. The guard asked, "Where is Chairman Angus?" He was the only one who had witnessed the magic. The young man explained that he was meeting with dignitaries and sent him to calm everyone down. He then addressed the crowd, asking everyone not to worry. They had a misunderstanding. One exasperated man cried out, asking what are those trying to rub into them. "It's not an improved water technique, it's trickery." The boy in the guard's grip shouted as well, saying that Mom said cheaters should be punished. Except they didn't listen to him, only pushed him, telling him to get the hell out of the Mage Society's territory. The Guardian said that there are people in their community who have been able to experience the technique for themselves. It's just that you have to have stronger powers to do so. The disgruntled man shouted, asking, "The guard wants to say that he and everyone present are just mediocrities." The military man said that's definitely not what he meant, and for that answer he was asked for money. The guy who came out of the building assured me the technique had been tried. That means there are still people out there who can use it. That man demanded that they bring that man to him and demonstrate the technique. Only then would they admit their mediocrity. Suddenly, at exactly the moment when the disgruntled man was setting conditions, some woman came in. Everyone called her mistress and showed her respect, while she didn't understand what was even going on. Ta asked why everyone was crowded together at the entrance to the Magical Society, and in general what was going on here. A disgruntled tech buyer said that to just in time, because the society is breaking the law and selling fake stuff without refund. Ta said she didn't believe it, and it was explained to her that the technique required a higher aptitude for magic. The crowd started shouting, saying that it was all just excuses. Surely Chen Luo must have incited the public to such a deception. The woman said that they will only decide when the tech demo does happen. If it is not true, she will ask for a refund. Mistress handed over a roll of machinery, saying they would be sure to demonstrate it to her. Also, the kid said that TA requires mixing the fire element and the water element. The woman read the information, asking if it was true that there was someone in the Magical Society who was capable of wielding two elements. She was told that besides the Lord who created it, also the Chairman Angus tried it. The disgruntled man told his mistress not to listen to that nonsense. He was about to finish, but something interrupted him. The reason was the woman herself, that she tried to repeat the technique, showing the element of water and fire. The ladies and gentlemen just stared at her dumbfoundedly, not understanding how this was possible. The mouths of all those present at the so-called rally were open wide enough to fit an apple in there. They couldn't believe that the mistress could actually control two elements at the same time. She smiled, saying that apparently there were mages who could activate two elements at once, so they can be combined. The man from the society said that it was correct. However, Chen Luo had already figured it out and called it combination magic. It turned out that the society was discussing the possibilities of the elements. The woman was no longer listening, but thinking about why the name was so familiar to her. Just then the boy pointed at the man who had caused the scandal and asked if he would apologize or not. That girl just demonstrated strength, why isn't he apologizing? The man was very angry, for it was his fault. He took a swing at the boy, calling him a brat. Meanwhile, the little one was frightened, his eyes widening with fright. There was nowhere to go. The boy covered his face with his hands, trying to somehow soften the impending blow. But the man was lifted by two elements into the air at the same second, forcing him to make excuses and regret. He was startled when he felt the heat from the fire and sweat ran down his forehead. When he was released, he fell to his knees before his mistress and trembled slightly. He began to apologize, admitting how worthless and talentless he was. The girl told him to think about what he did and handle it on his own. He should remember that she doesn't give second chances. The man said in a trembling voice that he remembered everything. The boy was immediately grabbed by the ear. It was his mother, grudgingly yelling that she had only stepped away to get vegetables for a minute, and he was already flushed. The young man started to talk about his impressions after the performance, but the woman only muttered, saying he was naughty. Meanwhile, for the umpteenth time, Boulayer sneezed unexpectedly again. He didn't realize who it was that was once again saying nasty things about him behind his back. Boulang'ai raised her eyebrows incomprehensibly. Then the young man said he had business with her, and the woman smiled. Boulayer clenched her fist as if hesitant to tell her now. He indicated that he had an important conversation that he would like to discuss. Isabella listened to all this with her mouth open. Was it really a declaration of love? The girl in her head was trying to come up with a plan to find out what Lyre was going to say to the teacher. Meanwhile, the student and the math teacher were climbing up to the roof. Boulanyi asked, "What kind of secrets are these? Can he tell now?" Lyre told her to take it slower. He wants the teacher to make a fireball. She stretched out her hand and made it, though she didn't know why the guy wanted it or what he was planning to do. Except that the orb just vanished from the woman's palm at that very second. Her eyes widened in surprise. What had she just seen? Looking at the haze from Boulangai's hand, she asked if it was the student's hand. He confirmed in a calm tone, saying, Yes, it was him. She had mentioned the additional elements once, hadn't she? So he discovered that fire needs an element called oxygen to burn. Without oxygen, combustion stops, and so does magic. The woman said, What's this? He's controlling this oxygen, and he was able to put out the fireball with it. Lyre said yes. Also, without oxygen, they would have all died a long time ago. He pumped all the oxygen around Braid, and that's how he defeated him. Boulanger looked at her student in astonishment. So he can control additional elements. Elements can be controlled with spells and gestures. This is their main difference from the extras. When the extra elements were discovered, no one had learned how to use them until now. Only now Lyre claims he can. If a group of people can do something, it's a talent. But one person is not normal. People are very cruel to those who are different from themselves or from the majority. The math teacher worriedly asked if he had told anyone else about this ability. Boulanger calmly replied that he had only told her, no one else. Boulanger asked earnestly, making him promise not to tell her about it to anyone, not even Alice and Isabella. No one. Boulanger and Boulanger were still standing on the roof of the high-rise building where the teacher's apartment was. The boy assured her that he certainly wouldn't tell anyone but her. The woman demanded that he swear he would never tell anyone. Boulanger stared at her astonished, as if she had said she was about to fly into space. He held his palm forward just as she did, giving the word that he swore. Their fingers intertwined and their hands locked together. It was like swearing on pinky fingers. Boulanger smiled contentedly at such a gesture. Now that one had sworn. She asked me to memorize her words, for the boy must not tell anyone. It could take his life. Boulanger smiled, calmly saying that he fully believed and trusted her. The woman asked why he believed her so much, and the guy replied that she had said so herself. Could she wish him harm? The teacher's face darkened for a moment. Lyre didn't realize, whether it was because of him or because she just changed her mood. But after that, she immediately snuggled up to the guy, placing her palm on his head. She hugged him gently, and he was embarrassed by the fact that he was lying with his face on her chest. Here Lyre added that there was something else. He told the Magical Society about the theory of combination. The woman looked at him unhappily. He had to talk to her because they could get the guy in trouble. The young man told Boulanger not to worry. He came into the society under the name of Chen Luo. Boulanger smiled at these words, saying that she was calm then. It was good that he had thought of such a thing. Immediately, however, she realized that she had heard that name somewhere. When it came to the woman, she shrieked. So he's the same Chen Luo? He was able to solve 23 problems at once? The young man replied saying, yes, that's him. Everything is so expensive in the Magical Society. He had no other way to earn money. Boulanger shrieked in astonishment. So he did this for money. 11 new theorems and all by her student. The look on the math teacher's face expressed utter despair and confusion. Ta said she couldn't teach him anymore. Her teacher was the best, but even Ta could not compare to him. She could definitely help with magic, though. She's also an archmage, so maybe... The woman said she would ask her to take Lyre on as an apprentice, and the man somewhat belatedly agreed. Boulanger thought about how that teacher was probably on par with the president of the Magic Society. Lyre asked passionately, what was this entering? Was she really studying with the archmage? Why stay at the academy then? The woman put her hand on his forehead and said she would check her story one day. Finally, the two left the roof because their dialogue had come to an end. Boulanger went straight to the apartment, having already relaxed slightly and let the conversation go. He took off his shoes and walked down the hallway, looking out the window, which was not obstructed by the curtains. Suddenly, someone from around the corner grabbed his arm, causing him to startle violently and almost shriek. It was Isabella that pulled him to the back of the room. No idea where he was going at all. As soon as those stopped, the girl demanded that he enlighten her on their dialogue with the teacher. Lyre glanced toward the doors as if checking to see if they were being overheard. He remembered the words of Boulanger's teacher who asked him to swear that he would not tell anyone about this. Lyre waved it away, pretending as if it wasn't important or interesting at all. Only Isabella's face grew darker. She began to shout, asking him not to lie to her. This was the first time the teacher had ever been so confused. The girl asked if he'd confessed his love to her, and then she was silenced with her hand. She was still muttering something, not understanding what made the young man do that. Meanwhile, the student looked back at the door, checking again to see if Boulanger would go. The kid asked, sure she wanted to know everything about their private dialogue. He thought he would have to tell after all, and Isabella hurried him on. Liar didn't dare to start, but afterward he took a very deep breath to prepare himself. The kid said Boulanyi asked him who he liked after all, Isabella or Alice. Such candor made the girl wince. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? This can't be true. Isabella and Liar stood in the room, the former now gathering her wits to ask. She fixed her curls and asked, what did he say though? Who did he like? Liar replied seriously that he was planning to devote the rest of his life to magic in general. Isabella smiled affectionately, nodding understandingly and saying she understood him. She then reached out her hand to the kid's cheek, which made him flinch. The blonde started pulling the young man and yelling that he was lying. When can he get serious? Isabella created a magical fireball, saying she was giving him one last chance to tell the truth. Boulayer started to tell her to stop and was about to tell the truth. The student described how he responded that Alice was just a fellow student, but Isabella was his friend. The girl looked at him dumbly, as if he was starting to act like a monkey. She began to wonder who he liked then. Isabella is only a friend after all, and Alice is even further away. When the girl realized, she snickered unhappily and quickly left the room. Then he definitely likes Teacher Boulanyi. What the hell is this? Boulayer didn't understand the reason why she walked out. He'd done the right thing, hadn't he? Finally, the day of school came. Everyone stared at him like he was in a zoo because they knew how he saved the girls in practice. Layer didn't like it at all. He wasn't a caged monkey to look at. A girl with a beautiful folder in her hands was walking towards him. Everyone around him parted. Alice went inside and the rest of the guys thought about how lucky Layer was. Layer turned around, not understanding why it had gotten so quiet. Maybe they'd already left. The guy got up at the moment when Alice was already standing in front. He didn't notice her, of course. At that moment, he crashed into the girl, falling with his face right into her chest. The girl smiled affectionately. Is he so friendly with everyone, or does he only run to her for a hug? Layer immediately bounced away, blushing slightly. He started to excuse himself, saying he hadn't done it on purpose. The boy tried to apologize to her because he really didn't notice the girl who decided to visit him. Except she said it was okay. It was her fault they were carving into each other. Then she sat down at his desk and said she had a couple of questions for the young mathematician. Alice held out her notebook to him, showing him the tasks she could not understand in any way. Layer looked at it, and when asked, he said he would definitely help the lady decide that. The students watched this and chatted. It was not for nothing that their mathematician was called a catcher. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Isabella appeared, asking what the crowd was doing at the entrance to the auditorium. The young men dispersed at once, letting the blonde pass and not understanding what she was doing here. They did understand, though. Then the younger Clavia saw Alice in the hallway, which made her very angry. The brunette immediately asked, because the girl likes Boulayer, is she right? Isabella looked away, saying her classmate was talking nonsense. No one likes that one. Except Alice leaned in, grinning and saying that there was actually one candidate. The blonde shrieked, and the brunette said she wasn't forbidden to love someone. So since she doesn't like him, Isabella shouldn't and won't fight anyone off. The younger Clavia said that even so, Alice doesn't stand a chance. He loves someone else. The girl hummed, saying that she would definitely compete with her and make the challenge. Isabella chagrined that it was useless, but Alice didn't fall for the ruse. But the blonde said it's not a ploy and she's not picking anyone off. If Layer likes Alice, she doesn't care. Already sitting beside the young man, she was seething, remembering the conversation with the brunette. But the mathematician didn't understand. Was it better to keep her or not? Suddenly Isabella asked, who would he choose if he had to choose between her and Alice? Boulayer was upset by such a stupid question. His face immediately changed from tension to apathy. The student spread his hands, perplexed, asking why he should be the one to choose. Isabella shouted that since they said to choose, let her choose without further question. Layer said he'd choose magic in that case, except he wasn't allowed to. He then asked animatedly if we could add another third option. Isabella asked angrily, who was it he wanted to add? Boulanyi's teacher? The young man said no and asked if he could choose both. He was again refused. Then the young mathematician turned on the fool, posing the question as follows. If he chose her, would Isabella lend him money? She exploded with anger, shouting for him to be a little more serious. Then the student finally realized. It must be said who he would choose as his future wife. In that case, Boulayer said the answer is obvious. He will definitely choose Isabella. This turn of events made her blush slightly, not understanding why he said that. The lad admits that Alice is really more mature than she is. Her breasts are bigger and she's more affectionate. That's about it. But other than that, Isabella is superior. It was as if the blonde had been whipped 3 times. The words sank into her head like poison. For saying that, Layer received a strong slap on the cheek. Once again, he didn't understand what he had done wrong, or how the right way to talk to Isabella was to avoid getting punched in the face. After a while, the younger Clavius left and someone came running in to replace her. The unknown man called Boulayer by name, thus drawing his attention to himself. It turned out to be Toby's classmate, starting the conversation with the topic of the young man saving Alice and Isabella. The young mathematician didn't focus on that, but merely turned the page of his textbook and hummed. Toby was not satisfied with that answer. He had defeated the High Wizard. How did Lair do that? Boulayer began cryptically, humming slightly and hesitating. Toby watched his friend with his mouth open, waiting to be told the secret. But eventually a classmate said he forgot all about it. Toby shrieked. How could he have forgotten such an important battle? Braid could have killed him himself, and here he had won and not remembered. Lair said he remembered when they wanted to kill him with a fireball. Then he had an idea. Why not drink up all of his magic and power? He gathered all his strength and absorbed his opponent's magic. Eventually Braid's magic was fading away, and he just took it and fainted. Toby looked at his friend with shining eyes. Just what kind of magic-absorbing technique is that? Lair explained that he couldn't use her anymore the morning after, but he talked about her reconciliation. Toby could try again. Only the young man said he wasn't that brave. Even if he could learn the technique, he would never meet someone like Braid. Lair patted the man on the back. Toby needed to remember that it didn't matter how strong an opponent was. He must have determination in his heart. The sophomore smiled, saying he would study the law diligently, something he made up. Also, the buddy said that because of what happened, the place where you could climb the fence is now blocked off. It was all designed for the safety of the students, but Lair still jumped up from his seat. Toby didn't understand why this news caused such a reaction in his friend, and asked where he was going. The young genius said he would run for vegetables, and a classmate incredulously wished him luck. The famous Chen Luo burst through the exit doors of the Magic Society. He walked down the corridor and was greeted with bows. A beautiful brooch glittered on Lo's chest. Toth walked up to the nearest girl and said he was looking for Molly's manageress. She said with a smile that she would check him into her office now. Her gaze locked on the brooch that was the order of an honorary member of the society. After a couple minutes, Chen Luo and the girl came to a white door. She said that this was Manager Molly's office and he could go in. The guy pushed the doors open slightly. Some commotion was heard behind them, and later a muffled scream. When Chen entered, he saw a controlling Molly on the floor with her glasses flying off. Chen Luo randomly pushed Manager Molly so that she dropped all the papers on the floor. Thoth apologized and gave the girl a hand, telling her to grab on and get up faster. Molly took to her heels and asked what the man was doing here. Why did he come? Chen said congratulations on the promotion, and the girl thanked him embarrassedly. She still can't get used to the heels. It turned out that it wasn't him who hit the lady, but she fell. Suddenly he noticed something on her arm. Pulling Molly's hand up, Chen Luo found a red bruise on it, as if from a special blow. The young man asked if her bruises were also from the fall or if they had a different story. The manager explained that she once twisted her leg and fell. That's okay, of course, because the girl looks taller with heels. Chen Luo smiled, saying that one was quite diligent. He did not discern talent in her for nothing. The damsel corrected her glasses by the rim and stammered, saying the guy was exaggerating. The young man finally asked, how much did his new technique bring in last time? Lo held out the profit report that had been sent to them from the capital. The total came to 800 gold pieces. Chen Luo studied the report with eyes sparkling with admiration. It had brought in so much money. Only unfortunately, once everyone finds out that they're not as capable to perform this technique, it won't be in high demand. The young man asked where the money was now. He would like to take it now. Molly said she set up a magical formation to hold his money. With a couple of hand movements, she deactivated the formation, and the money sprinkled directly onto the ground. There were too many gold coins, so he didn't know how to take the gold coins out. Isabella would definitely notice. Molly followed Chen Luo's reaction and asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the money? The young man coughed and said he just couldn't keep them in his room. He just doesn't have the space. The girl said she could keep an eye on them if Chen didn't mind, of course. The guy said with a smile that it was a good idea. He would spend from in the magical society anyway, so her help wouldn't hurt. Molly agreed with a smile, promising that his money would be safe. Then Chen said that he had to go now. The girl wanted to see him off, but he refused. They will meet very soon, for here lies his one valuable treasure. In society, it's two things, magic and money. Only the guy didn't voice it at the voice and left Molly with his own meanings. Toward nightfall, Boulayer lay in his room, staring at the ceiling for a long time. Then he turned on his side, sighing heavily. He wouldn't be getting any more money for his combination magic. And he got an award for 23 tasks. What should he do? Where can he get more money? The young man was sad, which made it difficult to fall asleep. Eventually, however, he was able to fall asleep and had a dream in which he was walking to the front desk. There he said he killed Braid and demanded a reward from the girl behind the counter. She said it was too big. Is he sure he wants to take her? Lair, on the other hand, cried out that yes, he does. He wants it all. You can never have too much gold. Gold coins began to fall from the sky, lightly hitting the young man on the head. It kept falling and falling, as if fate took pity on him and decided to give him a rain of money. This gold then fell in a huge heap and began to crust over with a crust of ice. Boulayer was shivering on that mountain, longing for warmth. He should call Isabella for help. After all, she will definitely warm him up. Only she can do it better than anyone else. The moment Layer opened his eyes, he said he was very cold. Isabella hovered over him, trying to wake him up, and was slightly surprised at such a statement. The guy shrieked something loudly about gold, and the girl bounced back in fright, realizing that all that mountain of gold and golden rain was just a dream. Layer was desperate. Then he rubbed his eyes and yawned, asking why Isabella had come to him. She said he had visitors and the blonde was here to wake him up, and he kept yelling about some kind of gold. Was he having a nightmare? Getting out of bed, Layer muttered, asking what kind of guests are these at this early hour. Isabella, looking at the young man's half-naked body, cried out and became very embarrassed. She started scolding him. What the hell was he doing here in front of her with almost no clothes on? Layer rolled his eyes, telling her to get out and let him change. The girl covered her eyes with her hands then. But of course afterwards she peeked. Why hadn't she noticed his masculinity before? Noticing the girl who hadn't left yet, the young mathematician told her to leave his room. She only gave a disgruntled tisk-tisk and headed for the exit, leaving Boulayer alone. Meanwhile, Boulangi was sitting in the living room with the guests that had come to see her apprentice. When Layer arrived, he was met with a tense look from the teacher and a smile from Calvin. Eventually, the math teacher poured their tea and Isabella joined the conversation. Calvin started first, saying he came to congratulate Boulangwai and Boulayer on this year's Alvin Award. He just this year saw all the judges come to a consensus. He didn't even have to prove anything. Boulayer thought it was a good thing he had called Isabella. She would be happy to buy him something for his pocket money, for they don't give money for a bonus. Calvin also said he remembered solving 2 problems for which a reward was also promised. He was familiar with the reasoning, and the teacher said she had used Boulayer's method when he was solving a problem about bridges. The deputy said her math skills were amazing, and the solution to the 7 bridges problem was well known, except that no one but her had thought to use the same logic. The words made Lanyi feel embarrassed. Then Calvin asked, "That's when she coined the term topology?" The woman nodded but admitted that Layer had told her that a long time ago. Deputy Calvin said he believed, with Layer's ability and Bolani's zeal, topology could be established as a separate science. Meanwhile, the young mathematician thought that topology was a very important science in his world. Would they be able to improve it? Suddenly, Chairman Audley said that it would be great if Chen Luo took over the case. Deputy Calvin said there's nothing to worry about. Those below have the patronage of the god of math and they will do well. Isabella, meanwhile, was helping Layeru to cough, for he was choking. She thought that he and the teacher were more reliable than Chen Luo. Boulayer then thanked them for their visit and said that they must have many more things to do. They dare not take up their time. Deputy Calvin said they were the ones who bothered them. Now he and Chairman Audley have to go now. Finally, it was time for lunch. Everyone settled into their seats and began the meal. Isabella reached for the water glass for the umpteenth time, still not getting drunk. Bolanyi noticed this, asking why the girl was drinking so much. The maiden, on the other hand, tried to cool her mouth by asking what Boulayer put in the food. It's so spicy. As he ate the meat, he replied that he had added a spicy seasoning. Isabella wrinkled her face. Boulayer then pointed to a potted plant on the dining table. He added it. The girl looked at the young man in astonishment. Wasn't it decorative? How did he know it was sharp? The teacher said that if the student was short of money, they could tell. They are not poisoned now, but who knows what will happen next. Layer jumped into his fist, saying that it wasn't like that. He knew what kind of plant it was beforehand as well. Let them eat it. When the young man put the woman's meat down, Isabella said she would like it too. All he said was that the girl should drink more hot water. You can see she has an intolerance for spicy foods. Ta shrieked, saying that she actually spent money on it too, but the teacher sided with Layer. Isabella said it actually tasted even better with the spicy seasoning. The math teacher said that still the girl bought them a rabbit to congratulate them. Let the guy give her some. Sipping his water, he stared apathetically at the ladies, saying that he hadn't actually forbidden anyone to eat. Then, as the teacher was adding ice to the water, Isabella also said she would like something cooler. Layer said it was better not to add it, but the girl then shouted, "He's drinking it!" She ended up putting ice in her water to make her mouth feel better. Isabella drank the water contentedly, hoping to cool her falling tongue. By evening, she was wriggling in her bed, unable to get out of it. Her stomach ached too much. At that moment, Boulayer entered the room and brought her some strange liquid. He placed the hot glass on the bedside table so the girl could reach the drink. She looked at it and didn't realize what the strange thing had brought her in the first place. Layer said it's black tea with sugar. Isabella should drink it. It will make her feel better. She took the glass in her hands. The drink was the color of blood, and that was disgusting. Boulayer said if she didn't drink it, he would take it away. The girl asked to slow down, for she did not refuse. She tasted the tea with the tip of her tongue, very sweet. Then Isabella drank it all in one gulp. After a couple minutes, She set the glass on the nightstand and noticed that the pains had indeed lessened. Boulayer told Isabella to watch her health. She's changed lately. Afterward, he said he had things to do, but the girl stopped him. She had a question. Only when the young man turned around did she stop talking. How had he noticed her change? And why had she stopped him? The girl decided to ask not at all what she wanted to ask, and asked a question about the element he would choose. He seemed to be telling her, except that the answer surprised her. Layer decided he was going to study the element of water. Isabella asked, hadn't he wanted to be a fire element mage before? What had changed? The guy said he changed his mind. While fire is good, it is not suitable as a defense. People underestimate the element of water. Thus he will wear the mantle of this element, and his enemies will consider him weak. He will pretend to read a spell and create a blue ball of water, then simply take the enemy by surprise. Isabella shrieked that she would then in turn study the element of fire. Layer wondered. Isn't she studying the art of levitation and wasn't she going to study air? Why did that one change her mind? She replied that the fire elemental had many times more attack. She could protect him until he became a top-level mage. The young man grinned. Protect him? Magic was a lifelong task. Had she thought of that? Isabella interrupted him, shouting that she had already made up her mind. It made him a little startled again at such certainty. The damsel looked at him with a piercing gaze, as if gauging the reaction. Then tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. Why didn't he believe her at all now? Boulayer walked over and patted the blonde on the head. Better to let her protect herself. The next day, Boulangai asked Layer for help with tasks that were not going anyway. He graciously agreed, looking over what the woman had already written and what they had to decide. Isabella left towards the exit, saying she was leaving to practice her magic. The teacher didn't realize what was wrong with the girl now, and Layer explained she was just starting to take magic seriously. Isabella, meanwhile, turned on the teacher and the student. She must be stronger to be with the young man. In the training room, Ta was once again practicing with fireballs. Alyssa walked into the training room as well, asking if Boulayer was here. Isabella looked at the girl in amazement. What the hell is she doing here? Alice asked again, where is Boulayer and why is a classmate alone in the auditorium? The girl replied that the guy was in the math teacher's office and they were solving problems. Ta said Alice could go to them, but she stayed behind. She wanted to share the news with Layer, but she would have to share it with her. Holding out the sheet, she said with a smug smile that she was the first student of this academy to reach the initial mage level. When asked when she was going to take the exam, Isabella ignored it. They say just about to test her ball technique. Alice called her emotionless. She practiced with fire every day, and she must have burned all her emotions. The younger Clavius ignored this, whispering something to herself about an entry-level mage. A few days of studying had passed, and snow was already falling outside in white flakes. It was the first day of winter vacation. Isabella was already in her Christmas clothes. I don't care if it snows, even if it rains and winds. She'll still come out to practice. When Isabella came out, she caught sight of Boulayer in front of the door, who was evidently waiting for her. But the girl didn't expect to see the young man. She thought she and Boulangai were writing math problems again. The one said he had a premonition. She definitely wouldn't back down, and Layer decided to walk her out. Isabella wanted to stop the boy, but he was just about to take his entry-level mage exam. The girl gasped in astonishment. He already has enough spiritual power to pass the exam? Layer replied that yes, he did. He had finished studying entry-level magic of all elements recently. Only he didn't really need it. He just wanted to move on to the water element. Isabella tapped the pavement with her red New Year's shoes. That one was a couple steps behind the guy, as if she'd stopped to look at something interesting before. Suddenly the maiden stopped, calling her traveling companion by name. He now stopped too. Isabella said with a serious face that she would like to ask one question. Layer's eyes widened slightly. What again? How tired he was of the questions. Isabella asked, why did Layer's spiritual power grow so quickly? When they first met, he couldn't even make a fireball. However, only one semester had passed. And in this semester, he can not only pass the entry-level exam, but also master the 4-element magic. After moving to the first level of mana, their difference in strength will grow by leaps and bounds. Lier told Isabella not to worry. Everyone learns at their own pace. She just needs to wait a little while. He'll move up to the highest level and protect her. The girl brushed his hand away, saying, who else is going to protect who? Maybe she'd be the first to move to the top level. And so their playful argument began. Lier insisted that he would definitely go first, but the younger Clavius didn't back down. Finally, the teens made their way to the Magical Society building to take the exam. Isabella said the fire is being held on the 2nd floor, so she'll be on her way. After that, Layer went to the front desk. He was told that Mr. Brad was away on business, so Mr. Halls was taking the elementary level exam. He was advised to prepare well, and the young man thanked the girl. After a while, he was taken to Mr. Hall's office. The girl at the front desk knocked. Ta said that a gentleman, meaning Liar, would like to take the entry-level exam. Finally, he was allowed into the water element exam room. The man didn't even glance at the young man, telling him to immediately proceed with the water element's entry-level magic. Mr. Halls was flipping through a book at the time, waiting for the spell to begin. Except that one didn't follow. The kid literally showed magic in a second, and the man was surprised. And when he saw the figure of a strange man, he was even more surprised. It is not easy to shape water. The master assessed the activation speed and the concentration of spiritual power. All of these were simply top-notch. It was obvious that the young man had practiced a lot. Afterward, he asked if they had met before. Maybe they had seen each other somewhere. The kid smiled, saying that it was impossible. It was his first time taking a magic exam here. Halls wondered, how could this be? This was the first time he'd come to a magical society exam, and he hadn't taken the apprentice exam. Bulayer abruptly remembered what he had just said. He was definitely going to die because he was taking the fire exam as Chen Luo. Toth tried to explain that he was usually busy practicing and had completely forgotten to turn it in. But the examiner didn't fall for it. The apprentice exam is taken at the age of 8. However, he still hasn't passed it. This means that he is a nugget who was not trained as a child. Without such a talent, Liar would have been slow in mastering magic, and thus wouldn't have achieved everything so quickly. Is it only that by the age of 20, a young man has that much spiritual power to pass the entry level? If he didn't have the talent, he couldn't have achieved it with great effort. That means the guy took a forbidden elixir and trained from equally forbidden books. Liar looked at the man fearfully, saying that none of this was at all true. But Mr. Halls said it's better to go straight to the judge. Let him go, and don't you dare bullshit him. But Bulayer hasn't finished yet, and it's hard to talk to an angry examiner. We'll have to wait for him to calm down. In the next second, the student, without making any unnecessary movements, called upon the element of water. He managed to make a huge water dragon that wriggled around him. The examiner shrieked, saying that even mid-level mashis couldn't always summon a water dragon. Apparently, he would have to summon the highest level of water magic to subdue the young man. The water dragon roared like a real one and headed for Mr. Halls. The one in turn summoned a vortex of water to suck in the student's power. The water rushed in so that it splashed the entire office from ceiling to floor. Mr. Halls was also drenched. His glasses were slightly off, and his hair was sticking to his forehead. Liar exhaled, glad that he had calmed down. He explained that he had failed the exam simply because he had chosen the wrong direction. As a child, his dream was to become a fire elemental mage, except that fire was not given to him. After a while, he found out that he had tremendous aptitude for the element of water. That's why he started learning this element. And he's not so strong, because he can only summon a dragon for a moment. Mr. Halls was still very angry and didn't believe the student's words. He wouldn't be able to carry it out. Here, the student oohed, saying that he forgot to say. He came from Shengdanasa Academy. His name is Bulayer, and his teacher is Bulangyi. This information silenced Halls. The student could have told him right away. He would have verified the information. Shengdanasa Academy is either for noble children or geniuses. Did he make a mistake about this young man? The man walked out of the office, telling the man to stay where he was. After the doors closed, Layer exhaled. Suddenly there was some noise outside the doors again. Layer opened them, asking why Mr. Halls had returned. But surprisingly, it wasn't him. It was Molly. She brought Mr. Halls a list of those who had taken the entry-level exam yesterday. Liar said the Lord had left on business but would be back soon. The girl's eyes widened. What is Chen Luo doing here? The one with a smile asked what he was doing here, except the young man wasn't Chen Luo. At the same moment, all the papers fell out of the girl's hands. So it was Bulayer? But she could clearly hear Mr. Chen Luo's voice. She can't be mistaken! Molly looked at him skeptically, asking, Is Licha really Mr. Chen Luo? However, the young man said that the girl was mistaken and his name was Bulayer. Who the hell is Chen Luo? Suddenly, Isabella was behind her classmate's back, and with an angry face she asked what was going on here. Bulayer and Molly turned around abruptly, not at all expecting to see her here right now. Isabella caught them on the doorstep, not realizing what they were widow-making there. Lier asked why she came, and she immediately started to get angry. Why can't she just come? Molly whispered angrily in his ear that she was letting him go today, except next time she would get her truth. Isabella shrieked, asking what the hell are they huddling around? They looked at each other. Molly was embarrassed by this statement. Suddenly, Isabella lit a fireball in her hand, starting to get really angry. The girl said he was very brave to go behind her back and have an affair, but the manageress wouldn't let him go. Lair asked her to help him or he would be burned. When the fire was quite close, he cried out, already begging for help to explain everything. And Molly helped by saying she was assigned to watch the young man. They weren't having an affair at all. The damsel apologized for the misunderstanding, and Isabella oohed. She then asked why the manageress would want to watch Lair, but she said she didn't know. She was just running an errand. Afterward, Molly picked up all the papers from the floor and said she also needed to deliver the information. Bulayer just snorted at that. He knew he didn't have to justify himself because nothing had happened. Suddenly, Isabella remembered that she knew the manageress. She tried to stop her, but she walked away. The third-year student stared at the sophomore incomprehensibly. What's going on here, and why is he being watched? Liar smiled, saying that it was a long story, but he would briefly explain. After the story was told, the blonde only laughed. An elixir? Books, that's ridiculous. The young man said Mr. Halls was afraid he would run away and sent the superintendent. At last, some noise came from behind the door again. Someone had opened the door. Layer immediately asked if everything was okay, and Mr. Halls apologized for his behavior. There is no longer any doubt. Then another man appeared behind the man. The examiner immediately introduced Chairman Angus to him. He smiled and said hello. It turned out that Layer had so much talent that Halls got scared and made a fuss. The man held out his hand and said he was glad to meet a genius. Layer shook it, but said he was just an ordinary man. Angus then looked at Mrs. Isabella and asked what she was doing here. She said that she was actually at the same academy as the young man, and also for a minute, he had accepted her into the Mage Society himself. Angus did not remember this, and asked if the young lady was not playing a trick on him. Laer asked in surprise, has she really managed to become a member of the Magical Society already? The chairman realized that they knew each other, and it didn't surprise him. Could Isabella be friends with ordinary people? Mr. Angus invited the young man to join their society, and he accepted. And by the way, did he pass the exam? Boulayer was handed the mantle of an entry-level water mage, still apologizing. He is now a qualified entry-level water mage. They congratulate him. Touching the robe, Lier only now felt that he finally belonged to this world. When he left, Mr. Halls asked the chairman if that kid looked familiar to him, and the man said he noticed it too. Looks like Layer will have to spend his entire reward for catching Braid. Only then will he move to the middle tier. Except that by the time it reaches the middle level and later the top level, prices will skyrocket. It's too expensive to study magic. He needs to find another way to make money. Suddenly, a huge snowball flew into the young man's head. It hit him right on the top of his head. Isabella laughed, asking if he had been crushed by a snowball. Why did he stand up? Liar then made a huge snowball of water element and said that now she was going to find out what an evil water mage was. The girl smiled, using the element of fire. She's not afraid after all. Who does he think she is? Sticking out his tongue, the guy said she was going to regret what she said. After a couple hours, the young man was already standing sadly in the shower, sniffing his nose. He really burned. Isabella is so cruel. It's horrible. Coming out of the bathroom, Layer asked where the blonde was, and was told that she'd gone home for the vacations. And Boulanger, of course, didn't forget to ask when the student himself planned to go home. Boulanger said that since his father's death, his mother has always been sad. If he comes, she'll cry even more. Can he stay? In his mind, he knew he had a family here. Except the guy had no desire to reveal himself. The teacher snuggled up to the student and said she definitely couldn't kick him out. And tomorrow they are going shopping. Bologna informed her that they could no longer eat in the canteen. So for the duration of the vacation, the boyfriend would have to feed her 3 times a day. The next day, the student and the math girl went outside to the store. Boulayer was left outside, for they still had plans, but Boulanger wanted to take things upstairs. Suddenly, he heard the two men talking about how after the Chen Luo God, a new task had just appeared. But some unknown person solved it in one fell swoop, and he came up with a solution last night. Overhearing this dialogue, Boulayer glowed. Now he knows where to get the money. Layer jumped up from his seat as if a brilliant thought had just popped into his head. The boys, whose dialogue he overheard, looked at the young man obliquely. He must have overdone it. Boulayer finally went outside, not understanding why the vegetables were lying on the ground. The student looked down and oohed, apologizing. He had accidentally dropped them carelessly. The boy took a tomato from the teacher. The teacher started pushing him, asking him to pick the vegetables as quickly as possible. Layer, tossing the tomato up, said there was nothing to be afraid of. He's got it all covered. Except at that moment, he had just stepped on an egg and dropped a tomato in the process of falling. These ingredients were going to make Boulangai's favorite dish, and that's why she was angry. The student came up with one that now had the woman lying down saying what a great guy he was. Wiping his face, the young man smiled, thanking his teacher for the praise. Boulangi pulled her eyebrows down to the bridge of her nose. It tasted so good. Could she have some more? Liar shouted, saying that you can't. She'd already eaten so much, he'd lost count. Then the woman turned and said, let him do the dishes. She had other things to do. The boy stared after her, not understanding what had happened. Was she offended and not yet full? Suddenly she shrieked, coming back into the room and handing Layer a bag of coins. This is for him to buy groceries for tomorrow. The apprentice smiled, saying that in that case he would make 5 servings with chicken and potatoes. Already in his room, he poured all the money on the table. Now he had an idea for making money. His dream will wait for him, but his way of earning money in matrimonial society will not. Tomorrow he will bring 1 problem and give 1 coin for it as a reward. Anyone who can't solve it will get a coin each. But when the reward peaks, he'll come and solve it. Then he'll get more coins. The more he waits, the better, for that way his earnings will be larger. Layer slapped the table. Now he's going to get to the bottom of this. He doesn't need sleep now. Now it was time to write the task. What kind of reward could one even ask for? After thinking for a while, the young man hummed, then came up with an idea. He's a great genius. A math problem to prove the butterfly theorem is a great idea. In the morning, Layer was puzzled. How come they can't accept his money? Why? It was explained to Layer that those were their rules. The reward for a single task must be at least 10 coins. Bringing his eyebrows together to the bridge of his nose, the young man said, "Then let him take his 10 coins. Already taking the bag and failing miserably, the kid asked, "So will Mr. give the coins back or not?" Suddenly, I shrieked, asking what were they doing here. Layer handed over the money and immediately took the woman aside. They need to get home as soon as possible. She wants chicken and potatoes, right? It's going to be a small portion, though. A couple of days later, he and the teacher went out to the store again. He had given the society 10 coins, and now he had only a little silver. Once he can collect his reward for solving the problem, he will then buy the chicken. Snapping out of his thoughts, Layer didn't realize where Bulangai was going. She had just been here buying groceries with him. Okay, that was very much to the point. Now he would run to the society and solve the problem quickly. Except he didn't have time. His teacher called him over and told him she had solved a new problem in Math Society. She got 10 coins for it, and now they could buy food. Only Layer wasn't happy at all. He was terrified. Layer was horrified by his teacher's words. How did she solve the problem? The woman looked at the student incomprehensibly. Why wasn't he happy? She had made them money. The young man smiled strainedly, saying that he was very happy. Layer was crying with happiness. Bulangai smiled and said that then they would go and buy chicken now. It had been so long since she had eaten it with potatoes. After a couple more days, he decided he needed to learn how to make money without a teacher. And so on this day, he decided to go out a couple hours early. Layer will finish up and come back. The woman just got up, so she's not going after him. Already closing the front door, the young man was jubilant. His plan had finally begun to work. His new task is many times more difficult, which means Teacher Bulangi won't be able to solve it as easily. Upon arriving at the Math Society, Layer pulled out a pouch containing 5 dozen gold pieces. He went through every pocket in his clothes to find that money. Now it's gonna work. He was asked if he was sure he wanted to give 50 gold pieces as a reward. The young man handed over the sack, telling him to take it back sooner because he still needed to get groceries quickly. Running away, the mathematician who had been given the money didn't understand. Did Layer really steal that money? 3 days later, huge dark clouds loomed over the city. Rain was promised very soon. If you work very hard, everything is bound to come out, and the reward for his task is already 200 gold pieces. Today he will catch a fish in the net and get his well-deserved money. Lightning struck outside the window. Bulangai came out of her room and spotted Layer sneaking around. The teacher didn't understand where he was going so early. "It's raining!" The guy said he was going grocery shopping. The earlier you get out, the fresher the vegetables will be. The math teacher thought it was strange. He sneaks off to go grocery shopping without taking the basket. Layer, meanwhile, was rushing at the speed of light to collect his 200 gold pieces. The young mathematician ran into the building and looked at the board, searching out the problem. Except when he didn't find her, he was completely desperate. What the hell decided her? That mathematician noticed him, saying that a gentleman had already solved it last night. He came to see how it was going. Gloomily looking at the man, Layer asked, who was this gentleman that had solved the problem? It was Mr. Abel. The young man didn't think that someone from that family could solve the problem at all. Because of that man, he didn't even have money for groceries. Living in a world where people don't even know the basics of math, Abel was able to solve it in one evening. He admits he took a big risk, except who knew it wouldn't work out. Suddenly, Layer was hidden from the rain by someone's umbrella. It was Alice who was going to the magical society. Would he go with her to get out of the rain? Finally, they went inside. Alice noticed that the young man kept muttering something under his nose. Maybe he would tell. Layer agreed, saying he'd be blunt. The main thing was to keep the brunette from getting angry. Ta blushed slightly, saying she wouldn't be mad. Does he really want to do that? Layer started, asking if she agreed. Except he wasn't allowed to finish. Alice immediately shouted that she agreed. The boy smiled, saying he didn't doubt her. So she would lend him 20 gold pieces? That's when the girl came to her senses. So he just wanted to ask her for money, that's all? Layer said that if it wasn't a problem for her, then yes. Alice immediately pulled her hands out of hers and left him the money. She was seething with anger. Suddenly, from a distant corridor, Calvin introduced Layer to some man. After all, the young man had won the Edwin Prize. Toth chuckled, asking if all Edwin Prize winners had to borrow money. It certainly opened his eyes. The man told his men it was time for them to go. Maybe they would be surprised by the plaque with the awards of the Math Society of this city. Layer shrieked, asking, "Couldn't you have been more polite?" Even strangers are slinging mud at him. Deputy Calvin grabbed the young man's hand. Only he could help him save the kingdom. Bulayer only shook his head at these words. He was in no mood for jokes. Deputy Calvin said he wasn't kidding. If he does nothing, the state will be destroyed and he will be a criminal. Liar didn't realize what had even happened, and the deputy fell to the floor in the same second, asking Chen Luo for help. The young man was confused and asked the man to stand up, but he wouldn't agree until he agreed to help. Suddenly, they were met at the side by Bu Lanyi's teacher. She didn't understand what Calvin and Bu Liar were doing here. The deputy immediately lied, saying that he almost twisted his leg, but her student helped him. Bu Liar confirmed, saying he came to the community to wait out the rain and helped Calvin. The teacher smiled awkwardly, realizing the situation. She was going to a conference now. Maybe they could go with her. Isabella said that although the scholars from GIE were of a rather high level, it didn't allow them to solve their problems. They used to come to them, but the scientists were never given tasks for which there was a reward. Calvin said that because the most difficult 23 tasks they had saved up for many years, and those have already been solved by God Chen. Although the various lands are now ceaselessly announcing rewards for new tasks, the difficulty of those is not comparable to theirs. One of the mathematicians said that even so, they should come up with a problem that those can't handle. Deputy Calvin looked over at Bulayer, asking the audience if there were any ideas. The young man, meanwhile, was glaring at Abel, who was sitting at the opposite edge of the table. Suddenly the teacher called out to the young man, asking if he had thought of anything. The woman stood up, saying he could read. She didn't ask that. Layer still didn't understand anything. Bulangai urged the young man on, for she was so hungry. They had better go home soon to make dinner. The other mathematicians started to disperse as well. Those didn't know what they should even do or how to make things up. Suddenly, Deputy Calvin thumped the table loudly, causing all whispers to dissolve into silence. He said it was all very sad, and yet His Majesty had announced a reward of 5,000 gold pieces. Bulayer was pierced by an arrow after saying that. 5,000 gold coins are not something to be lost on the road. Bulangai happily turned around to look at her apprentice. Abel did the same, only with a serious expression. Calvin said he knew Layer would help them. The young man said that of course he would, but he would get 5,000 for it, wouldn't he? But it's not that important. Right now, their first priority is, of course, the dignity of the Kingdom of Lonen. The deputy agreed, for His Majesty was very concerned about this. If the scholars defeat them, they're finished. Is the boy sure of his measures? The student said that none of this is a problem for him. He'll make sure the scientists don't get anywhere near their town. Calvin asked to be told as soon as possible, but the water mage said he had one condition. He needs Mr. Abel to give him 50 gold pieces. The man raised one eyebrow at that. Toth is not for nothing so famous for his mystery, because he never ceases to amaze. If things worked out, he could give at least 200, but Layer refused, shaking his hand. After the contract was made, he demanded and Calvin a piece of paper and a pen. The young man was writing something very long and hard, drawing out figures and lines with a quill pen. When the deputy picked up the sheet, he said that this drawing looked very simple. Here Bulanyi asked to be allowed to look and snatched the task from the man's hands. Orna read the problem in her voice. She had to divide the angle into 3 parts, then calculate the area of the circle. Is the area of a circle equal to the area of a square? All the mathematicians agreed with the vice chairman. It really is very simple. Such a thing cannot be given to GIE scholars. Even Bulangai said it's too easy. The tasks aren't challenging enough, maybe it's better to come up with others? Except Bulayer said with a smile that they had nothing to worry about. He's 100% sure of the tasks. Just let them try to solve it, that's all. Divide an angle into 3 equal parts. Make a square out of a circle. Double the volume of a cube. These are 3 of the most difficult tasks that came to them from ancient Greece itself. Of course, those only seem so simple, but that's only at first glance. When you try to solve them, however, what becomes apparent is how terribly complex they are. After these challenges were put forward in his world, each generation created something different. A lot of time has been spent trying to solve these problems. Each new century has put forward newer and newer solutions. It wasn't until 2,000 years later that scientists were finally able to prove it all. So these problems really only seem simple. In fact, with a ruler and a circular, you can't even solve them. As time went on, night fell, and a few volunteers were still sitting over the tasks. Bolange also tried to work things out, but every solution was somehow inappropriate. Finally, Bulayer approached the woman and suggested that she go to bed already. The scientists would only come in a couple of days anyway, and the teacher didn't mind. As soon as the student and the math girl stood up, Mr. Abel called out to them. Mr. Abel called out to Bulayer right before they planned to finally leave. He said that the problems look easy, but they don't really have a solution, do they? The young man turned to him and smiled, asking if he really thought so. When there was no denial, the student turned around and told him to think a little better. The face of the head of the Howard family darkened. Who the hell is this guy? As soon as those came out, Bulangi's teacher asked a pretty good question. Can't these problems really be solved? The student said that is right, because with a circular and a ruler, you can't do it, unless they figure out the answer in 2,000 years. After a while, they finally returned home. The sun was shining brightly. Bulangi drank the cool water, her cheeks slightly pinkish from the increase in pressure. When the woman got drunk, she exclaimed that Boulair was just a master of his craft. Didn't he, as he gathered the plates into the sink, say that was her way of referring to the fact that he would now be her cook? Suddenly there was a very loud knocking at the door, as if the one who was knocking was about to be torn apart by bears. Bulangi immediately realized it was Calvin. He couldn't wait any longer. She would probably have to open the doors. The man was let in, and Liar asked to take his time, pouring hot water into his mug. There was still snow on his head that hadn't melted. He was very worried and kept talking about the 3 tasks. Boulair assured the man that he had nothing to worry about. He must believe him. After all, there is no way to solve these 3 problems. They will not be able to come to a solution quickly. The deputy smiled, still slightly anxious, but said he was calm in that case. The man bowed, thanking Mr. Lair. He's the savior of the kingdom. Calvin was ready to personally vouch for him to the king, but he only cared about his promise. If that was fulfilled, the rest did not matter. As he was leaving, the vice chairman said that he would definitely not be fooled. It's been a long time, so he has to go to the scientist meeting. Outside, snow was falling in flakes onto the pavement, covering everything in white. A boy ran up to Calvin, slightly afraid that the tasks really could be easily solved. He told the young man not to panic, as there was definitely no way to solve it. Or had he forgotten how famous Lair had become? And let only these idiots know how scary their great savior of the city, Boulair, is. After a couple of days, the streets of the city began to snow harder and harder. The vice chairman asked where his dear friends were going to go. The scientists said they took too long and solved all the problems. There's no reason for them to be here now. So today they are immediately returning home on the first flight home. But Calvin said they had solved so many problems for the Lonan Kingdom, and they didn't have time to thank them. But the GI scholar said they just wanted to make money and it would be spent on getting back home. The deputy reported that fortunately they have 3 new tasks. The reward for them is different, so why not make some money? They shook hands, and the chief scientist agreed. Tom was handed a sheet of paper with the terms. The man took the sheet in his hands. After the first question about how to divide an angle into 3 equal parts, the man clucked. He asked Mr. Calvin if they were serious in offering them such tasks. The one with a smile said yes. All the pencils and papers were ready to be used. The scientist mockingly said that once those left, he had a small wish. Calvin asked what it was, and the man started talking about the math genius Chen Luo. Toth solved the problems and then put forward 3 new theorems. These theorems he used in all conditions. Suddenly, Tangen was pulled back from admiring Chen Luo's intelligence and genius. It turned out that he had not voiced his thoughts in his voice, so he had to wave his palms in front of his face for a while. The latter then woke up, saying that he would like to arrange an introduction to Mr. Chen Luo. Except Calvin says he has to disappoint him. They don't mind, but the genius hides his real face, and they don't know who or where he is. Afterwards, they set to work. After a while, they were approached and assured that in a couple more minutes they would have everything ready. Tangen asked the scholars to hurry up, for they would be traveling very soon, and they didn't want to be delayed. Calvin asked if he and his scholars from GIE were really leaving today. He said they'd leave as soon as they were done, and have him be so kind as to take the keys and get their luggage from their rooms. The deputy walked over to his assistant, telling him to take and pad their rent for another month. As time went on, it was getting darker outside, and they needed the light from the chandelier more and more. Tannen cringed, not realizing what was even wrong with these damn tasks. Then he jumped up from his seat, hitting the table, thereby throwing some papers to the floor. He called for Deputy Calvin. The man did not respond, so the man turned to his assistant, asking where he was now. Deputy Audley approached Mr. Tannen. Calvin wasn't there, so he asked him to give the man one thing. He also forgot to introduce himself, so he answered the question after a couple minutes. He also said that he could be contacted in case of problems. And then the scientist said that right now he needed Mr. Audley's help. The man glanced at the item that had been handed over. The deputy asked what he wanted then, except that upon hearing Audley's voice, Tannen grinned, saying nothing. That made the man look a little surprised, except the deputy just wished him a good day and not to overstretch himself. When he arrived in the office where his fellow scientists were still writing tasks, he was very angry. Toth forcefully placed the folder on the table, which contained a lot of papers and room keys. He saw the blueprints of one of them and shouted that he wasn't asking to divide an angle into 1,000 parts. Only 3 parts. The guys were very frustrated and asked to give those a little more time on the tasks. Tannen freaked out and grabbed his quill, deciding that he was going to handle things on his own now. A couple hours later, the one was screaming, not understanding why absolutely nothing was coming out. Sheets were flying around the auditorium due to the fact that the man was already just going crazy. Tannen said that the tasks are not so simple, so you have to think outside the box. Let them quickly think of ways to solve them. Some time passed, and Mr. Audley was sitting in his study poring over papers. His coworker walked in on him, asking what he was looking at so intently. The man replied to Calvin that GIE's scientists had been in town for 3 months. The fact that they had never solved the 3 problems was already being reported in the newspapers. Audley said their state could keep their honor this time. Calvin exhaled, placing the cup on the tray. Did he really think exactly the same way? The man didn't understand, and the deputy said they could barely save face in front of the scientists. Now the glory of their math society isn't ruined, and that's only a plus. Audley remarked that if it wasn't for Bulai, the Lonan Kingdom would have lost its face long ago. And how could he forget about Mr. Chen Luo? If the latter wanted to, Lolan could overtake the scholars from GIE. Calvin smiled. Maybe if they announced 1 million gold as a reward, Chen Luo would show up. After talking to Audley, the man finally met with the young mathematician Bulai. Calvin thanked him on behalf of all the scholars of Laurent and its own citizens for the favor. He waved it off, saying it wasn't worth it. And besides, when could he collect his reward? The deputy said there was nothing to worry about. The reward had already arrived, and he could pick it up after they left Yabo City. Liar was a little saddened. The scientists had sworn they wouldn't leave until they finished their tasks. We must find a way to drive them out of the city. Calvin coughed into his fist, saying that in truth they hadn't won the battle yet. But if crushed from the Math Society or the base. The young man smiled, asking why the man didn't tell him right away. It wouldn't be a problem. Deputy Calvin smiled, asking if he had just heard that. Was it true? Leia reported that it was no problem for him to shake their scientific base, and the man asked to continue. Except that for that, they'll have to open their wallets and give him even more money. Mr. Calvin certainly didn't expect this turn of events. Surely he didn't just hear it. Whereupon he agreed, saying that those could offer him another 2,000 gold pieces. For 2,000 gold pieces and a huge bouquet of thanks, he agreed and shook his hand. It was nearing nightfall when Deputy Calvin stood in terror. He was terrified. The crescent moon was slightly hidden behind small dark clouds and shone very brightly. Now the challenge Mr. Chen Luo put forward is not only mathematical. It also touches on the issues of philosophy, time and space. When the task is released, not only GIE scholars, but the whole continent will be shocked. When Layer shook hands with the vice chairman, he ran away at the same second. After a while, Deputy Audley came into the room with an envelope in his hands. He, too, was frightened. A letter came to them, and Mr. Audley laid it on the table with a thud. He reported that it was a letter from the capital. In Jai State, they are already writing everywhere that their scholars will smash their math society. Deputy Calvin read the headline of one of the newspapers. Jia won and Lonan lost. Audley said that they had lost after all. If those can come up with the 3 hardest problems, the papers will make Lonan Country the winner. Here the deputy asked who was the one who said they lost. Audley looked at his colleague in astonishment. That one gloomed and said that they were still in the game and couldn't accept defeat. It was Jaya who struck the first blow, but they wouldn't be ceremonious. They will wipe out the J Math Society forever and just send those to hell. The next day was sunny, and there were hardly any clouds covering the sky. Jayi's scholars were still sitting at their tasks. The paper was getting smaller and smaller. One of them suggested we go wash and sleep. Deciding further was just a waste of time. But the other one refused. He had almost succeeded in coming to the truth, only a little more to go. That kid grabbed his head, not understanding why he couldn't get such an easy task. Eventually, someone asked to take the young man to rest, or else no one would be able to write anything. Except that as he was being dragged across the floor, he was still screaming that he could decide. Suddenly, while being dragged past some wall, the young man saw a new task and asked Vanson to stop. They stopped. The condition was when Achilles would catch up with the turtle, if the turtle was walking and he was running after it. The boys did not understand why there was a reward for such a task. After all, if the speed of the tortoise and Achilles and the distance between them are known, he would have solved it even at the age of 8. Someone named Boulayer came up with it, except it doesn't seem to be as simple as it looks. Underneath it was written that no matter how fast Achilles ran, he would never catch up to the tortoise. And it's written by the same Boulayer. That's some bullshit. Why would you even make that up? The second young man smiled, lightly clucking his tongue. His cheeks puffed up like a baby's. That's just nonsense, isn't it? Not to mention Achilles, because even his nephew could catch up with the turtle. Wenson hit his friend, saying how is it that his little nephew knows and Boulayer doesn't? The one scratched the sore back of his head, saying that his buddy was right. Nothing is clear. Suddenly, a man appeared in the yard, holding a cute turtle in his arms. That was Deputy Calvin asking the guys, do they have any problems? They said they don't understand the task that Mr. Boulayer came up with. They want an explanation. Toth smiled, understanding. As far as he knew, Jai's scholars had said that time and space could be divided indefinitely. Are they sure about this theory? Wenson shrieked, saying that not only they, but the entire math world believes this. This is common knowledge. Calvia said that the young men were wrong, because this problem is not about speed and distance. When he tries to catch up with the turtle, every time he gets close to it, it goes forward too. The distance gradually decreases, and so the process can be divided into countless parts. And that way he'll never catch up with the turtle, will he? One of Jai's mathematicians realized that in that case, everything was correct and the turtle just couldn't catch up. The kid stared at the floor in despair, except that it was impossible not to catch up with the turtle. It's nonsense that Boulayer made up because it's possible to catch up with a turtle. But on the other side of the truth, what Jai's society believed was wrong. Another young man abruptly and roughly ripped the task off the wall, causing it to come off unevenly. He doesn't believe it. It's not true at all. He'll tell Mr. Tangen and he'll definitely understand. Looking after Ron and Winnan, Calvin thought that not only were GIE's scholars going crazy, but he was as well. There was a shouting match going around the Math Society building. Someone was calling someone a demon. If it is possible to divide time and space, how do we explain the process of chasing a turtle? But on the other hand, isn't there a stretch of time and space in that world? This is all just the ramblings of a crazy person. Boulayer is crazy. Even Calvius himself was sitting in his office thinking about how the problem could be solved. Oldie burst into the office, asking why the fuck is a man playing with a turtle? Jai's men all scattered. The deputy assumed that they couldn't solve 3 problems, and now they'd added the turtle to the mix. Anyone in their position would have run away. With the new task, they have no loopholes left. Leaving them here would raise more and more questions for them. Although they wouldn't be able to solve the tasks either, except for one gentleman. Oldie said that they had already received 3 letters from the capital about the turtle task. Jai's people ran away. How is he going to explain everything to His Majesty? The man loomed over Calvius, but the man stood up abruptly, thus startling his colleague. Then he placed his palm on Oldie's shoulder as if trying to gently reassure him. If he wants an explanation, have him prepare 7,000 gold pieces. Now get after him. It was already nightfall by the time Deputy Calvin arrived at Boulangai's apartment. The Mathematical Society and His Majesty provided him with 3 chests of gold. Layer's mouth watered at the sight. So much money that he has enough for all the techniques in the Magical Society. He's rich. Meanwhile, Vice Chairman Calvin was trying to reach the kid. The man apologized, for he had not even noticed the man because of the amount of gold. The deputy had a pretty good question. He wanted to know how to solve the turtle problem. Zeno's paradox or the turtle problem. The difficulty, however, is that it is not just for math. So it can give a mathematical answer, but it is impossible to answer it completely. After all, the paradox touches on the concepts of the limit of possibilities. If you explain it in terms of physics, you have to involve quantum mechanics. But on the mainland in this world, there isn't even classical mechanics. No one knows about physics. If he goes beyond the known concepts in this world, people in this world will just go crazy. Layer decided to turn on the fool by saying that he didn't even know the solution himself. Calvin patted his eyes in surprise. How could God Chen put forward a problem without knowing the solution? Here Layer quickly put his index finger to his lips, urging him to speak more quietly. The man decided to try his luck, saying he would add more money. He just needs to think some more. And the student almost got caught watching the gesture that spoke of money. Except then he coughed, saying it wasn't about money at all. He really doesn't know anything. Calvius exhaled heavily, saying then bidding the young man farewell and leaving. He had to explain everything to the king. How should he even do that? When he was escorted to the door, the man wanted to say he would add another 5,000. Except that after those words, the apartment doors immediately closed, and the guy left the deputy alone. Layer barely made it through, but he's not going to get that money. Unless he takes care of the current knowledge of this world, and load it with knowledge beyond their comprehension, then disaster will follow. Suddenly, the screams of the math teacher were heard from the next room. She called for Boulayer, and he burst into the room as if someone was talking about a fire. A woman said that she had an idea about the turtle problem. Maybe you could count a small number as 0. Layer hesitated for a moment. When he had brought forward the problem of Zeno's paradox, things had gotten out of his control. Teacher Boulangyi began to delve into the concepts of the limit of possibility herself. Even without his presence, scientists may sooner or later come up with the right theory. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a woman asking him who she was talking for. Was she even being listened to? When he answered in the affirmative, the one caught him asking him how she reasoned. Suddenly, Isabella rang the front doorbell, and the young man immediately ran to open it. They say those at home. He wasn't listening to Boulangyi at all. Was it because she spoke too easily? When Isabella entered the antechamber, she saw huge chests of gold. Did he rob the town's treasury? The young man said it was his winter vacation earnings. What's she doing here? Then Boulangyi came into the living room as well, happy that the girl had returned to them. And here she seemed to have found a new number. Lier coughed and said that school starts tomorrow. Maybe they'd better not stay home and go shopping. He said he was paying for everything, and Isabella happily called the teacher to go shopping. The next day the vacation was over. Isabella called Layerwa into the auditorium. She had a problem in choosing a university. She doesn't know which university to choose in the capital. The kid didn't understand what was so hard about it. Just pick the one she likes best. She'd be enrolled in any of them anyway. Now she regretted giving the guy the questionnaire and snatched it right out of his hands. Is that why Isabella called him to her? He can't decide where she's going to go. She immediately asked what university he was going to go to. Maybe that would help her. However, Boulayer went on to say that he has no plans to enroll. He will stay at the academy. The blonde then chased the young man away, and he walked out of the third-year classroom in bewilderment. Suddenly some noise was heard behind her back. Alice's soft voice called out to Lier. She said that she had business with him and that they should talk. The girl will soon leave for the capital and maybe they won't see each other again. But she'll be waiting for him. Boulayer immediately told her not to wait. He would stay at the academy and be an assistant. Alice even dropped all her sheets she had prepared for the conversation. What was he saying? With his abilities, he'll get in anywhere he wants to go. He'll have some prospects he'll never have at the academy. The young mage said he was very flattered by Alice's concern, but he liked Yabo City. But in truth, he just liked being with his teacher. The brunette nodded understandingly. Don't let him get any ideas there. She was just asking. She had to get going, though. Just as she was about to turn around, Boulayer stopped the maiden and told her to wait. He held her hand. It was the only way Lair could keep the girl's attention on him. She blushed very red and became embarrassed. Did he really understand? When did she give herself away? If Boulayer talks about wanting to go to the capital with her, that one will confess right away. The girl started to fantasize and smiled, slightly embarrassed by the guy's stare, except that the sophomore just picked up her papers, saying that the sophomore had dropped them. She doesn't need to throw important papers around. It's not a very useful habit. The girl took the papers with a jerk and walked angrily down the hall. Lair didn't understand why she'd become like this. Isabella still didn't budge, continuing to sit in the same pose as before. She studied the papers, the graduate questionnaire, with her gaze. It was hard to choose a university. Suddenly someone snatched the paper out of the girl's hands, and she blinked in surprise. It was Alice, who was already crossing the line. Have him return the form to Isabella, quickly. The brunette asked, so why didn't she fill out the form? Wasn't she going to go to a magical institute in the capital? The blonde blushed slightly and said it was none of her business. Maybe she had already changed her mind. The girl smiled, saying that Isabella had won. She didn't think she'd go to such lengths for Lair. The younger Clavius blushed, beginning to realize what she meant. It's been a long time. The streets of Yabo City are filled with dozens of people. Isabella pinched Lair's ear again and he began to scream in pain. What is she doing again? The girl wondered what was wrong with him. Can't get over Alice's departure? It had been 2 weeks already. But the blonde said that the brunette hugged at the farewell party only him. Clearly the young man can't forget about her. Boulayer began to refuse and Isabella finally let go of her ear. He says one thing and thinks another. The young mathematician said that the one made up unthinkable things. Alice hugged him, because that's the custom. Then the guy looked at the counter with the books. Let the girl choose one. He wanted to give it to her. He chose a book, and the man behind the counter said it was worth 20 gold pieces. It suits the lady very well and sells best. Isabella started twirling a lock of hair in her hands and decided that maybe this book was really okay. But Boulayer threw a tantrum about the price of the book. Why is it so expensive for a piece of wood? The salesman snatched it from the young man and said he was selling it at the lowest price. Other stores charge more. Knowledge is invaluable, after all. When he heard that phrase, Lair whispered it under his breath again. Isabella had already chipped in, saying she could pay for the book herself. However, the man didn't even look at her again, grabbing the maiden's hand. They're leaving. The blonde girl followed him interestedly while the bookseller shouted something about being willing to give a book even for 5 gold pieces. The young people are bad, of course. If they had bargained, he would have given them cheaper, but they just left. Meanwhile, Boulayer and Isabella came to a shopping center. They were selling a lot of clothes there. A guy offered to buy his lady a hat, and seeing one that matched her image asked, why not take it? Isabella tried it on and was embarrassed to ask how that pink hat fit her. Lair said it looks absolutely gorgeous, and they are definitely taking it. The owner of the clothing store walked them in and told the couple to be sure to stop by again. The girl asked why they bought the hat for 20 gold pieces, and Lair said he didn't care about money. Isabella Clavius complimented the mage, saying he was very nice at times. Boulayer thought that the bookseller was right. The books might be worth something, but the knowledge was not. He dragged the younger Clavius forward because it was already lunchtime. He had an idea for a quick buck and was going to make it a reality. In the Shenyang mainland, knowledge is even more protected than in the 21st century. Scientists are even treated like aristocrats. That's why books are expensive in this world. Only rich people can afford them. Over the years, many people have been executed out of disregard for the intellectual property rights of scientists. And of course, this world is just a paradise for those who discover something new every day. Geometry is the mother of mathematics. Of all fields, it's the one that attracts the most interest on this continent. except that they couldn't catch up with his world by 10%. But it's still good that he was a math teacher in a previous life. Now he can not only impart knowledge about geometry, but also about conic section. Chen can even describe and explain every law of geometry theorem in detail. And he also studied a lot of workarounds to solve non-standard theorems for the honor students in the class. He has character more in-depth knowledge than the average high school program. And if he writes a book in which he gathers information about geometry, he will become a hero on the mainland. At one point, Layer decided that he would take Euclid's beginnings and remove all the flaws, then combine them with geometry, and it would become his very last creation in the field of mathematics. 2 weeks later, Layer was still sitting in his room. His face was full of papers. Except it was the sudden screaming that woke him up. It was Isabella waking him up. What does that girl want right now? Isabella burst into Layer's room. She called out to him several times. Why didn't he answer? And then she caught him with a naked torso. The young man said he would change and come back. The girl was embarrassed to see him like this again. Isabella shouted for him to get dressed quickly. He was lucky he reacted quickly, or else the blonde would have seen his treasure. 2 weeks of effort and finally his geometry book is done. The rest is just to give to the Math Society with the hope that it will be appreciated. Layer is a demon who destroys truths. Chen Luo, on the other hand, is not like that at all. He is a god. God must bring knowledge to men, so he came to the Mathematical Society to give the manuscripts. Calvin, meanwhile, pondered the fact that the Math Center still had Jia. They're stuck where they are. Except that Chen walked into the office. He congratulated on his official promotion to branch chairman. Turning around, the chairman didn't realize who it was in front of him. Could it be some fan of Chen Luo? But he took off his mask and said it was none other than him, Chen Luo or Layer. Calvin immediately apologized and asked why he had to dress like that. Or had he forgotten what he was telling? Except the young man wanted to propose on Chen Luo's behalf and the man glared. New theories? The kid slammed his manuscripts on the table, creating a loud thud. It's not really, but it's almost a theorem. He wrote the book on behalf of the god Chen Luo. Calvin was glowing with happiness and asked if he could familiarize himself with the work. He was asked to do so quickly. That one started right away, reading something about triangles, angles, circles, polygons. The book covers all the questions of mathematics that are being explored. And there are so many new theories he's never even heard of. This is their salvation. Layer said he reads pretty fast. How did he like the book? Anything he liked? Already finished with the manuscripts, or rather the finished book, Calvin simply took and fell to his knees. Putting his hand to his heart, the chairman swore that he would always serve the god Chen Luo. This book is a real gift from heaven for their scientists, a peak in mathematical research. With this, their country will become the foremost in the world of mathematics. The book will go down in history, and every scholar on the mainland will want to buy such a marvel. The young man immediately asked how much they could give for such a book. He would like to publish it under the title of geometry. Chairman Calvin said that such knowledge is priceless. For it, at least 10,000 or even 100,000 gold pieces could be given. Except Chen Luo shook his head, saying that just 10 gold would be enough. The chairman was at a loss for words, just staring dumbly at his god for a couple minutes. 10 gold pieces? Chen explained that he wasn't that greedy, and wrote the book not for money, but to take math to every corner of the mainland. And if they set the price at 100,000, no one will be able to afford it. Wouldn't everyone be able to experience the joy of knowledge? Calvin thought that unlike the god Lo, he was only thinking of personal gain. Money is no match for the joy this book will bring. And the man doesn't seem to understand anything about trading. The lower the price, the more you can sell and get. By the way, there was something else he wanted to discuss. This book will be a contribution from Chen Luo, and he will no longer do math, devoting himself to magic. Calvin felt a twitch. How would the scholars develop without Chen Luo's guidance? Unfortunately, those people think too highly of him. He's an ant compared to the scientists of his world. People in his world are faced with questions that have no answers and seek the truth without guidance. He believes that one day will come and scientists will find their way without anyone's guidance. As Layer left, the chairman was held by several men so that he would not run after him. What kind of world was Chen Luo talking about? Is he really from that universe where the gods live? Meanwhile, in someone's palace, servants were holding a huge orb that looked like a prediction ball. Her Majesty's men have determined where that man is. He lives in Yabo City on the Shenyang mainland. The guy's name is Layer. At the same second, an explosion rang out, scattering the servants in different directions around the hall. In an instant, they immediately lay down on their knees, apologizing for the mistake. They had not set up a timeline during the draft. The woman said she wanted to see this Layer from Yabo City in person. In this world, it turns out you can move through different worlds again.